Welcome everyone. Good morning and welcome to part 2 of the LSBU Sustainability and Climate Action event series. My name is Neil Hudson-Basing and I'm the Corporate Events Manager at London South Bank University. We have over 530 people signed up across the next 3 days, which is incredible. And not only do we have attendees joining us from all over the UK, but one of the fantastic things about virtual events is that we've attracted an international audience from across Europe and as far as Nigeria, the United States, Trinidad, Dubai, Malaysia, Ecuador, Egypt, and Australia, which is just phenomenal. That's one of the greatest things about virtual events is that we can reach a much wider audience than we previously reached. Wherever you are, we'd like to offer you a very warm welcome to this event and to thank you for your support. If you joined us for part 1 of the event series, welcome back. It's good to know you enjoyed it enough to return. And if this is your first time in the event series, don't worry. Each part of the event series is a standalone event. And we're delighted you've joined us and we hope you enjoy the sessions that you'll attend. We have a pretty full schedule for the next 3 days and you can use the link you signed in with to drop into the sessions that you want to, all from the comfort of your own home or from your office, wherever you are. There's a huge variety and range of sessions, workshops and talks taking place. And I'll share the program with you now again, just so you can familiarize yourself with that program. There you go, that's the program on screen. By now, you should have all received an email featuring the program. It's also available on our What's On pages, and I'll pop the link in a chat box shortly. If you haven't received the program yet, please email events@lsbu.ac.uk or message me in the chat box and I'll send one over to you. So let's take a few moments just to see what's happening across the 3 days following the themes of the event, which are consumption, economics, education, and well-being. Today, we'll be focusing on the theme of consumption as we look at our consumer behaviour and shopping habits and how we can rethink some of these to be more sensible and creative so that we're more sustainable and eco-friendly. There's been a slight change to the program, meaning that if you'll have had a previous version of the program, our 2:30 session is now cancelled, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances. But please do sign back in at 5 p.m. for our discussion around the impact and responsibility of the fashion world on the climate emergency. Tomorrow, we'll be covering the themes of economics and education. First up, we'll be joined by extinction governance expert Professor Jill Atkins from Sheffield University, who'll be talking about extinction governance. Jill is a regular at LSBU, and she's a fantastic speaker. And she'll be talking about kind of like species prevention and the role of governance and accounting in that. At 10 a.m, we'll look at an alternative approach to the circular economy before we look at how we embed sustainability into university courses and how LSBU has incorporated the Sustainable Development Goals into our new corporate strategy. We'll also be using a bit of reverse psychology by looking at an unsustainable activity that we do with young people. And then we'll round the day off with 2 panel discussions, one looking at economics in a post-COVID world, and another, our final panel discussion tomorrow, looking at education for sustainability and how this plays a role in changing consumption patterns and improved individual well-being. Which leads us on to Friday, which couldn't be more timely as we head into a second lockdown, and particularly with the results of the US election this morning. Given that well-being is so important, and we need to give it the attention and time it deserves. Our sessions will cover everything from our physical space, lighting and managing our internal self-critic, as well as the impact of gardening and the importance of community green space on our mental health. Our special guests include IKEA, who will be discussing their Living Sustainable campaign, Live Lagom, and Mind, who will be sharing techniques on managing your well-being during COVID-19. We'll even have a lunch and learn from a decluttering and organisation expert. There really is something for everyone, so we hope you'll be able to drop into the sessions throughout the next few days. All of our panelists have factored question times into their sessions too, and are happy to answer these for you. Which brings us on to the Zoom functionality. For those of you not familiar, this is Zoom webinar. You can see us, but we can't see you. So it doesn't matter where you're kind of like joining us from today, whether it's from your desk, whether it's from your sofa, your bed, your garden, wherever that's at, you know, we're delighted to have you here. You'll see that there are 3 functions at the bottom of your screen. First is the chat box. We encourage you to share your thoughts, your comments in the chat box and to use it for networking. Again, we're really keen to break down that virtual wall and kind of like, you know, get the conversation going. In the chat box, we'll be using the chat box to share information, key messages, mythbusters, and practical takeaways that our lovely speakers have provided, and we'll be sharing those throughout their sessions. We'll also be sharing our hashtags and our Twitter handle, and you can see them behind me on my Zoom background there. The Q&A box is reserved for the Q&A sessions. Please pop your questions for the panelists in the Q&A box rather than the chat box, and then we'll work through those. And as I say, all speakers have factored Q&A time into their sessions. You'll also see the raise your hand function. Not many people use this, but this is your chance to ask a live question. We won't be able to see you, but we'll be able to hear you, and we'd encourage you to use that throughout the event. Like many organisations at the start of lockdown, we were thrown into the deep end and had to quickly get our head around the world of virtual events in order to deliver what we need to and address the learning needs of our staff, students, and wider communities and beyond. Since then, we've delivered a huge range of virtual events, but that doesn't mean that things don't go a bit wrong occasionally. We're still learning daily and continuously improving how we do things virtually. So please bear with us if there are any technical glitches, and we'll do our best to iron them out as smoothly as possible. Your patience is appreciated, particularly when we change over between sessions. I've been at LSBU for 8 years now. This has been the most insightful, challenging, innovative and thought-provoking project I've probably worked on, and it really is a truly collaborative approach from everyone across our university, from our schools and academic staff, for our professional service groups, and that's reflected in the speak as well. There's a real kind of bridge between academic and also people that are out there doing like various roles, like our first speaker, Dillie Keane, who's an entertainer. So we're really keen to kind of like look at a very wide approach to the different types of people that are tackling sustainability and climate issues. We've come together to deliver an action-packed programme to educate, inspire and empower us everyone to make a difference, ourselves and you as our audience, and to our future communities and our planet. And speaking of fantastic collaborations, I'd like to now hand over to one of my fantastic colleagues, Jaya Gajpara, who's our MSc Course Director for Education for Sustainability. Jaya, over to you.
Thank you, Neil. My internet dropped, talking of internet glitches or online delivery glitches. So I really hope I can stay with you for the rest of my bit here. So hello, my name is Dr. Jaya Gajpara, and I'm a lecturer in sociology and the course director, as Neil said, for the MSc in Education for Sustainability. I'm also the co-chair of the Sustainability Research Group and chair of the working group on domestic abuse here at London South Bank University. So to start off, I wanted to just kind of talk about what does sustainability mean? And well, it's all about meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. To act sustainably, I think, requires society to rethink how we live, by perhaps applying creative solutions to solving the climate crisis, thinking innovatively, collaborating, using participatory approaches, and thinking outside of the box while being willing and ready to transform traditional ways of working and learning. So, like so many things this year, the global pandemic has impacted the ways in which we have traditionally worked, and our conference is not any different. We had originally designed the 3-part series to be delivered in person. And of course, this hasn't happened. The conference organization, from the planning, delivery, participation from everyone, including the delegates here today, is a real example of applying sustainability and education for sustainability thinking. We are using tools such as technology to participate, contribute, and collaborate, which is coming together to share and learn. The MSc in Education for Sustainability is another example of this, a master's program that has been running at London South Bank University for over 28 years, designed as a distance learning program, and dare I say, ahead of the game in a sense, by understanding the need to design educational programs that allow maximum inclusive participation, considering the complicated lives of some of our students. Most of the students on the course currently and historically have juggled full-time employment, caring and family responsibilities, while furthering learning through online delivery of the MSc degree part-time, wherever they are in the world. Drawing on my teaching and learning experiences as the course director of this program, learning is not and should not be passive. Instead, it should be explorative, experiential, while drawing on personal lived experiences. Central to the EFS approach is leaping towards behavioral change and applying systems thinking, which is facilitated through participatory and reflective approaches. The original thinkers and architects of education for sustainability, which is interchangeably referred to also as Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, or Learning for Sustainability, LFS. They would argue embedding sustainability into learning at all levels is one of many critical and necessary approaches to creating social change in society. As a result, it would have been a disservice to 40 years of all that hard work to not include education when discussing sustainability in this conference. I am thrilled to be part of this team. I'm particularly excited about sharing practical tips and advice on how we all can commit to living more sustainably, from rethinking consumption, changing our behavior, and connecting with nature and outdoor spaces, not just as consumerists, but reciprocally. What is it that we are giving back to nature? Nature is healing us, but how are we healing nature? We have some fantastic sessions lined up for you. Tomorrow we kickstart the conference day with a keynote address delivered by Professor Jill Atkins, the author of The Business of Bees and Extinction Governance. 11:15, we have a session on embedding sustainability into accounting education, followed by a session on how LSBU have embedded the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into the corporate strategy. Now, before I finish, I ask you to save the date, as we have been quietly working away on designing part 3 of the Sustainability and Climate Action series titled Food, Water, Politics and Equality, which is again a 3-day conference from the 13th to the 15th of January 2021. I hand over to Thomas.
Thank you, Jaya. So good morning, everybody. My name is Thomas Empson, and I am currently the Sustainability Project Manager for London South Bank University. I also work as a corporate lecturer within a European social funded project, which is looking to upskill Londoners within the digital economy. And I am still trying to finish my PhD. I thought I would have it finished by September, but these things do go on. And that's looking at creative engineering for a sustainable future. So I've been with LSBU for over 3 years, and I've been fortunate enough to be involved in this event series. My role has been helping to curate the different themes for the 3 events, as well as sourcing some of the contributors from within LSBU and from some of the external keynote speakers that you'll hear alongside my colleague Neil. So the 3 themes, as Neil mentioned, were inspired by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the UN's Global Vision for 2030, and we went about grouping them in what we hope would be thought-provoking combinations. And I do believe that the volume of interest that we've had from both speakers and attendees is testament to that. So the first event, which was held in June, looked at climate, carbon, energy and resources. We were joined by over 45 speakers, including the COP26 organisers, which is the United Nations Annual Sustainability Conference. We were also joined by the Environmental Agency and Extinction Rebellion, and we had over 650 registered attendees for that 5-day digital conference. Part 2, which you're listening to right now. So over the next 3 days, this has been themed around consumption, economics, education and well-being. And what we're really going to be looking at is the interconnectivity between our economic system, our consumption habits, and the well-being of the planet and its 7.6 billion inhabitants. So just in terms of consumption, we're rarely promoted the ecological cost at which some of our daily purchases come. Likewise, social injustices that occur in the making of everyday goods can be left out of the marketing campaigns. We know that currently we're consuming 1.7 planets worth of natural resources, and that's the speed at which planet Earth can replenish those natural resources. There is everything from conflict minerals within our smartphones to the deforestation that occurs for our consumption of palm oil and meat and other various goods. However, the rise of social media has increased consumer awareness of these issues, making it much harder for corporate organisations to hide the negative impact of their actions. But this also in turn is seeing an increase in eco-anxiety from our youth with a great fear of what the future will look like. And that's again seen by the Greta Thunberg movement and Extinction Rebellion campaigning the way for a brighter future. Our current economic system is designed to create profit and not necessarily hold businesses accountable for the cost at which that profit comes. And this naturally has an impact on the well-being of our global neighbours. But as I said, times are changing from individuals moving their household energy supplies to renewable sources. In lockdown, smart cars have been the most bought vehicle. We're seeing campaigns to build back better from the engineering and architectural communities. There's a rise in veganism. Countries are boycotting single-use plastics, such as France and India. And we're seeing an emergence of circular design and circular economies. So people really are voting with their money, and businesses are having to adapt to stay relevant, which includes universities. By rethinking our economic structures and changing our behaviour as consumers, we can be the generation which makes a conscious decision to reverse the environmental damage humanity has caused. So over the next 3 days, you'll hear from a number of LSBU experts, from our alumni, from our students, and also our external network. Today is heavily focused around consumption. So Dillie will be following on from this opening. She's an eco-blogger and her blog is called Shit You Don't Need, which I just think is brilliant. So she'll be talking at 9:30. At 12:45, we have Gemma Ruse from Studio XAG talking about the changing of retail design to be much more environmentally friendly. And in the afternoon is focused around fashion brands that are as well being much more environmentally friendly. Tomorrow's focused around economics and education. So from Jill Aitkins talking about extinction governance at 9:15, the Times Higher Education reviewing the LSBU corporate strategy at 12:45, and then a series of our own lecturers from Dr. Helen Powell to Yusha Mistry and Professor Deborah Andrews explaining how they've embedded sustainability within a number of our different schools and courses. And then on Friday, our Wellbeing Day, you'll hear about the importance of getting outdoors for your well-being at 9:15. Mind will be doing a very timely talk about managing your well-being during lockdown at 10:40. IKEA discussing healthy and sustainable lifestyles at 12:45. And as an absolute shameless plug, at 3:25, I'll be looking at repackaging Christmas, and we'll have a panel of distinguished guests talking about how we can use Christmas 2020 to change consumption en masse. So part 3 in January, we'll look at food, water, politics and equality, and we'll be discussing that on Friday in the closing session, and throughout these 3 days giving you information on how you can sign up to that next conference. So just before I hand over, while 2020 has been a very challenging year on so many fronts, we cannot forget that so much good is still being done. So for the remainder of the week, my call to action for you all is to please be inquisitive, be inspired, use your imaginations to think about how you can help shape a healthier future through your own creative application. I hope you enjoy the conference. Without further ado, I will hand you over to Professor Deborah Johnston, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Education here at LSBU. Over to you, Deborah.
Thank you, Thomas. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure for LSBU to be hosting this conference, and indeed this series of of events, and we have had an amazing response. It's been our most registered for event ever. I wanted to tell you why it's great to have such an appetite around sustainability and climate action. Before I do that, I wanted to say I do have a stammer. I will get stuck on words, and it will all be fine. It will all be fine. Why is it so important that here at LSBU we energise and we create space for an imaginative and a rigorous conversation about sustainability and climate action? Well, for us, we just launched our corporate strategy, and in that we focused on 9 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And these will guide us in the future. They will guide us to help us achieve that real world action that we want, our impact on local communities, our impact on our students, to help them increase their opportunities to contribute towards the future. This event isn't just important for LSBU, it speaks directly to issues that I hold dear. For the past 30 years, I've been a development economist working on issues of poverty, welfare, consumption, and of course, education. And we've already heard that our economic system does not directly value welfare or environmental sustainability. But the reality is that our decisions are globally interconnected, and the environmental costs thrown up by the consumption patterns driven by the wealthy are usually paid by the poor. This event will remind us that change starts with us. It starts with changes in our purchasing patterns, our consumption patterns, and our voting patterns. Over the next 3 days, you've already heard, we are joined by an astounding range of prominent guest speakers, by authors, academics, activists. I'm incredibly excited to have such wonderful external guests with us, and equally excited by the fact that this event will showcase LSBU's very own experts who are working on sustainability and climate issues. And this event is a real collaboration across our schools and professional services group. So in the next 3 days, you'll be hearing from colleagues from applied sciences, arts and creative industries, business, engineering, health and social care. And there are 3 colleagues at LSBU that I particularly want to give thanks to, that we should particularly call out. And those are the 3 colleagues who have envisaged this event, curated it and delivered it. Neil Hudson-Basing, LSBU's Corporate Events Manager, Jaya Gajpara, the Course Director for Education for Sustainability, and Thomas Epson, LSBU's Sustainability Project Manager. And I know I can't hear you and I can't see you, but I hope all of you are acknowledging the contribution they've made in bringing this event to this stage. With that said, I'd like to officially open this event, and I welcome you all, new contacts and old friends, to our home. Settle in, make yourselves comfy, and I hope you'll take away lots of inspiration to join us in taking sustainability and climate action. Neil.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Deborah, Thomas and Jaya. It's been brilliant working with you all on this. I'm super excited to announce our first keynote speaker. Dillie Keane is an author of eco-blog Shit You Don't Need. And as Thomas said, I absolutely love that. It really does kind of like, you know, bring it raw, like, you know, look at the stuff that we don't need, that we purchase, and really rethink this. Dillie is also known as being 1/3 of satirical musical trio Fascinating Aida. And I'm super pleased to announce her talk today. Dillie, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hurrah, marvelous, yes.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us this morning. Yeah, we've been talking for a few months now, and really, really kind of like glad to have you here and opening our keynotes today.
Yes, well, I'm very surprised to be here. And anyone who knows me is probably just as surprised to see me here talking about consumption and sustainability. So well, I thought what I'd start with was I'd just run through my scientific credentials so that you all feel confident that I know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
I don't have any. a vocabulary artist. I'm a satirical songwriter. So basically, I'm a bit like Nigel Lawson. I'm an opinionated amateur who has strayed into the field of climate change and sustainability, except for one subtle key difference. I believe the scientists. I believe the experts who have done the work and got the degrees and spent their lives studying climate patterns and ocean health and soil structure and the food chain. Like Greta Thunberg, all I do is follow the science. And I believe them when they tell us that we are on the verge of profound and terrifying change if we don't ourselves change our ways. But do we really need scientists to tell us this when the facts are staring us in the face? I mean, in the last 12 months, Australia, California, and Colorado have suffered appalling fires. There were over 44,000 fires in the Amazon rainforest. India has suffered the worst plague of locusts in decades. This devastates the crops. It's also been announced that the Arctic permafrost is thawing much faster than expected, releasing masses of methane that have been locked in the ice for centuries. New heat records were set all over the Middle East. Baghdad recorded 3 consecutive days of over 50 degrees. People can't live like that. I've actually been a climate catastrophist for nearly 40 years, and I'm ashamed to say that other than performing the usual pieties like mending my clothes, and recycling and joining Greenpeace and saving the ozone layer single-handedly by voluntarily giving up hairspray containing CFCs, I really haven't done enough about it. Like the rest of my generation, I've enjoyed the bounties of this wonderful world without thinking hard enough about what effect I'm having. And it's clear that the governments are lagging behind. Governments seem to be in hock to so many more important claims: the power of big corporations, the influence of lobbyists, the pursuit of power, and re-election. So climate comes way too far down the agenda when it should be number one. And so here we are in the middle of this new pandemic. And I know how difficult it is to imagine that there can be something worse around the corner than COVID, but there is. And here we all are in various states of lockdown and lockup, and I'm sure all of you out there recognize the astonishing irony that this conference is being held today, of all days, the day that the United States formally leaves the Paris Agreement on Climate, and the world is still waiting for the result of the American election. So thank you for tearing yourselves away from your TV screens and your radios to come to this event. So, after many conversations last year with my friend Margaret Allen, who lives in San Francisco, I started an eco-blog called Shit You Don't Need. Let's just address the title. One question I've been repeatedly asked is, why didn't I call it Stuff You Don't Need, as this would possibly be less offensive? Well, people who know me will agree that I've never been one to mince my words. And I see the difference between stuff and shit as being quite profound. We all have stuff we don't need and we like it. I've got my aunt's pretty tea set. I don't need it. I don't even use it, but I love it. And it reminds me of my funny old aunt, or a slightly grubby teddy bear I won at the fun fair when I was 12. That old shirt that's really seen better days. I haven't got the heart to chuck it. That's what stuff is. And yes, we all have too much stuff. Witness the rise of storage warehouses littering the sides of our motorway. But I'm not going to get into that now. What I wanted to write about was shit you don't need, because shit you don't need is different. Shit you don't need is the garbage we buy, which we think we need, and we don't, and which actually does a lot of harm, often without our knowing. And so although there are now any number of websites with a green ethic, I thought there was time for a different approach that examined one product at a time. So although you might have heard, for instance, that you ought not to be buying farmed salmon, I'll give you chapter and verse as to the reasons why this is the case. Socrates said that the unexamined life was not worth living. And my thesis is that the unexamined action is not worth taking. We absolutely have to start examining the things that we take for granted as being necessary to our lives. We can't wait for government to change the world. We've been waiting 40 years for that. We can't afford to wait for some miraculous invention which will refreeze the Arctic, or for some enzyme that will eat plastic. All these things may come in time, but right now, we have to change. And in order to change, we have to examine our actions much more closely. My first blog was about a product that I suspect most people don't think about much, but which became such a hot topic when the first lockdown occurred. And it's also a product that nicely illuminates the way in which we purchase so-called necessities without thinking about them. And it's something you find on almost every Western shopping list. Toilet paper. Which, now I think about it, was rather an appropriate opening subject for a blog called Shit You Don't Need. I had this hunch, you see, that there was something intrinsically wrong with loo paper, particularly all those high-end luxury loo rolls that take up so many acres of supermarket space. Quilted, multi-layered, super soft, micro-pocket loo paper, infused with the musk of civet cats and enriched with the lanolin of rare Siberian goats, so soft you can't even strangle a puppy with it. Go on, pamper your bum. Your sphincter deserves the best. You know the sort of thing. Oh my goodness, it was much, much worse than I ever expected. Here are a few quick facts. 4 billion humans use loo paper. The rest use a bidet or a spray. 4 billion humans. That's just over half the human beings on the planet, 3 or 4 times a day. In the United States alone, they use 36.5 billion rolls every year. Now that amounts to 15 million trees pulped, 473,500 billion gallons of water used during the manufacturing process, 253,000 tons of chlorine to bleach the paper, and 7.3 terawatts of electricity every year. And that's just in the United States. The most depressing fact I've discovered was that tissue made from freshly cut, old-growth hardwood is what makes the softest paper. Just think about that for a moment. Old growth from old forests makes the softest loo paper. From old forests, such as the Great Northern Forest, for instance. That's the coniferous forest that encircles the Northern Hemisphere. There's a company called Essity. It's Swedish, and it's the second largest supplier of consumer tissue in the world. According to Greenpeace, Essity is heavily implicated in deforestation of the Scandinavian part of the Great Northern Forest. So, in other words, when you whip out the embossed lavender-infused aloe vera roll, you're wiping your bottom with the home of the grey wolf. You're wiping your bum with the oxygen of future generations. But these big companies make every effort to make you think that they care about the future. I mentioned Essity. Essity brings us velvet loo roll, amongst other things. They tell us that they plant 3 trees for every single tree that they chop down to make velvet, which sounds like a great deal for the planet. But it's very unlikely that it is a great deal because, number one, they tend to plant a single species where once there was a huge variety. Number two, 3 softwood saplings is not an adequate replacement for 1 single hardwood. 3, they make no similar claim for Cushelle, another very popular brand of theirs. They also make a brand called Lotus, which is very popular in France. And they make quite a thing on their website about how they've removed the tubes. This apparently means, and I quote, 60% waste 60% less waste linked to your toilet paper consumption. You simplify your life while protecting the planet. Close inverted commas. That's great marketing speak. And yet, they still wrap the product in plastic, which they tell you is recyclable. And while I'm sure that this is true, no plastic is infinitely recyclable. Most plastics can only be recycled once. At very best, plastic can only be recycled up to 9 times before it goes where? Landfill. But plastic never stops being plastic. When it degrades, it breaks up into microplastics, and then it breaks up and becomes nanoplastics. Infinitely tiny particles, invisible to the naked eye. Research indicates that nanoplastics are severely toxic to humans, and nanoplastics have been found in the deepest oceans and the most pristine wildernesses. So when companies indicate that they care, sure, but not really. Marketing speak is designed to get inside your head. Marketing speak is designed to create the particular emotions of desire, fear, and reassurance, specialness, entitlement, because you're worth it. Marketing is the result of careful research and deep analysis. Companies study audience response to their products and to their blurb. They work very hard to create language and design that will most effectively influence that audience. You, me. I wrote a piece lately on how we should go back to using leaf tea because all tea bags use some form of plastic to seal the bag. I received a deluge of emails from folk telling me that my piece couldn't possibly apply to them because the tea bags they use are plastic free. And yet, Yogi Teas, a good make, they say quite clearly on their website that their tea bags are not plastic free. They have to use cornstarch plastic because there is no alternative sealant that works yet. Let's hear it for honest Yogi Teas, huh? There is no such thing as plastic-free tea bags. These are the weasel words of marketing. Companies who use PLA, which are bioplastics made from cornstarch, are allowed to describe their products as plastic-free because they don't use petroleum-based plastic. But PLA is plastic. It's just made from cornstarch. And so though it may be biodegradable, it is not necessarily compostable. Marketing doesn't want you to know the difference between compostable and biodegradable. Compostable means you can chuck it in the compost heap and it will rot down to humus and compost. Biodegradable means that it needs the huge heat of an industrial composting facility to fully break down the bioplastics. So if you aren't sure your council has access to that, don't use so-called plastic-free tea bags. Time to examine the marketing speak. Marketing speak exists to create want. The legendary Steve Jobs of Apple didn't hold with asking the public what they wanted. He believed we don't know what we want until they show it to us. Did we know we needed an iPhone? No, we didn't know what an iPhone was. Can we live without our smartphones now? I rest my case, Your Honour. We really have to be proactive in blocking out the siren song of advertising and marketing speak. Now, take the vast number of specialist plastic bags that are on the market. Here's a selection. Sandwich bags, snack bags, freezer bags, ice cube bags, slow cooker liner bags, roasting bags, waste paper bin liner bags, bin bags, dog poo bags. And yes, I know you can get biodegradable dog poo bags. Well, did you ever imagine you might need such a thing as a slow cooker liner bag? Why would anyone actually cook their food in a plastic bag without wondering what petrochemical contaminants beyond the realm of current investigative science were leaching into their food? And it's a bag you only use once, for crying out loud, a bloody plastic bag, which is going to end up where? Landfill. And it's no use thinking, oh, it's only the odd plastic bag. Because if you are chucking away a used slow cooker liner bag, you can be sure that hundreds and thousands of other folk are thinking exactly the same and doing exactly the same. Those bags aren't on the supermarket shelf for decorative purposes. They're there to hoodwink you into thinking that your life will be more practical if you use them. So every time you find yourself saying, oh, it's just the once, whether you're disposing of a single-use plastic that you don't need, or whether you're buying almond milk or Peruvian avocados or farmed salmon, rest assured, there are millions of other people saying, oh, it's just the once. Conversely, of course, there's the comforting thought that every time you use a clean, damp cloth instead of a wet wipe, or you cook potatoes instead of quinoa, or you decide to soak that dirty laundry overnight in cold water instead of using antibacterial laundry cleanser, more and more of us are making the same choices. More and more of us are examining whether the things we think of as everyday necessities are actually so. And hopefully this way of thinking will grow fast enough for us to save ourselves. But people often say to me, these ideas are all very well, but it's pointless trying to do anything to save the planet until China and India go green. Well, this is nothing short of a cop-out. We all have to try, every one of us, every day. Of course, India and China need to get on board, but that doesn't give us the excuse to go on as we are. That's like defending the fact that you poop on your front lawn because your neighbours are pooping on their front lawn. And besides, how could we expect the people of China and India and everywhere else to take action against climate change unless we in the West are prepared to alter our lifestyles? What are we waiting for? Norfolk to go underwater? It seems to me that there are 4 horsemen of the apocalypse galloping towards us, all interlinked, but also distinct. These are, number 1, heat. Number 2, degradation. Number 3, extinction of species. Number 4, plastic. So, 1, heat. This can be through emissions of methane or burning fossil fuels. Degradation, this can be through pollution or perhaps clearing great areas of forest or mangrove swamps or coastline for all sorts of purposes, plantations of palm oil trees, shrimp farms, tourism, landfill, etc. Extinction of species, this will lead to the collapse of food chains, and plastic. Can we do anything about these 4 horsemen ourselves? Well, heat, yes, we can help quite a bit in this regard. We can install LED lights, put on another jumper instead of whacking up the heating and wandering around the house in a floaty peignoir. Put a lid on every saucepan. Use the microwave whenever possible to reduce cooking times. Justify every car journey by doing as many jobs in one outing as we possibly can. Turn off that patio heater. Dismantle that hot tub. Degradation, can we avoid that? Yes, we can avoid stuff with palm oil, and we can think carefully about where we go on holidays. We can stop washing chemicals into the sewage system if we wear clothes more than once, or more than twice, or even more than that. We can use far less washing products, and we can give up using unnecessary fabric conditioners. We can stop buying fast fashion. Extinction of species is harder for us to influence as individuals, but don't buy teak garden furniture, avoid palm oil, and stop buying farmed salmon. In fact, we could probably stop buying salmon. Finally, plastic. We can do an awful lot as individuals to minimize plastics. There are any number of excellent websites which give all sorts of advice on how to give up plastics. We can, buy fruit and veg at the market. bring your own container to the butcher, only buy soft drinks in cans or glass bottles, and never, never, never buy another bottle of water. Above all, we need to reuse, repurpose, and stop assuming that new will make us happy. This pandemic, whilst it's been bloody awful and especially miserable for the elderly or anyone living alone and all those with health problems and jobs in the health service, it has been quite educational for a lot of us. What do we miss most? Well, I think most people would answer that they miss family and friends. We miss social interaction far more than we miss things. Isn't this a good time now to evaluate what's really important? What's really important to us? Let's recalibrate. Is it really going to materially affect your life if you eat potatoes instead of quinoa? Or if you go to Italy by train instead of flying to Indonesia? Or you go to a party in an old outfit instead of something new, cheap and disposable? You see, what the pandemic seems to have demonstrated is that our society has been increasingly predicated on an increasingly trivial and increasingly desperate cycle of spending. It's not just companies that are to blame. Editorials and advertorials in magazines and supplements urge us to rethink our spaces, reinvent our look, and show us how we can recreate the Kardashian lifestyle in our own homes. Do we want that? No, really? No. We want hugs. We want the things we can't have now. Hugs from friends and family. But marketing still tells us that a perfect, better, more hygienic life is on offer if only we'll buy this product or replace that. And so we usher in the 4 horsemen: heat, degradation, extinction, and plastic. And the driver of these 4 horsemen is growth. We have created a society that is predicated on the idea that growth is not only good, it is absolutely to be desired and striven for. A Google search for grow your business produces over 1 million results. It can't go on. Growth is the ultimate shit you don't need. Well, sadly, I've learned that nagging makes absolutely no difference. No matter how much you try to explain to friends and loved ones how deeply in trouble we are and say how we need to pay attention to our everyday actions, people say, but what can we do? Well, there's no point unless China's on board. I take comfort in the fact that I'm not alone. If I've given up using chemical cleaning products in exchange for vinegar and bicarb, so have lots of you. So we have to start fixing our own lives, and then we have to make a nuisance of ourselves in whatever way is available to us. But I'm 68, and at 68, I think I'm a little old to start sleeping up a tree to stop a motorway, sadly. But I really, really admire the people who do. What I can do is challenge and ask annoying questions. I can write to my MP, and I do, don't I, Victoria? I can tweet corporate bad behavior. I can unwrap unnecessary packaging in my supermarket and leave it for them to dispose of. I find that pushing a trolley full of empty packaging towards an employee and saying very politely, I didn't need any of this, thank you, well, it leaves me with a warm glow. Every action needs examining, and every inaction too. If there are enough of us, and if we have the courage to change, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dillie. That was fascinating, and it's exactly kind of like as brilliant as I was hoping it would be. Thank you for joining us this morning. We have a few questions, but firstly, just want to say, it really spoke to me. One of the two of the key themes of the conference is is myth busting and practical takeaways. And your talk kind of enveloped both of those and really spoke about them. And this whole thing about just once, I'll just do it once, it's something that I do with cleaning products. These kind of like bacterial wipes, I'll just do it once on this occasion. It's something we're all guilty of. How do we kind of snap out of that?
Well, the thing to do is to Google. Google the behemoth is possibly one of the shit. We don't need things. We need to use other search engines as well. But anyway, search on the internet for answers, because it's all out there. I mean, I'm not saying anything original. I'm saying stuff that I've worked quite hard to find stuff. Because I've researched so many subjects now, but there are all sorts of ideas out there of how to change.
Yeah. Well, we need to do the work. I think
yes,
what sustainability.
So if you want to find an alternative cleaning product, you can find. I mean, I subscribe to a company called EcoVibe, who will post me all sorts of fantastic things for cleaning. We use these little sort of leaves of washing powder. It's not washing powder; it's a sort of washing leaf, and you just throw that into the machine, and your clothes come out wonderfully clean. It's got no biological whatever it is components, and it's incredibly good, and it's in a little packet, so even the packaging is reduced. So the answers are all out there.
The answers are out there, but we just need the will to make the change, and that's something that we looked at part one of our event series. We have, fast fashion. Fast fashion is another one that I know that I really need to address. And it's kind of, if we just work through them bit by bit and do our bit individually, we can really make a difference. Bob had a comment in the chat box. I work in the tourism sector. I would like to see people seeking more sustainable holidays that are truly green. What's your thoughts on that, Dillie?
Well, yes. Funnily enough, but we were going to go to Italy by train this year in order to avoid, using an airplane seat. We didn't go anywhere this year, unfortunately, because of COVID. But that's been a good thing for the planet, that the airline industry. I feel very sorry for everybody working in the airline industry. It's really terrible what's happening for people losing their jobs. But we have to see the good side as well, which is that the carbon emissions are far, far less than they were this time last year.
It was crazy. They were having to tap the receptors to check they were working. It's possible for it to go down. Bob also said possible feature on your blog about sustainable holidays.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Carl actually spoke at part one of our event series. Carl is LSBU alumni, and Carl wanted to know about. Had a comment about B-days. To have lots more B-days would be better. They now make toilets and B-days in one. Never thought of this as a great way to reduce cutting down trees and producing toilet paper. On the subject of toilet paper, someone asks in the Q&A box, what's the alternative to loo paper, which does not create blockage in the sewers?
About 18 months ago, I ordered 10 boxes of Who Gives a Crap paper, and it's made from bamboo, and we're still getting through it, and we've given 2 of those boxes away. The house was littered with loo paper. It's an incredibly useful and good loo paper because it's incredibly tightly bound, and you notice the difference between that and the sort of the velvet and the cushelle and all the luxury stuff is very loosely bound, so you get through it really quickly. Whereas this is incredibly tightly bound, and so a loo roll lasts a long time. We also have a bidet, which when we were building this house, I insisted on putting in. So I'm a great bidet user myself. That's probably enough for people who want to know anything about my bottom habits.
Well, I mean, you know, when you go on holiday in Europe, they're kind of like, you know, you see them less frequently now. But you know, why don't we have them here? It's strange, isn't it, when you think about it? A couple of people in the chat box have said about bamboo toilet paper being the way forward, and there's a couple of useful links in there. So please do check out the chat box. Jasmine asked, does Dillie have a list of products she uses?
Well, I use far fewer products than I ever did. I get bars of shampoo from Lush. So they've got lots of quite good shampoos there. I shampoo my hair. I used to wash my hair every day. And I can't believe I did. I now wash it about once every 5-6 days. So bar shampoo is very good. It's got no packaging as well, which is excellent. I use this, and I can't remember what it's called, but maybe I'll put it on my website. But you get it from Eco Vibe, and that's for it's called True Earth washing leaves. They're fantastic. And the rest, I mean, I don't really use an enormous amount of cleaning products. You know, I think wiping down with the clean hot cloth does just as good a job as spraying something. I've always been nervous about sprays and things like that because I don't know what's happening in the air, what's going up my nostrils. You know, science doesn't know everything yet. And when you consider that nanoplastics are a very recent discovery, you know, I think we don't know what happens when we use aerosols. So I've never used aerosols. And I just wipe down. And the other thing is that when you've wiped something down with a sort of super hygienic stuff, cleaning product, seconds later, the various bacteria in the air are going to settle on that surface. So, you know, what's the point, really?
Fair. I definitely am guilty of using far too many sprays. Someone has raised their hand, so we're just going to go to them. John McKay, I believe you have a question. We're just going to go live to you. No, John? Cool. We'll go over to one in the chat box then.
Maybe John's on mute still.
He is on mute, so we'll ask John to unmute. We'll go to Kelly's question in the chat box first. Potatoes over quinoa. What's the problem with quinoa? Not defending it, just curious.
Quinoa. Well, I am in the process of researching this at the moment, but one of the things that that alerted me to the quinoa thing is that quinoa is grown naturally in very quite high places, and it's a staple food throughout South America for people in indigenous peoples. And the fact that quinoa is sold so well in the Western world, because, you know, all those hipsters in Williamsburg think it's an incredible superfood, you know? It's meant that the price has gone up for locals, so it's really, really hard for them to buy their own native food, and we don't really need it. And it's also, it comes from very, very far away. Now, I know people are trying to grow quinoa here, so fine. If the quinoa comes from the UK, then by all means you can eat it. But I haven't eaten quinoa for quite some time since I discovered that it's pushed the price up catastrophically for South American people, a lot of South American people.
It has actually. One of our speakers for part 3, Grace, who runs, she's got a blog called Green Soul Grace. She also has a podcast, and she talks about a lot of the foods, you know, a lot of the superfoods that are being sold in kind of like the superfood markets are really guilty of that, not just on a packaging level, but looking at kind of holistic sustainability and climate justice, and how it really does kind of impact massively on those communities, and being able to kind of like own their own cultures and traditions around food.
Yes, avocado is another example of a superfood, the smashed avocado with the poached egg on top, you know, on toast, the favorite of Cafe Society. Avocados, the avocado industry in Peru and Mexico, it just makes your hair curl. It's terrifying what they're doing. They're overplanting it, the degradation of areas, huge areas that mean that because it takes so much water to grow, liters and liters and gallons of liters to grow one avocado. And so it's draining water away from already dry areas. There's a tremendous amount of smuggling. There's a lot of intimidation of small farmers, people having to move away from their areas. It's really terrifying. So if you see an avocado has come from Peru or Mexico, please don't buy it, because you're supporting a really bad industry that's doing no good for the planet.
It's fascinating. There's so much information that we just simply don't know. Kenny also shares a comment, DuckDuckGo instead of Google, Signal instead of WhatsApp. Take the power away from two of the big advertising behemoths. Thanks for that, Kenny, for your tip. We've got a couple of comments in the chat box, Dillie. Jenny says, so compelling. Never will buy any toilet paper that I could strangle a puppy with ever again. Cheeky Panda Loo Roll tissues. Are they a good company?
Who?
Cheeky Panda Loo Roll and tissues. I don't know if you've heard
I don't know. Cheeky Panda is new to me. I'm sure it sounds like it's going to be bamboo. Of course, the problem with bamboo toilet paper is that it has to come from China. So it's coming an awful long way to do its service in this country. But bamboo is the ultimate thing to plant, because it grows at a rate of about 1 foot a day. So you aren't doing so much ecological damage. And you can buy, by the way, you can buy bidet attachments for your loo, I gather. I haven't got one because I've got a separate bidet, lucky me. But you can buy separate bidet attachments. So those are worth researching.
Brilliant. Interesting comment about bamboo, actually. Within our School of Built Environment and Architecture, there's a lot of work going on around using bamboo as an alternative material in construction. So we saw some great things about that at the last event. Mike says, brilliant, Dillie. There is an extra benefit of who gives a crap loo paper. Our daughter was the first fan of it in our family. If you take a picture of the packaging, then it makes a handy meme for posting on social media posts that deserve this treatment.
Oh, right. Well, I will take I'll start doing that. I'm off to take a photograph of my loo.
We've got a couple more questions. What was the name of the firm manufacturing velvet? I didn't catch it, please.
Essity, Essity.
Essity, perfect. We'll share that in the chat box shortly. And Isabel asks, I'm always terrified to see apples coming from very far away in the supermarkets. Why so? Why
well, terrified to see apples. Well, they're stored. They're stored in these extraordinary warehouses, which they managed to take all the oxygen out of the warehouses, I think. And so they're I don't know. I mean, we want everything out of season, don't we? We want strawberries in January and apples in May. And actually, we've got to start learning to live with the seasons as well. Apples, there should be a lot of apples in the shops now. It's apple season, and they do store very well, in fairness. I remember seeing an old apple house when I was young in somebody's garden because they had lots of apple trees, and it was the most beautiful construction. It was about 6 foot 7 foot at the apex, and it was shaped like that, and it had holes all around the sides, and it was a little circular cabin, and with shelves inside. And the holes in the sides kept the air going through them, so they kept apples till May.
Oh, amazing.
It was.
Yeah, that's super. See, there's so much that people can do themselves as well, and I think that's the other thing as well. It's and Bob also comments buy companies that give back, buy from companies that give back to society. Who gives a crap, for example, give 50% of their profits to build toilet facilities in the developing world. So researching ethical companies, I guess that's something that you also do quite a lot of.
Yes, I do. And I try to, I try in the blog to offer alternatives. I'm obviously not going to give an alternative to patio heaters or hot tubs, because I don't think we should be heating the outside. We're heating the air, all the way to Alpha Centauri, really. We should buy. There's somebody, Jenny, has said, flowers, don't buy imported plants that bring in disease and plant pathogens. I think we are getting wiser about that sort of thing. And try not to buy so many plants because the pots can't be recycled. I don't know why they won't recycle plants. I can't get to the bottom of that. But if we can organize, say, plant swaps with friends and learn how to graft a plant, learn how to grow from seed, etc. It's all out there on YouTube. Actually, YouTube is a fantastic tool for learning. If you want to learn any gardening tip, it's all there. And there are flower companies now that only do native flowers or flowers grown here, and they'll send you, it'll be an autumnal bunch of flowers that you'll get, but that's a good thing too.
Absolutely. And this wanting things that are out of season and just wanting. Are we just too greedy? I know that one of your key messages was leave a gap between wanting and having. Are we just too greedy as a society?
I think we're just sort of indulged like children. I want it, it's there on the shelf, I'll buy it. Yes, we don't leave enough of a gap between wanting and having. I mean, one of the things that's really useful to do is always go to the supermarket if you shop in supermarkets with a list and stick rigidly to the list. Then you will buy far fewer things that you don't need. I send my other half to the supermarket with the list. He comes back with all sorts of things that weren't on it. Oh, well, so that means I tend to do the shopping if I can.
My tip is never go to the supermarket hungry is one. I always try and have dinner before I go.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I'm going to do that. Yes,
otherwise you never know what's going in that basket. Dillie, we're almost out of time, but if you could just sum up just two things. If you could sum up the top three things, the top three items in shit you don't need, just off the top of your head.
Farmed salmon, antibacterial laundry cleanser, and toilet paper.
Okay, fantastic. And what message would you like to leave our audience with today?
Keep trying, keep hoping.
Keep trying and hoping. Fantastic. Dillie, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you this morning and kind of like speaking in the run up to this. Do check out Dillie's eco blog. I will share it in the chat box just now. Thanks so much for being our opening keynote speaker. It's been amazing. And I don't think I've ever said the word shit so much at an academic conference before. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll be in touch soon. Take care.
Thank you, and thank you all for watching.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been
very honoured to be here. Very honoured indeed.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we hope to catch up with you again soon. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dillie. Next up, we have Jasmine Pradissitto. Jasmine is an artist and visiting lecturer at LSBU, and Jasmine was also one of our co-organisers of part one of the Sustainability and Climate Action event series at LSBU. Jasmine, I'd like to welcome you for your talk.
Unmute. Start video. Okay. Am I here?
I can hear you. I can't see you just yet.
Okay. Okay, you cannot start the video. Why does it say the host? Oh, you need to start my video.
Ah, there you go.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Thanks for joining us this morning. Great to see you. Great to welcome you back.
Thank you for having me. And Dillie, can I just say that was utterly brilliant. So that was, I enjoyed every moment of that. So well done, Neil, for inviting Dillie. That was
great start to the conference. So Jasmine, you are someone who is very much around using creativity to kind of tackle our consumption. You're interested in, you're an artist, you're a scientist, and you're interested in fashion, and I know this is all something that you bring into your work, so really excited to hear from you this morning.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you.
I'll hand over to you.
I'll begin. Okay, I'm going to put a presentation on in a moment, but what was very interesting about listening to Dillie was giving us the alternatives, the alternative things that we could possibly use. And what I'm going to kind of talk about is why we should change our behavior, and that quick fix, how can we replace it with something else? A very short story just before I kind of launch into things. But in the 18th century, Frederick the Great, who was the king of Prussia, had a problem with people not having enough food to eat and bread being incredibly expensive. And he wanted his peasants to eat potatoes. But the problem was that the peasants thought of potatoes as dirty and not particularly nice looking vegetables. And they refused to eat them. And Frederick the Great probably pulled off one of the greatest rebranding things of all time. And this is where I think the whole consumerism, climate change thing kind of needs rebranding. He gave instructions to his guards to plant the royal gardens with potatoes, so they became highly desirable, highly guarded. But he also told the guards to turn a blind eye every time a peasant would come into the garden to steal a potato. Lo and behold, they suddenly went, oi, oi, I want some of these royal potatoes. And this was how the potato was introduced into Prussia, and it completely took over. And all of a sudden they had a very cheap kind of, food to eat. That to me is a brilliant bit of advertising. And Dillie was also talking about the power of advertising and branding, which is, again, something that I want to mention. But yes, as Neil said, great affection for LSBU. I did my first degree there before going off to UCL to do my PhD. Always wanted to be an artist as well as a scientist. And environmentalism has crept up on me. It wasn't intentional, but after 20 years of working with undergraduates and children and public speaking, goodness me, all over the place, I realized that creative thinking is not only the future, it's not only the next conceptual sort of revolution that's going to take us into, how we can save the planet, but it's enormously good fun, right? So how are we going to replace our need for things? So that's one of the things I want to tackle. So let me just see if I can. Right. I hope that's working. F5. Yes, so this is me. This is me with a sculpture that's recently been installed at the Horniman Museum. And it's made out of a material that was not intended for sculpture. So I've been spending the last 3 years on research and development. It's an amazing material because one of its side effects is that it can absorb vast quantities of nitrogen dioxide. Nitrogen dioxide, to kind of shorten it, is called NOx. NOx is the thing that's responsible for exacerbating asthma and breathing difficulties. And this being planted in it was a specially created garden at the Horniman by Wes Shaw, the horticulturist there. The idea of the garden was that it was there to plant plants that bees love, because we now know that excess pollution, stops bees finding their pollinating flowers. So for me, this was a dream project because I suddenly realized that a piece of public art, if it's put in the right environment, can not only get people to kind of stop and think, but it can improve things. And I guess I'm now driven, really, I'm compelled to create work that is saying something about the society that we currently have and the society that I ideally would love us to see kind of create. And if you think, I was just reading a couple of figures, but I don't want to be too negative, but something like we create 2 billion tons of waste a year. 99% of the things that we buy are only used for 6 months. And something like 3 out of 5 items of fashion end up in landfill. You realize that we're kind of consuming, one, because of the power of advertising, but two, because there's obviously something happening in the brain. We're obviously getting some sort of hit from it. And this is where I think creativity can be a wonderful replacement. I just want to play this because recently, because of the Horniman sculpture, I've been doing an awful lot of interviews. And this one, it's coming out this week, but it's about joy. I'm just going to, it's very, very brief.
Once had an equation for joy, right? And I remember writing this down as one of my really ancient tweets. So I think I wrote that joy equals passion plus activity plus creativity. And I thought, if you find your purpose, and I believe everyone has their purpose, you will kind of find your joy. And when you find that, you don't need to get your dopamine. Once had an equation for joy.
Sorry. Let me just
right,
get rid of that.
I remember.
Right. So yeah, this idea of what joy is, I guess that was kind of a slightly immature version of what I thought joy was. I now believe that joy is the stuff that actually happens in between the other things. You know, that thing where you kind of go, I will be happy when I am half a stone lighter. I will be happy when I have a big, I will be that, yeah, that kind of delaying things, again, I think is perhaps one of the reasons that we consume the way that we do. I need to keep an eye on the time as well. So if you think of the various kind of revolutions that we've had, from the agricultural to the industrial to obviously the information, we're now entering what many people believe is the conceptual age. I'm fortunate enough to kind of speak to a huge number of very, very, very people. A lot of them are futurists and future thinkers. And of course, with all the technology that we have, one of the things that this wonderful quote was by E.O. Wilson. E.O. Wilson is a naturalist, and he lost sight in one eye when he was a child, and the sight in the other eye was not particularly good. So when you think, I always think of artists as people who truly have to learn how to look at things. Wilson kind of got down really low. He would look at ants, he would look at green things. His perception of the world was very different to the rest of ours, purely because his eyesight was limited. But one of his most beautiful quotes, and one that I think is incredibly prevalent at the moment, is that, you know, we are Paleolithic creatures. Ultimately, we're quite primeval in our needs, you know, and we are living with medieval institutions. Again, the timing of this conference, as the elections happen in the USA, go to demonstrate that. But we have godlike technology, and we haven't had the conversations. We haven't had the conversations about the ethics of this or why we're doing things. And it is a perfect storm. And of course, it's also a distraction. So for me, in order to be able to transform, it's about our perception. And being creative is all about perception. This is a render of something I call the planetary puffer, which I'm scaling up at the moment. My work really does kind of veer between the very dark and the very light. I don't know if that's me as a physicist, sort of always dealing with paradox, that kind of, you know, as I was before, or whether it's the dystopian versus the utopian. I do kind of think we're at the middle, we're at this sort of the middle point, the pivot, if you like. But one of the things about COVID, about what we have just been through and what we're going to enter again, is that it is enormously scary. I have elderly parents. I worry about this just as much as anyone else. But the side effects, the gratitude that it has allowed me to feel, you know, the bluer skies, fewer aeroplanes, people going out for walks, people helping one another. This puffer is kind of designed to remind us of that. It's almost like a memorial, really, to what we're still going through with all of this. And so this is where we come to drawings and perception and thinking differently. As a visual thinker, I think it's so much easier sometimes just to have a drawing and this little person who's walking up a hill, and it's really hard work, but you kind of tip it on its side. Shreddies did this in America. They rebranded the square, actually another bit of branding brilliance. How could they get new consumers? They literally took the square Shreddy and turned it on its side, and then they remarketed it as the diamond Shreddy. Wow, that again, another bit of brilliance. And in order to be able to do things like this, we obviously we have to converge on solutions. When you think of the problems that we have on the planet at the moment, we have to find solutions. But before we do that, I'm a great believer that we have to diverge outwards. We have to think in ways that we've never thought before. We have to revert back to childhood thinking, if you like. And one of the activities I do a lot with my students, and also a lot of businesses do, is things like taking a paper clip. Have a go yourselves. How can you reuse a paper clip in the most weird and wonderful ways, from, you know, creating a hook for a fish, to being a zipper thing, to putting it on your desk so that if you feel you're falling asleep, it will poke you in the eye. You know, the more bizarre, the better. Because the problem often with ideas is that we tend to judge them, and children don't do that. This is why children are so incredibly creative. So, going back to kind of some of the things that I am trying to address before I kind of go into how we can all do this. These are a pair of hands. These are actually my son's hands holding an asthma puffer. Because again, our perception changes when something becomes personal. I think part of the problem with the whole climate change discussion is that it's not become personal enough for many of us yet. And sometimes we have to think, you know, I'm going to try and step into the shoes of somebody who lives on the equator, for example, or halfway across the world, who is experiencing this in a far worse way than I am, before it really hits us. And my perception of all of this literally changed overnight when my son Kieran, who's what now, 22, had an asthma attack which he'd never really had before. And it allowed me to sit and think about the nature of the breath. And I know we have all this sort of, you know, mindfulness, thinking about the breath. I don't do it from that point of view. I'm far too much of a dopamine junkie, which I will again talk about in a moment. But the simple act of breathing in and out, 9 out of 10 people on our planet do not have sufficiently clean air. And so when I kind of listen to the billionaires and the you know, people with a huge amount of money thinking, where can I go and live on this planet so I can escape the apocalypse? There is nowhere, right? It's going to affect us all. So these hands, again, this sculpture, if it was in an average sized room, would probably clean the room of NOx for about 60 years. But as I say, this material was not intended for this use. And I started working with it as an art material so that I could get, one, this material out there, NOx Tech by Alcitech, but two, for me, it's always about experimentation. How can I use things differently? How can I change the perception about things? And again, these are, I do, lots of articles now as well. So this is something called a cyanotype. I'm also creating things called blueprints for the future. So these are 2-dimensional works, and they're created using 18th century techniques and using the sun. This came about because every time I went to the museum, the vegetation had changed and the flowers had changed, and photography wasn't doing it justice. And so I started looking at the way that botanists and biologists would capture flowers and plants and things by putting them on this chemical paper and then putting it out in the sunshine. But for me, I'm trying to create a blueprint for the future based on the gods and goddesses of the past. Again, I think if we were to look at indigenous practices, we have to look at the way that farming and various other things happen throughout the world. My father still plants by the moon in Italy. Stuff that we really didn't listen to before, and we're kind of realizing that actually, if we can go back to ancient techniques, we can change the way we do things. So let me give you an example. Okay, so I was working at one point with an art agency called MTR, and the idea was to take art out of galleries and sort of, you know, the normal sort of elite places that we see art, and bring it to where everyone could experience it. And I really, through this particular project, I have really learned the power of communicating through the visual. So you can actually see these bottles on I don't get a commission or anything now, but you do see them in the supermarket. But Method UK are owned by Ecover, so an awful lot of you will know Ecover. And I remember when I was asked to help rebrand the bottles in a limited edition artist set of bottles, my initial thing, and again, I was as guilty as anyone of kind of going, I don't want to do cleaning fluids. And then I started speaking to them, and I realized that the bottles were genuinely made out of recycled pellets that they tried to use as sort of clean materials in there. I helped to design the fragrance, but more importantly, that I could put a message on the bottle, which was all to do with biodiversity. Pollution doesn't just affect us, it affects the teeniest, tiniest creatures. I was actually looking at George Monbiot's article on, I think it was Rewilding 2013, something like that. And famously, I can't remember where it was, but they reintroduced wolves, and the ultimate outcome was that the river actually changed its direction. This idea that everything is interconnected, every creature, every bit of flora and fauna. If you allow your lawn just to be 10 centimeters high, which is great because it gives you an excuse not to have to cut it, you are giving teeny tiny creatures places to hibernate throughout the winter. So yeah, my particular method bottles are covered in butterflies, and the butterfly, of course, also represents metamorphosis. Psyche, the goddess of the soul, was turned into a butterfly because of her sufferings. And for me, this is another wonderful metaphor for how society needs to change. I do enjoy, I'll tell you why I enjoy fashion. I don't really buy new things, but the reason I enjoy it is for 20 odd years, I would be driving all over the country to various schools to deliver workshops throughout the day. Invariably at lunchtime, I didn't want to sit in the staff room because I didn't know anyone. So I would always go for a walk. And I would always go for a walk down the high streets, and I would experience, very different shops and different environments. And of course, then I started to get a love of secondhand shops. Now, of course, it's called vintage, but it wasn't called vintage in those days. And I started to look for clothes that I hadn't seen before. For me, I don't enjoy shopping at the best of times. I think I'm so overwhelmed with creative thoughts day in and day out that if you put me in a shop and ask me to choose, I just can't cope. I literally turn around and walk out again. If I go shopping for food, it takes me about 20 minutes because I just can't cope with all the choices. And recently I've started wearing a lot of color, but before that it was wearing black. And again, I think it's because making lots of creative choices, it's much easier to wear black. But I did work with one fashion house during Milan Design Week. And again, the reason I agreed to that was I thought, how can I get them to start thinking about how we reuse, how we reuse and we relove or we upcycle. So I created a large number of butterflies using the university's help. And I do love the uni because I can get to do all my technical stuff there. So thank you. So these are all butterflies made out of discarded plastics. And they're also covered in the stuff that florists put on, when you get that lovely shiny sort of, plasticky stuff. It's wonderful for transmitting colored light. So this was a great installation. And again, I was trying to raise awareness about the miracle that is the butterfly, really. And finally, last year, I'm not a hat wearer, never been to Ascot, but we were working with the Butterfly Conservation Centre at the time. And again, this hat is made out of disused plastics. It was made with an amazing milliner called Carrie Jenkinson. And the idea was, this is Serena Churchill. This is Winston Churchill's great-granddaughter. Winston Churchill, strangely enough, kept butterflies. He had a great big collection of live butterflies, although there is a very famous story where, I hate the idea of anything that can fly being trapped, but he did allow them all to go free. But it was quite wonderful that Serena agreed to wear this hat at Ascot because she could go into the Royal Circle. We got quite a lot of advertising for it. But again, it was trying to communicate something incredibly important, but not with the stick. It was with the carrot. Because I just believe the carrot works much, much better than the stick. And it was inspired by various watercolors. And then there's another one of my pieces at the bottom, which is called To Pin a Butterfly, again, made out of recycled plastics and using my physics background. So, okay. So how does this apply to everyone else? Kintsugi is something I have been interested in. I don't do it myself, but I'm fascinated by Japanese culture anyway. The fact that it's slow and it's about the moment, and that every single object is imbued with a soul or a meaning. I love this idea. And for the Japanese, if something is broken, it actually has more value than when it was brand new. And I absolutely love that idea. So kintsugi is the art of taking a broken thing and fixing it. And they don't just fix it with glue, they will fix it with precious metals like gold and silver and things like this, but mostly gold. And then when it's fixed, it has more meaning and more value than it did before, because obviously the objects that we keep, and as Dillie was saying, we all probably have far more things than we should, but there are reasons that we hang on to certain things, and that's because they literally transport us back to a moment in time, or a relationship, or a thing, or something that created great happiness. And we can all fix things. As Dillie said, I absolutely love YouTube. A few weeks ago, I had to unblock my drain. I had no idea how to do it. Looked it up on YouTube, got a big long hook. I was so proud of myself. I thought it was great. I could do this. There are so many things on YouTube about fixing, mending, recycling. This first came to my mind when I did a creativity fellowship at Derby Silk Mill Museum, and at the back of the museum they had a workshop, a making workshop, which was a place that anyone could come to with things that were broken, and they could use the laser cutters, they could use the CNC, they could get technical help in getting things fixed. And again, I think the minute that you start to invest some of yourself in this, it becomes a thing of meaning, and you can't possibly bin it. Because if it's your sofa or whatever, you remember all the times you've sat there, you know, vegetating, eating piles of carbohydrate and things like this. These things are imbued with memory and clothes, and that's the thing. I think it's realizing that it's almost like energy that's gone into these things. And this is Persephone, by the way. She's made out of corn leaves and again Noxtec. And this is just a series that I'm starting, and this idea of using dried vegetation, using things that, I mean, this work is now completely sustainable. Again, it wasn't my intention to be working like this. It just kind of happened. So where I have actually really started to get very interested in this is the chemicals that are released when you buy stuff and the chemicals that are released when you experience stuff. And this has become it's very personal to me. Again, on Friday I had an amazing piece of news. And by Friday evening, I had crashed so badly, I could literally not put one foot in front of the other. Now, I know about the power of dopamine. I'm going to talk about the act of creative thinking in a moment, but I know the power of dopamine when you have an idea, when you are working towards something and you have a breakthrough. And we now kind of, you know, it's a massive reward system to the brain, but you get the same dopamine hit, whether you're creating a painting or a piece of music, or as you do when you go and buy stuff. And in fact, the dopamine is really released as it's an anticipatory thing. So it's the anticipation of joy that releases it. So it makes you feel really good, but boy, you know, the bigger the dopamine hit, the more you crash. That was one thing. And I was doing some more reading for this talk, which is one of the reasons I love doing talks. It suddenly made sense because I really couldn't understand why I'd been hit over the head with a bat. That's how I felt. And the idea of flow is hugely addictive. When I'm going to be very simplistic here and talk about the left hand and the right hand side of the brain. That's really, really simple. But the left-hand side is the logical, rational, time-aware side of the brain. The right-hand side of the brain, which until very recently had been completely ignored by scientists, has no concept of time, is completely uninhibited. We can't manage it. We have to allow the conditions for it to work. But when you're in that side of your brain, you're in something called a state of flow, which is highly, highly addictive. And whether you're making or you're cooking or perhaps even just speaking to friends or going for a walk, if we could all experience far more flow, again, we wouldn't need to replace that kind of feeling of highness by buying stuff. Serotonin, and again, I didn't know this, you know, when we talk about the attitude of gratitude, serotonin is the happy chemical that you release when you re-experience things, which I didn't know. And also when you kind of literally go outside for a walk. So actually thanking, and just, you know, in your mind saying thank you. And I know it sounds corny, I really do, especially when things are a bit hard. Trust me, as an artist, I really know what that is like. but you got to remember to say thank you for the things that you do have. Fake it till you make it, I guess, is the other expression. And lastly, endorphins, which one of the ways that we've kind of coped with quarantine, one of the ways I guess we're going to continue coping, is we've got to get outside. You get endorphins from being outside, going for a walk. For me, it wouldn't be vast quantities of exercise, but I do love going for great big long walks. And we also get it through laughing. And I know on one of my bios, I say belly laughs are one of my favorite things in all the world. And they really, really are. There is nothing like a belly laugh. And I understand that now. It's kind of releasing endorphins. So let me just check on time. How am I doing for time? Oh, good. I've got another 10.
Like lots of time left.
Great. You know what it's like. You go off on a tangent. It's that creative thinking thing. Yes. So at the moment, as I say, this sort of, you can, if any of you are ever in Southeast London, please do pop into the Horniman, not just to see my sculpture. It's not just about that. Amazing gardens, a wonderful collection of work. But one of the other things I love about the Horniman is that they were the first museum to declare a culture emergency. And more museums are, like the Tate, Serpentine. So what that means is, because it's also businesses declared a culture emergency, music has declared that there are more and more people, and you can do it as an individual. You can actually, just log on and say, yeah, I'm going to think about this. And the more people we have, the more it will kind of, grow into a movement. But the idea is that the museum is fundamentally thinking about everything they do, from what their cups are made of, to can we justify transporting art or objects or whatever halfway around the world when we think of the footprint? And art is particularly bad for that. If you think of the vast quantities of money that are spent kind of transporting art around the world, but not just the art, all the people involved, this is something, again, that's going to have to change. And the great thing, again, about COVID is that so many museums and galleries have started to create virtual exhibitions. It also makes it far less elitist, which I love. So it means that anyone can wander around, the Metropolitan in New York. And even if you can't get to New York, or you don't want to fly to New York because you don't want to add to, the carbon footprint. So there is massive, this is paradigm shifting stuff. And when I talk about paradigm shifting creativity, and this is the type of change that we experienced, when we had relativity, when Picasso started his cubism and things like this, or when Jobs and the mobile phone. This is so shifting for our history, but it doesn't happen overnight. Big paradigm shifting acts of creativity or change happen from cumulative, tiny creative acts every day. And I bang on about this all the time, because if you're somebody who sleeps on the left-hand side of the bed, tonight, sleep on the right-hand side of the bed. It will feel uncomfortable. But every time you do something that challenges your routine, you're creating new neural pathways. You are actually creating small acts of creativity. When you then bring it into your profession and you start collaborating with other people, these are medium-sized acts of creativity. And again, I'm a great believer in the power of collaboration and cross-fertile thinking. We can no longer do things on our own. You need people who don't think like you to make you diverge, to make you do that paperclip thing I mentioned at the beginning really, really well. But if we can do little acts every day, like wear odd socks, or for me recently, I'm not wearing black anymore, I'm trying to wear color, little creative acts, I tell you what, when they accumulate, and I remember reading somewhere that we only need something like 3% of the population to actually go out and become active and require change to actually make things happen, which I find very exciting. So I just want to very quickly talk about the 4 stages of creativity, because everyone is creative. I wish I had a pound for every time somebody says I'm not creative, because they imagine it means that they have to produce a masterpiece or compose a symphony or something ridiculous like that. You're creative every time you open your fridge and you go, oh, what? I've got 1 tin of beer, 1 bit of cheese and an egg. What am I going to make? That's being creative. You're creative when you get dressed in the morning. You're creative when you decide what makeup you're going to put on. You're creative when you think, which way am I going to drive to work, or whatever it is that you're going to do. We do it all day, every day, but we don't think about it. once I understood this process, this really liberated me, because as an artist, I used to worry about one day not being inspired. I used to think, well, supposing tomorrow I wake up and I don't have any inspiration. But when I understood how this works, I call this the mind minestrone. So if you get given an idea, and again, at the moment, it's how do we tackle this great big problem? We have the information. As Dillie said, the science is there, but the problem is people are not listening to the scientists. So perhaps they're going to have to listen to the creatives. They're going to have to listen to people who don't do the science. But if we can prepare, if we can fill our minds with information, we then go and do the beautiful act of incubation. And this is called the 3 Bs. This is the point at which you might sleep and wake up with an answer. You might have a shower or have a bath and wake up with an answer. You might go for a walk, clean the cupboards, build some Lego. Those automatic things where you're not really thinking, that's where the really clever stuff happens in the brain. Right? And I used to hate cleaning. I still do. But now I see cleaning as an act of incubation. And if it's like one of the big massive cleans that takes a week, which I don't do very often, I'll be honest, that's when I'm incubating something really big. And then you're rewarded with the eureka, the big dopamine hit to the brain, which, as I say, is highly, highly addictive. I am, without a shadow of a doubt, an ideas junkie. And then doing the scientific process, we have to verify, and then we go back and do the process again. Designers use something called the double diamond, where they diverge, they converge, and then they diverge again. That will give you the most creative kind of result. But we all do it. And we need to stay childlike if we want to be creative. And children, they don't give a monkeys if their trees are purple, go outside the edges. NASA did a whole load of research in the 70s where they were looking at genius, and they were measuring genius in terms of the ability to think divergently. 98% of kids before the age of 7 are genius in their thinking, right? 98%. That's huge. So what the bloody hell happens between you're grown up and when you're grown up, only 2% of people are genius. Somewhere along the line, we become inhibited, or we become what we think is an expert. And I'm as guilty as anyone else, but I am forever trying to re-examine my bias, my perception. I do try and think, hang on a minute. And this idea of metacognition, I've also become very interested in. So metacognition is the idea of thinking about thinking, thinking about how I think, which might sound a bit navel sort of, dwelling, but it's knowing that something is cropping up, or knowing that you're repeating your script and then re-examining it. Because of course kids don't have a script because they haven't been around long enough. So they are completely open to the awe and wonder of everything, not judging your ideas, not thinking, oh God, if I'm going to create something, it has to be perfect. No, it really doesn't. No one needs to see it. If you want to upcycle something or change something, maybe learn the skills, but don't worry about it. And I guess as both as an artist and scientist, it's always been as awe and wonder for me. The awe of I understand a rainbow through the physics, but that doesn't matter. I will still pull over in the car and think, oh my God, it's magic, right? And that's the thing. We have to become more childlike. I was listening to the Dalai Lama the other day, and his new mantra at the moment is trying to how do we make the 7 billion feel as one? So this idea of feeling as one. And this Maslow, again, I won't go through this in too much detail, but to get the 7 billion to feel as one, to realize that one other person's experience is personal to you as well, is the pinnacle of this pyramid, this self-transcendence, the point at which, because we talk about self-awareness and trying to understand how we think, but that's still about the I. I do live in hope, and I try, and I'm not always very successful, but not thinking about the I, but thinking about the we. But the problem is, if you look at the lower bit of the pyramid, that idea of water and air and things, that's why we need to address this so desperately. If we are going to become these amazing humans, if we're going to evolve to the next level, we have to be able to sustain the most, fundamental of our needs. And it's all very well called, kind of being mindful and this, that, and the other. If when you turn the tap, the water doesn't come out, I can assure you it's incredibly hard to be creative and kind of elevate yourself to those levels. So we need a certain amount of stuff. Now I realize that I'm sort of running on, so I'm just going to I'm just going to leave you with one thing that I'm just going to read this out. Dan Pink was a speechwriter for the White House. Again, incredibly good timing. He wrote a book called The Future Belongs to Right-Hand Side Thinkers. And that book filled me with enormous hope, because if you think of the past and the Industrial Revolution, and as Dillie also said, this idea of eternal growth, it's unsustainable. The environment is a stakeholder. We have to recognize Gaia as such. You know, she is a stakeholder that should get her dividends back, and we need to refill her. And if we can start thinking like that, if we can start realizing that actually it is the empathizers, it's the artists, it's the pattern makers, it's the poets, it's the carers. We saw that with COVID as well, and we will see it again. The people that we, on the whole, disregard, they're the ones that are actually going to help us into the future, because the future is, as I say, one of concept. It's a conceptual future in which it'll be about stories, purpose, empathy, playing, meaning. So yeah, I mean, actually, I don't need to read it because I've just kind of said it out loud. But I do want to leave you with that, because ultimately I am hoping that this is a piece that I made called Plastic Planet. Plastics are amazing materials. I have used them for art, but obviously they're not particularly good for our planet. But I was looking at plastic from a different perspective, if you like. But I'm hoping that if we can realize that we can get the same highs from making, reusing, reloving, recycling, doing things together that we would from shopping, that we won't need to consume as much anymore. Okay. I think I will stop now, Neil. I've got 10 minutes, haven't I?
You have. I'm just going to join you. 2 seconds. There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Jasmine, so much. Always brilliant to hear. You know, you've got such a way of kind of encouraging people to delve into that kind of creative side that they don't think they naturally have. How do people check into it? Now, you've kind of like talked about kind of like, you know, some of the things like with the paperclip activity, but how can you encourage people to get over their inhibitions and indulge that childlike side? Because I think that's probably something that holds us back massively, is that kind of like, I can't do this, I'm not creative. How can you encourage people to get over that?
I think, first of all, you have to have that metacognition moment, that moment of you think, why am I thinking the way? Okay, so I'll give you, again, I've mentioned this in a previous talk. This happened to me when I went back to art college, because I was trying to understand the language of art. You know, scientists, I didn't understand what they were talking about. And for 2 years, I kept painting the way that I'd always painted people and you know, figuratively. I kept my PhD literally in a locked box in my head, and I left it when I entered art college. It had nothing to do with art. And then one day I had a brilliant tutor, and sometimes you just need a bit of encouragement. And I guess that's why I spend my life trying to give people permission to do this. And David came in and he went, I've just found out that you've got a PhD in physics. Why are you not using this in your work? And I remember saying this, I'm running a business, I've got a kid, to all intents and purposes, I am a grown-up, right, who's able to make decisions. And I remember saying out loud, oh God, am I allowed to do that? And I've never, ever forgotten that, Neil. And it literally changed my work overnight. So I think everyone needs to know that, you know what? You are allowed to do it. It really doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if somebody gets to see it. It doesn't matter if it's cooking or growing or trying to sew a button, or I'm really rubbish at mending things, but I have been trying to fix things. Don't not do something because it's not going to be perfect. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And that's the other thing. It's so easy to procrastinate because you think what I do has to be perfect. None of us do it perfectly. I don't either. I kind of get 90% of the way there and I go, that will do. Because if I start thinking about perfection before I even start, I don't start.
I mean, that's brilliant. And that's, you know, that doing, actually, I know you're speaking at an event, another LSBU event next week, about being a change maker. And that's kind of like a premise of doing. You know, you might not get it right, but actually taking action. That's the only way things are going to change, is if people actually act.
I used to have a little thing up in my studio. I can't remember which, I think, was it Hockney? He kind of said, get your lazy ass out of bed and go to work, right? Inspiration is for losers. No, I think it was Chuck Close. That's right. Inspiration is for losers. The rest of us have to go to work. And I remember reading that all the time and going, do you know, I have no idea what I'm going to do today, but I'm just going to start. messing about or tidying the shelves. And then before I knew it, something would come. You don't need to have this massive muse in your head all the time and think, I'm going to create a masterpiece. It doesn't work like that. You just start.
Just get going on it. I will share the link in the chat box shortly to the event that Jasmine is speaking at next week. Mike actually made a comment. I led a team which got used to me saying I had an idea when I was mowing the lawn, and the phrase lawnmower moment entered the team's vocabulary for use by everyone, whether it occurred during lawn mowing or not. So, you know,
that's when you're incubating. Brilliant. And then that's exactly it. But don't mow your lawn too much. Leave it this high so things can hibernate in it.
But have lots of lawnmower moments. Technical question from Lee. Do the materials Jasmine is using, Noxtec, old plastics, etc., endure? Wondering why more artists aren't using them for sculpture. Are these materials as durable as marble, stone, iron that are used more?
Okay, so Noxtec is a material that I'm pioneering as a sculptor. No one's done this before. So one of the nice things about it does come, it's a byproduct of quarrying. So it is a rock in itself, and the longer it's made for, the longer it cures. The only piece that's been tested, I think it's outside Darwin's house, it's a little plaque. It hasn't changed, and it is rock hard, and it should, I mean, the Noxtec should in principle last forever, but I don't know, because, you know, this is the first time that we've done it. So the lovely thing about the Horniman sculpture is that I go and check on her all the time, and I know you do, Neil, as well.
Same. I'm always running past Flower Girl and saying hi.
So, you know, we're seeing if she changes, if she weathers. With the plastic we know will last literally forever. But again, in terms of, I won't talk about conservation in art, but yeah, it is obviously something to think about. But I honestly don't, because Noxtec is also being designed to go on the front of buildings. So it's meant to last. So I don't think that's going to be an issue.
And you know, and you kind of like pioneering this, which is really exciting kind of thing. You know, you've kind of like, you're allowing yourself to just kind of like put yourself out there, which is brilliant.
You know, edge of comfort zone, left that behind a long time ago. Yeah, that's
it. And it's, you know, push ourselves. You know, we have to do it here at the moment. You know, the pandemic threw us into this kind of like, into this world of like, well, I'd never delivered a virtual event before, and so many people had to kind of get out of their comfort zones and confront things.
Yes.
Carl makes a comment, Jasmine, thanks for talk. So important to dream big, and this is really the genius, and then persist. Thomas Edison quote, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
Absolutely true. I think Edison had something like, I think he had at least 10 inventions a week, but there was no way he was going to be able to follow them all through. But he was, without a shadow of a doubt, a dopamine junkie as well, a massive one.
Fantastic. And just another comment, loving this artist, loving the way this artist thinks and makes beautiful work in every way. So that's another comment from Lee. Jasmine, what parting words would you like to leave people with in terms of kind of like, you touched a little bit on kind of like on items and things and stuff, or, you know, having meaning, energy, being personal. Can we encourage people to think differently? Are we just too quick to dismiss what we see as not having any value? And how would you encourage people to think a little bit differently about the things that they have around them?
I think fundamental. You see, the thing is, I think if you're getting that feel good, if you're getting the joy from other things, it doesn't actually really occur to you, right? I cannot remember the last Saturday, you know, before, when I thought I must go shopping. It just didn't enter my head, because there was always something else going on. So I think it's about resurrecting the things that you used to love doing. Whatever it was that you were a kid or before, or something that you put to one side and thought, do you know what, I've got some of that stuff under the bed, I might just dig it out. I don't think it's even an act of, I mustn't go and buy more. I think it's actually doing that first thing, and I think it will happen naturally. And and I certainly have certain rules for me, you know, from I will only have as many clothes as will fit on a rail, right? If I have any more, I just don't have them. So, and I go in and I re-examine them and I think what needs fixing, and I re-dye things. I dye things all the time. You know, when your black things aren't black anymore, it's so easy to stick them in the washing machine with a bit of, and then you basically have an effectively a new pair of jeans. You don't need to go and buy another one. So I think it's looking at those, and again with clothes, it's realizing that your clothes, one of my heroines is Vivienne Westwood, because she talks about that, and she drives a tank and she's an environmentalist. I mean, what's not to love, right? But she talks about buying seldom, but buying well. And if you do, you know, if you do purchase something that requires a bit more investment, you're going to love that thing and you're going to take care of it and you're going to wash it properly. I think buying things that where you can just first of all, you know, cheap things don't fit you well. they don't fit your body well. They don't take the shape of your body well. So even if you're just doing it from an egotistical point of view and you think I want to look really good, get fewer things but better quality things, and just resurrect the stuff that you used to love doing. Just because you can.
That's great advice. Thank you. We have just one last question from Carolina. Great and inspiring talk. Thank you. My question is, where does all the plastic from exhibitions, yours too, end up? Is it sustainable if it's destroyed, or does it stay intact somewhere in the warehouse storage? I mean,
I don't really use that much plastic anymore, and I did try to reuse an awful lot of it, and I think one of the reasons I stopped is because I realized that there was an awful lot that was being thrown out. So you know, we have good intentions, but we can't, you know, I'm not perfect by any manner of means, but I think that's also one of the reasons that my practice started to change. And an awful lot of artists are starting to think about the materials that they use, because they're not either sustainably sourced or easy to get rid of, you know, from resins. But you will notice if you, for example, if you go to the Turbine and you know, they always have the big tape thing. There's always a board about the art, but there's also a board next to it about what it's made from, where it's come from, and how it's going to be disposed of or reused. So this is really filtering in now, and every artist does have to think about it. They do have to address it. It's something that museums and galleries will ask you about. So it's happening. We're not there yet, but it's happening. So we are trying to address that bit of, you know, we have to do the same thing.
Thank you. And just final comment from Annie. Thanks, Jasmine. Love the bit about brain chemicals and the don't go for perfection advice. I think, you know, we could all taking that on board. Thank you so much for joining us. And as I say, Jasmine is speaking about being a change maker at our annual alumni event next week, and I will share the link to that in our inbox, and hopefully some of you can attend. Thanks so much, Jasmine.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for listening. Thank you, Neil.
Thanks so much. We are getting ready for a short break. We'll be back at 11:15. Our session at 11:15 will look at global consumer culture, impulsive buying, and money budgeting. Who buys more and saves less? So stay in. Go grab a cup of tea, grab a toilet break, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks.
Okay, let me just have a read. Can I read the chat? I was just trying to read the chat.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Where is it? Where's it gone? View options. Oh, because you've obviously, where's it gone? Oh, there's the chat down there.
There's the chat.
Dillie is brilliant. Brilliant. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm good. We're live still.
Oh, sorry. Right, I'll stop talking. Bye.
No worries. No worries. I think people would rather hear us have a chat than just silence. So. I'm okay, thank you. I am going to go get a glass of water. So please feel free to stick around. Have a chat with. By all means, have a chat with Dillie. Dillie's still online listening to your talk. So I'm just going to pop and get a glass of water. So I'll be back in a second.
Hi, Dillie. Oh, she unmute. She needs to unmute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
there you
are. Yeah, really thought-provoking.
Oh, good. I don't know if everyone's listening to this, but hey ho.
I know. Well, we have to keep trying, don't we?
I loved your talk. It resonated in so many ways, and it was. you know what, I love the fact that, I mean, I'm obviously trying to bring some aesthetic, you're bringing humor to it, and that I love that as well, because you can't keep hitting people over the head with a stick.
Yes, that's because, you know, lecturing people, it just doesn't work. So if you make people laugh but think, you know, but and I love your aesthetic. I mean, that's an extraordinary substance that your sculpture is made of, isn't it? That it absorbs the NOxes.
So yeah, it does, and it was a side effect. They didn't know that it did that. They were looking at it for various industrial sort of processes, or, you know, things. I had to sign all sorts of secrecy documents and stuff. But I just remember looking at it and going, oh, I wonder what that would be. And, you know, sculpture is something that I'm relatively new to, because I trained as a painter. So I've only really been sculpting for about, I don't know, 4 years. So I'm very much that type that kind of goes, I want to make this, I need to learn this process to do it. So, yeah. But no, it is an incredible material, and I'm hoping that at some point in the not too distant future, I mean, it's not an answer. That's the thing I always have to say to people, you know, it's not an answer to pollution. It doesn't fix everything. We still have to address, you know, the real reason that we're polluting things, but I guess it's representative of the fact that we do have the innovations that we need. Like you were saying, we do have the ways of fixing the problems. We just need the willpower. That's all.
Yes, and I've certainly, I've never, by the way, it's very beautiful as well, your sculpture.
Thank you.
Very beautiful.
I don't know where you're based, but if you're ever in South London, by all means, it's in the garden, and they do lovely coffee and cake, so you should go.
I will. The magic word, cake.
Cake, yeah, cake will fix everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil, we're still talking. I don't know if everyone's listening, but we're still chatting.
Welcome back, Neil. How are you feeling?
I'm okay, thank you. Yeah, not doing too bad. So we see people are still signing in, and we'll get people drop in and out, and that's one of the good things, is that people are welcome to drop into the sessions that suit them at any point. Yeah. You know, 3 days is a long 3 days is a long stint. I know part 1 was 5 days. So, you know, not everyone has the time and capacity to sit there and sign in for the whole session, which is one of the good things about Zoom, is it's easier virtually to drop into the sessions that walk you. Where if it's an actual physical event, you can't just get up and walk out.
Right, I am also now going to go and have some much needed caffeine. Dillie, it was a delight to meet you. Neil, you are a shining star as always. Organised.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I will.
Lovely to meet you too, Jasmine. Keep creating.
I will
go
and you keep being activistic. I can't think of the word. That word.
Activistic? I don't know. I think we might have got a new word there.
Yeah, I've just invented a new word. Bye, guys. I'll speak to you a bit later. I'll listen in a bit later.
Thank you, Dillie. One of your practical takeaways was my favourite. Be prepared to become a nuisance.
Yes. I've been a nuisance all my life.
I love it.
Yes, because it's only by it's, you know, when you think about the way sheep, or do you remember there was a protest, and it was all middle-aged people from the sort of home counties and protesting at the way sheep were being taken live across the channel. And do you remember they went to the ports and protested about this? They were crammed into terrible tiny crates and things like this, and I think probably young cattle for veal as well. And there was an enormous pressure group, and suddenly it was all these sort of it was lots of women called Marjorie sort of saying, no, well, I think it's absolutely dreadful the way these sheep are treated. And really, we've all got to be Marjories, and we've just got to start annoying people. And they did change the way it happened.
Be more Marjorie, but not a Karen.
Yes, no, not a Karen.
Definitely.
Or even a Melania.
Oh no, I haven't checked. I haven't checked in. I don't think I can face it.
I don't think we're going to get any news till later.
Okay.
Because
Dillie and I have been touching, for anyone that is listening, Dillie and I have been touching base this morning about the US elections, and yeah, the fear, but trying to be hopeful. I believe.
What time's the next one?
The next one, we've got 5 more minutes, so I believe we're welcoming. I'm going to stop sharing actually, and I'll stop sharing my screen. We'll start in a few moments, and I believe that we have Grace. Oh, it's Barbara on the next one, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, Neil. It is Barbara. I'm hoping she finds her way. And I did
No
highlight
worries.
the link to her.
No problem at all. I've resent it as well. So sure. How are you, Grace?
I'm good. Yeah, I mean, somewhat miserable in spite of these election results, much like all of you, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you joining us, Grace is actually on at 1:30 p.m, aren't you, Grace? Talking about
that's right.
Embedding sustainability in business school curricula.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm a lecturer of marketing in the business school, which makes for quite a living irony when it comes to sustainable consumption debates, as you might imagine, which is exactly where I'll be starting my talk from that point. So yeah, 1:30, that's right, Neil, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. And just to run through kind of like how this afternoon's looking. So we've got Grace's colleague Barbara will be joining us shortly to talk about global consumer culture, impulsive buying and money budgeting, who buys more and saves less. We'll then break for lunch at 12 p.m. We're joined at 12:45 by our second keynote speaker of the day. So that'll be Gemma Ruse, founder and creative director at Studio XAG. Studio XAG do a lot around sustainable retail installations that don't cost the earth, and they'll be sharing some of their work with us. Grace's session is at 1:30 p.m. At 2:15 we'll do a quick roundup of the day, and then we'll break until 5 p.m. where we'll be looking at the impact and influence of the fashion world on sustainability and the climate emergency. And we've got some fantastic guest speakers. We have Aja Barber, writer and stylist consultant, Maya Miko. So we've got Paola Maspari from Maya Miko, a very sustainable and ethical brand. And then we've got the Sustainable Angle, who do a lot around textiles. So it's another packed day. And then moving on to tomorrow, which will be economics and education. And then Friday will be well-being, which I will be listening to very intently myself, because I think it's something we could all do with right now. Lots of fantastic talks going on and throughout the week. I am going to catch up with Barbara. I'm just going to send her a quick message to check that she's okay.
Super. Okay, I'll do Brilliant. The same as well.
Fantastic. Cool. We'll be starting in a few moments, so please just bear with us. Thank you. We'll be starting in just a few moments, everyone. Please do continue to make use of the chat box. We really enjoy sharing all of our speakers' key messages, mythbusters and practical takeaways in there. All of those will be compiled into a takeaway document, which will be shared with everyone who is registered. So it's a fantastic document. We did it at part 1. It was really well received. So we look forward to sharing that with you. Our design team have done a fantastic job of it, and it's just a really handy takeaway document, so you can get a bit of insight into the work our speakers do, but also find out lots of practical tips around how you can be more sustainable and eco-friendly. I just think we're just waiting for Barbara before we start. If you've got any questions for myself or Dillie is still online. So if you do have any questions for Dillie after her keynote talk this morning, please do drop them in the chat box. She'd love to answer them for you.
Hi, yes, I'm still here. There was one I saw which we didn't get round to answering, which was somebody posted up that Ecosia is a search engine that people can use. It's instead of Google, and they plant trees depending on how many hits they have. They've planted millions of trees as a result. They're great things.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So
I hadn't heard of them before.
Oh yes. So if you Google Ecosia, you'll get to it, and then it downloads. And I use Google on one of my on Safari, and I use Ecosia on Firefox.
Okay. Oh, cool.
So sometimes Ecosia is not quite as good as Google, but it's usually pretty good.
I think it was DuckDuckGo Kenny recommended earlier as well. Was it an alternative? Yeah, brilliant. Fantastic. Barbara, welcome. It's great for you to join us. How are you? Oh, you're on mute.
Hi everyone. Good morning. And I apologize for my background.
No, it looks lovely.
I think I did something wrong when I was trying to upload the event background, but I think it's too late now to play with it unless we have some time.
You're welcome to change. You're welcome to change it if you'd like to, but it looks great.
Thank you. Just if I can. Do this.
No worries.
How do I'm going to add image. I'm going to just have a look here.
I'll just introduce you while you're doing that. Barbara is a senior lecturer in marketing at LSBU. Barbara is talking at this session, and she's also talking later. She's joining her colleague Grace, who you just met during the break. Barbara's talk is entitled "Global Consumer Culture, Impulsive Buying and Money Budgeting. Who buys more and saves less?" Now, Barbara, I am completely guilty of impulse buying and kind of, really buying into ASOS is literally my probably most opened app. So I'm really kind of like looking forward to hearing like your thoughts on this, and particularly kind of like in light of COVID as well.
Yes, definitely. We all buy impulsively. Some of us more often, some of us less often. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen.
Cool. I'll hand over to you.
Just let me know if you can see my screen. Now the first slide is obviously the same as the background. So welcome everyone. My name is Barbara, as Neil already introduced me, and I work in the business school, and I'm interested in what I say responsible consumption, and essentially how as marketers we are guilty of encouraging people to consume not so responsibly. And today I'll just talk about global consumer culture, impulsive buying, and money budgeting, and essentially looking at just one aspect of our personality, values, that perhaps can explain why we buy a little bit more impulsively and don't save so much money. And it's more about really posing some really interesting questions. Okay, so, you know, we are all surrounded by images like that. We are encouraged to buy more quickly, sales, you don't have money, no problem. You know, we'll give you credit. We'll give it, you can pay later, buy one, get one free. You know, who can resist it? It's very difficult. So we are surrounded in this Western culture by these amazing offers, okay? And so opportunities essentially to buy quickly right now, even if we don't have money, which means we don't have to think about how to pay for it. We can just buy it on the spot when we want it. Not necessarily because we need it. At the same time, the market offers so many instruments, you know, to encourage us to buy even when we don't need it and even when we don't have money for it. Okay, personal loans, credit cards, store accounts, store cards. You know, you can go online and buy now. Pay later. At the same time, we have these amazing opportunities online. So this is just an example. I'm not quite sure if you can see my screen. So, sorry, I jumped. So we, you know, in the UK at least, retailers are offering this offer of buy today and pay later, even for, you know, really for things that we don't need. And this is an example from Argos. You want to buy, you know, earrings for £10? No problem. You can spread the cost with an Argos card. You don't have to pay for it now. You will pay interest. And of course, they offer the same for all the products that they are selling. So this encouragement to you know, to buy now and pay later, it's really everywhere. Okay, we are encouraged to buy. We don't have to think about whether we need it. Just buy now quickly. Okay, it's very difficult to estimate how much of the purchases are impulse purchases, because, you know, there's no very good, very precise way to calculate it. We usually rely on essentially consumers reporting whether they buy impulsively. But some estimates say that an average consumer in the UK could save around 4 times the average yearly salary if impulse purchases were eliminated. And that number sounds very very high, but it's over a consumer's lifetime. Okay, it's not just, you know, in 1 year. This also means that a lot of people buy very impulsively and spend, you know, more money than they should. But again, this is an average. That's an estimate. It's not perfect, but essentially we do buy a lot. We buy impulsively, and we buy things we don't need. So we don't go through this process of thinking about what we buy. Okay, so I'm interested in that kind of purchases, impulse purchases that don't necessarily contribute to functionality. We might not use it, we might not need it. And so we were thinking, you know, how is individual consumption related to sustainability? And sustainability understood in a very, very broad sense. You know, does what we buy and how much we buy have any impact on the environment and the society? Essentially, you all see headlines from the media saying that, you know, UK, US sort of are the leaders in, for example, plastic consumption, which is not necessarily our choice as individual consumers, but that's how the market is structured. But is our individual consumption making an impact on the environment, on how sustainable our societies are. And there are really two perspectives on this. For many, many years, we were saying that it's all about individual choice. Okay, if you're not buying responsibly, if you're not buying sustainably, if you're not buying the right product, it's you. It's the individual. It's your choice. You know, you have the information, you have the options. It's your fault essentially that you're not choosing buying too much and spending too much money. They are now we've realized a long time ago now that it's not just us, it's the market around us, it's the structures, the market structures, the societal structures that influence our individual choices. Okay, so we tend to be influenced by these, but of course it's a little bit of both. So it's about what surrounds us, but also it's about our individual awareness, our individual choices that we make. So what were our questions for this study? We thought that the more we buy, the more obviously is produced, the more we waste. Okay, because if individuals buy more and more, they create demand, and then of course retailers, manufacturers, producers respond to that, but a lot of that is wasted, and I'm sure at least I'm guilty of having a full wardrobe and then you know, not even knowing what kind of dresses or trousers or t-shirts I have, and then maybe, you know, wearing, I don't know, 1/4 of what I own. Okay, which means, you know, I buy too much. I buy things that I don't really need, and that contributes obviously to, you know, not very sustainable consumption patterns, environmental decline. So we thought, why do some people buy more impulsively, and why do they manage money better? Because some people buy impulsively, but others don't. Okay, some people don't really manage money very well, but others do. Okay. So we thought, okay, we're going to look at how the person is engaged with what we call the Western consumer culture, okay, or what we call in the literature global consumer culture, okay? So do people who are more engaged with global consumer culture, those who are interested in global brands, international brands, those who are interested in sort of those American values, freedom, market choices, do they buy more? Do they spend irresponsibly? We call it irresponsibly, which is a bit of a subjective term, but essentially, do they buy things impulsively more often? Okay, and do they spend more and manage money not so well? So our kind of main question was, how is acculturation or engagement with global consumer culture related to impulsive buying and money budget? Okay, just very quickly, we use this term global consumer culture, and it's probably exactly what you understand it to be, but the meaning is changing. But we use this to describe the Western style consumption culture, a culture of individualism, hedonism, overconsumption, and this dominance of American brands, okay, around the world, essentially. It's the culture of buying more, it's the culture of meanings that are expressed by the products that we use and buy. So it's very much driven by this Western American style of consumption culture. And then there is a textbook definition, but I think it's too complicated. It's essentially consumption culture that is very much like American culture: more, bigger, more often, buy now, pay later, we'll give you a credit card, don't worry, you know, you have one life, satisfy your individual need, you know, we are all okay. We ran a study which was an online questionnaire, and we measured our three main variables, which was impulsive buying. And of course, we measured it by asking people to tell us how much they agree with a set of statements. So it's not a very perfect way of measuring impulsive buying, but it's one of the ways we can use to estimate impulsive buying at an individual level. So we ask questions such as, I buy things I don't need, I consider myself an impulse purchaser, I buy things I don't plan to buy. So this sort of buying behavior where we just buy things we don't need, we didn't think about it, and it's sort of buying on the spot. We also asked people about their money budgeting behavior. Again, there were 4 statements that they had to rate from sort of 1 to 7. Strongly agree, strongly disagree, strongly agree. I budget my money well. I use my money carefully. I pay my bills immediately, and I do financial planning for the future. And this was sort of an indicator of how well people, plan and budget money. And then we will measure the engagement with the global consumer culture. So how much engagement they think they have with this global consumer culture. And these are just some of the questions. There were about 21 statements that respondents need to read and rate. But it was very much about, do you pay attention? Do you see billboards, advertising signs for foreign and global products? Do you pay attention to them when you see them in the media? Are your ways of choosing clothing influenced by advertising activities of foreign and global companies? So essentially, how do you see yourself in relation to this global Western consumer culture? Because we thought if that culture is very much about spending, buying, expressing yourself by the things you own, and depends very much on the brands and items you own, and that should somehow influence your impulsive buying and money budgeting. And we said, the more engaged you are with global consumer culture, the more you like it, you should have higher rates of impulsive buying, and you should be less effective with money budgeting. So you do less money budgeting. I don't want to bore you with all the technical numbers, but what essentially we found, and I'm just going to do this so you can see my screen. So what we actually found that the average for the acculturation to global consumer culture in our sample, and we did that in the UK. That was one study we did, and we did it with immigrants, with expatriates from countries that are not Western countries, because we thought if they move here, they are more exposed to this global consumer culture than they are, for example, in Poland. Okay, but of course, that's open to discussion whether that's more sort of a globalized environment here in the UK or in a country like Poland. But these were assumptions we made. So overall, people were in our sample were quite engaged with global consumer culture. But they didn't report very high rates of impulsive buying, okay? So this is somewhere in the middle, but you see standard deviation was really high. So it means we had a wide range of responses, despite the mean being actually lower than the mid point on the scale. And then money budget, was not that bad. It was quite good. Standard deviation not so high. So what we found, and if you are interested in the papers that we published, just email me and I'll send it to you. We did find that people who are engaged with global consumer culture, they do buy more impulsively, but the correlation was it was positive, but it was very modest, okay, quite low. And then we did find that people who are engaged more with global consumer culture, they are not so good with money budgeting. But again, that correlation was negative. but it was, very modestly also correlated. So essentially what we found is, yes, those of us who are more engaged with global consumer culture, who accept it more, who like it more, this global culture of consumption, of brands, of marketing, report that they buy more impulsively, but not so much more impulsively than the average. And they also said they're not very good with money budgeting. We control for age, for income, and also what we found is that younger people buy more impulsively, or reported buying more impulsively, and not being so good with money budgeting. So that was again very expected. We are younger, maybe we don't have responsibilities, and we don't plan financially so well. These are just histograms to show you the responses for acculturation to global consumer culture. So you see this kind of, in a way, normal distribution where most people are kind of in the middle, and then impulsive buying again, slightly, the distribution slightly skewed, people reporting that they actually don't really buy that impulsively. Okay. So in total, we conducted 2 studies and we found the same things, that correlation between impulsive buying and global consumer culture is positive, but it's modest. Responses were self-reports, so people rated their own recall of impulsive buying and money budgeting. So that's a big limitation. It's a limitation of our scientific process. It would be probably very difficult to find respondents and, for example, visit their houses to, for example, do interviews and look at what was bought impulsively, because it's easier to recall than doing a survey. We had many factors that we didn't consider because it was just impossible in one survey. As I said, income and age was also controlled for. Again, younger people buy more impulsively, save less. People with higher incomes also reported that they bought more impulsively, more frequently, but they also reported that they are better with money budgeting. So again, it maybe nothing to do with their engagement with global consumer culture, but maybe age and the income you have influence more your impulsive buying, and that's something that actually other studies do show. Obviously, if we have more money, we are a bit more relaxed about buying items we don't necessarily need. We also think that this irresponsible buying behavior is a function of lifestyle stage. So if you're younger, you don't have a family, you're free to spend your money the way you want, and you're more prone to impulsive buying. Okay. So I'm just looking at time. I think I'm okay. So what have we learned so far from those studies and from those other papers available? So most of us buy impulsively. These are the estimates available, but we differ in frequency and the amount we spend on impulsive buying. Okay, it's very difficult to calculate impulsive buying. It's very difficult to calculate how much waste, it results from impulsive buying. Of course, the question is, yes, the more we are engaged with this consumer culture, the more we pay attention to the culture of consumption, the more we accept it, we are more likely to buy impulsively. We are more likely to budget our money not so well, because we accept those tools that are around us, that the market provides. So credit cards, store cards, buy now, pay later. We also take advantage of what surrounds us, in terms of market offers. So it looks like these individuals are a little bit more open to accept those market offers, those market opportunities, and therefore buy more impulsively. So the question is, you know, how much of it is really our individual choices that are very conscious that we realize we are making, and how much of that is market opportunities and market structures that surround us and essentially push us to make those impulsive choices, make it very easy, make it very, very easy. If you go on Amazon and you have an app on your phone, you know, takes 2 seconds, you can buy now and it's delivered tomorrow. Okay, so also those opportunities that we have online, and Neil said, pandemic, also probably a lot of impulsive behavior happened online. But I wonder if actually the pandemic made people a little bit more careful, because there's uncertainty about jobs, about future incomes. We saw a very big jump in purchases of certain products. And I remember at the beginning it was all to do with gardening, because people were planning to stay at home and had time to do gardening and exercise equipment. But I'm not aware of any study that looks at our impulsive buying behavior during the pandemic. But that's a good idea, something to explore actually. So what we know that, of course, making those more considered consumption choices benefits us as individuals. We don't waste, we don't buy things we don't need, we don't have clutter in our homes. That has to lead to some sort of decreasing negative impact of our consumption, and may lead to financial savings. We have more money if we don't spend it. And I just wanted to conclude with this very broad question, is managing our own individual consumption enough to save the environment, okay? Or do we need to change the market offering, market structures that surround us, so that then our individual consumption happens in a different context that surrounds us. So that's pretty much is the question. Is it enough if we as individuals stop making what I call silly consumption choices? So if we stop buying impulsively, is it enough to save the environment? So thank you very much. I'm going to, I think, stop sharing, if that makes sense. And I hope I'm okay with time. And I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. And I'm not quite sure what I did.
Hi, Barbara, it's Thomas. But while Neil's got some technical issues on his microphone being muted, thank you for an amazing presentation there on the research that you've been doing. I think that, yeah, consumption habits is key. Old habits die hard is the well-known phrase, and we have to make those small incremental changes that we have started doing. We don't leave the house without a reusable bag, so that means that we're not using up plastic bags. People now carry a coffee cup so that if they're going to have coffee, they're not producing that waste. So it is about those incremental changes on a day-to-day basis that I think is really important. I'm just going to see if we've had any questions come in. I'm quite new to this, so bear with me. There's one here from Dana, and it says, hello, regarding the news keeps giving the impression that continuous consumption is needed to keep people in work, so more are employed and we all have a better lifestyle. What would happen if everyone just stopped? do you think?
Yes, so it's a very good question, and that, you know, we did the study about global consumer culture and how people engage with this consumer culture, because I personally come from you know, I was born in Poland many years ago, and I you know, I grew up in a non-global consumer culture. It was very local consumer culture. You wanted to buy milk, it was glass bottles that you had to then go to the store and take back, and you know, it functioned. I never had the kind of impression that somehow, you know, my life was not comfortable. And I think there has to be a way that we stop. Somehow, I don't know, it means probably, as I said, you know, is our individual consumption responsible for those environmental issues, or is it market structures, market offerings, societal structures? How do we change it? I don't know. I'm not an economist, and you know, I think I don't know, have home every year, is that comfortable life? You know, having a pair of jeans that, you know, I'm not going to wear for another year because I already have 5 or 6 in my wardrobe, is that comfortable life? Marketers want us to think, you know, this is good life, and I remember reading this news article about how good life is getting in a particular country. I don't want to mention the name of the country. And this journalist was saying, you know, their life is so much better now. You know, everyone has a TV and a mobile phone. And I thought, you know, to this educated person who works for this amazing Western newspaper, and again, I'm not going to say the title, this is the essence of comfortable life, having a TV and a mobile phone. And I thought, what about schools, healthcare, what about the environment? You know, this is, you know, I work for the business school, I study marketing. We want you to buy these all the time. But is there really a need? Is this comfortable life? I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. How things can change, how employment can change, how markets can change. I don't know. Do we produce just a little bit less, but things are more durable, more expensive, so we don't buy items so often? But it is the case that, you know, those impulse purchases, you know, it's waste.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have this really interesting conversation with my nan all the time, because she lived through World War II. She lived 15 years in rations, and it can be done. We just, there isn't the sort of urgent thing that has changed us all. And I do see that COVID, as Jasmine mentioned, as Dillie mentioned, it could be that thing that's the catalyst for us to kind of go, actually, I don't need to buy as much, and what I am going to purchase, I'm going to spend maybe more on things that last longer and are of higher quality. So yeah, hopefully there's some shift around that. But there's a few more questions in coming in.
I'm back now. A few technical issues, so thanks for bearing with me. Sorry about that. And by all means, stay around, Thomas. Barbara, is it all bad though when you look at kind of like at the start of lockdown, people were investing more in their gardening equipment, gym equipment? You know, when we take into account, you know, that has a direct impact on well-being, and well-being and a healthy life is all part of sustainability. Is it all bad?
I think, you know, considered useful purchases are good. Of course, this is all subjective. What is a useful purchase?
Of course.
Yeah, well, I did a lot of purchases for my garden, so I'm guilty of that. But like you said, you know, would that be considered an, you know, unsustainable purchase behavior when you're buying things that will then contribute to your well-being at home? And, you know, so it's not all bad, you know, impulse purchases give us pleasure, a lot of pleasure sometimes, so that there's a positive side to it as well. So, you know, no, not all our purchases are you know, wasteful purchases. Of course, they contribute to our well-being as well. I think the question is really, how do we get out of this race to consume? And really, I mean, I'm guilty of it. That's why I study. I'm guilty of it. And there was a question from a participant about, what are the ways to decrease impulsive buying? So of course there are some psychological tools where you can apply some techniques. For example, paying with cash. Okay, so buying things only when you have cash, not paying with a credit card or with a debit card. It's also taking note of your purchases every day, so you see the pattern of where money goes. So there are lots of techniques you can apply at an individual level, having separate bank accounts and making sure you only have enough money that you want to spend in your main bank account. But I think what I was trying to say, that those individual changes are not enough. It really isn't enough to create a sustainable market. And I think markets need to change, societies need to change, governments need to change.
Yeah, well, that leads me on to my next question. Where does it lie? Where does the responsibility lie? Companies are not going to discourage people from buying their projects. So that, is it an education piece? Does it come down to? It obviously comes down to governments. Is it almost partly a public health thing as well? People get into debt. It causes lots of mental health issues as well as kind of like socioeconomic issues. Where does the responsibility lie? Does it need to go as far back as school, for example? Not primary school, but secondary school? Well, it's interesting to think about.
I think so. What studies show that every of these factors that you mentioned explain a part of our consumption behavior. So it's not a case of just changing one and not changing the others. I think it has to be multifaceted, multi-channel, multi-tool approach. Schools, very important, and I would say primary schools are very important, because these are the sort of tools of cultural change. And if we want to change, it has to be cultural change. But it's also a public health issue if you think about the importance of consumption and the brands you own, for example, for young people. To feel connected, to feel accepted, that's huge. That's a huge part. And I see young people choosing specific brands because they want to belong. They want to be part of it. And I've done some interviews actually about consumer culture with Polish participants of different ages. And it's very interesting how the responses were showing that quite young people in their 20s now, 25, 26 years of age, they were saying, I look at my brother who is now in middle school, and, it wasn't like that when I was in middle school. They really, they have social media, obviously, because, they share these images and everyone looks amazing and they all need to have these products and brands. Personally, I think I would like to see more government intervention to change the market structures, to change supply chains. It's not something that happens very fast. So it will take time. And I think it's also responsibility at an individual level, where we just change the way we shop. That's pretty much it. And that, I think, can be changed by increasing awareness about the impact of our consumption choices on societies and on the environment. So I think it has to happen at different levels at the same time and gradually. I don't know, economists working on changing the market structures and employment tied to consumption. Again, and also for us, what is the meaning of comfortable, meaningful life? Is it having another phone? And I'm sure many of you saw those images from the British media, where the first lockdown ended and non-essential shops started to open, and you saw these big queues to sports shops to buy the Nike shoes because they are cheaper. People were pushing and elbowing each other to be there first. And I'm thinking, is this the essence? You know, so this is pandemic, uncertainty, and yet people have the money and have the desire to go and queue to buy a pair of sneakers.
Okay. And you touched on social media there, and it's not just young people. I get ads from ASOS all the time, and it kind of like, it sucks me in. I get sucked in easily. And Thomas, your background is obviously fashion. You know, you must have experienced this, you know, in your background as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been teaching fashion since 2007, and I've moved into teaching sustainability in 2017. But what I really noticed over that 10-year period is you might have the novel, at the beginning, you might have the odd novel student who was doing a project focused on sustainability. And now it's at least 50% of the classes, you know, there's an element of sustainability within what they're doing. It's the youth are really aware of the future that they're going to inherit, and they're trying to make it cool. And I think that that's a big, you know, shift in consumer behavior to realize buying green is actually the cool thing to be doing, is where a lot of them have been taking it. But yeah, I mean, I think one thing to remember just in terms of impulse, it's part of the human nature to be impulsive. Is what makes us amazing, but it's where do we become impulsive? Is it going for a walk around the forest that you hadn't planned that morning when you woke up, or meeting friends, or just channeling that impulsive energy somewhere else that isn't giving money to companies that are exploiting the planet, I guess.
It taps into the dopamine effect that Jasmine was speaking about in her session earlier as well. Sheila asks, do you think that climate impact warnings on packaging would make people think about their purchase?
Sorry, can you just repeat it, Neil?
Do you think that climate impact warnings on packaging would make people think about their purchase?
I don't know. We have you know, calorie labels on packaging. Do you see obesity going down and people buying less? So I'm you know, I think labels are great tools, and I'm a contrarian. Okay, I've been teaching and studying marketing for a long time, and I think all these product labels, sustainability, sustainable brands, you know, the best way to be sustainable is to stop buying instead of buying green products. So I think all these brands that are, you know, jumping on this bandwagon of sustainability, we are sustainable, we are producing these amazing sustainable products, but we are for profit, so you need to buy a little bit more, and we'll encourage you to buy more and more. They are maybe a little bit more sustainable. So I'm very skeptical. I'm a contrarian. I think the best way is to stop buying. It's very difficult. It's utopia. And what needs to happen, and I have to admit, this is not my idea. This is an idea that has been circulating for a long time in academia. The idea is, or we will achieve this sustainable world if when we walk into a shop, whatever we buy there is sustainable. Okay, and that's pretty much, I think that's utopia. But who knows, maybe that's what will happen. So I think these individual, you know, changes are great, but like Thomas said, we do have impulsivity in our nature. And if there's an opportunity, a lot of people, I'm not saying everyone, because there's, you know, personality traits also play a role. People will be impulsive. And so my dream is I walk into a store and everything is sustainable. I don't have to put effort and time into finding out what's sustainable, what's not, because what happens now, and you know, having labels on products, this means all the responsibilities on the individual, first of all, to educate themselves about what these labels mean, you know, how sustainable these products are, what are the ingredients. So what we are saying is governments and brands are pushing this responsibility on the individual. You go and educate yourself. But, you know, I work 8 hours per day. I have a family. When am I supposed to educate myself? And, you know, 8 hours, people work more, people work less. So what we are saying is, is these product labels. I think they are just very small step. It's like with smoking. Slowly, we didn't ban smoking right away. It took 40 years to change sort of smoking attitudes and the environment. So I think at the moment, yes, labels is pushing responsibility on the individual. Oh, you don't buy sustainably. It's because it's your choice. But of course, price is still the driving factor when people shop. For example, organic food, its price is the main factor. It's not because I'm not sustainable or I'm not environmentally friendly. It's because it's too expensive. So what I'm saying is, yes, all these marketing tricks are amazing, and they will probably increase awareness. And yes, we need them. Are they the solution? No. I think less responsibility or individuals, if governments, if politicians know that we are in this sorry state, and even if you don't believe in climate change, even if you don't believe in environmental damage, why not have clean and nice environment for your own enjoyment? Okay, so I always ask this question, why not? Why not have a nice, forest in Brazil? Don't believe in climate change, great, but let's make it nice and clean.
There's a comment actually in the chat box that Carl saying, my proposal is that to go less, people need to learn to love themselves first, and then they'll not crave to fulfill something. So I guess love yourselves, but also look around you at everything else on offer around you. Yeah.
It's a complex issue, psychologists will know we buy more to fill a gap that we love yourself. Yeah. It's a very sort of simple statement, but it covers a lot of ground.
I think it's clear there's not one solution. There's a few more questions in there in the chat box, so we'll take a couple more minutes. Really great talk, Barbara. Do you think that YouTubers and social media influencers play a part in encouraging people, and especially young people, to increase in their buying, and they don't actually help to minimize expenditure and the impact on extra clothing has on the environment? So YouTubers and social media influencers, what are your thoughts?
So my thoughts are that they do. This is a very effective trick to get people to buy. And what's really interesting about social media influencers is that people still perceive them as more personal. So social media influencers, even if they advertise products and now they have to disclose that they advertise and promote a product, young people still think that this is more personal than seeing an endorsement on TV, although, there's really no difference. Both are selling a product. So I think social media made it more difficult for people not to buy the brands that, those influencers are promoting and their friends are wearing. So I think peer pressure and the need to belong and be accepted by your group is and then of course it's accentuated by social media and constantly being bombarded on your phone with images of perfect people almost.
Thank you. Anastasia asks, are people more impulsive when shopping online or offline?
I wouldn't be able to give you numbers, but there is some research, and again, consumer behavior research. So you will find papers that show people are more impulsive online. And you will then find studies that show that people consider their purchases more when they are online. Okay, so I'll leave it with it sort of open because there are some purchases that we are more impulsive online, more so on mobile phones, so mobile commerce.
I can definitely vouch for that myself.
Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Final question from Carolina. Really great and fitting in with my dissertation. What would you say is the best way to approach consumers and educate them about their conscious consumption, yet alone motivate them to change their behaviour? And that sounds like a good question to finish on.
I think it's making it more difficult to buy impulsively. So marketers are great at making people buy more impulsively. So how about we take the same techniques and apply to getting people to buy less? So let's make it more difficult for people to buy products And also building awareness, and psychology offers a lot of tools to lower your own impulsive buying at an individual level. Like I said, having a separate bank account, paying with cash, and then social media, social marketing campaigns that make people aware of how many purchases are impulse purchases. Yeah, but it's 12:03, so I don't want to take any more time. I know.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. I think it is too easy. It is too easy, and it really takes a lot of work on our part. I think it's normal to feel overwhelmed, and you're right about us having to do the education. There's so many messages about purchasing and kind of you shouldn't do this and you need to do that to be more sustainable, and there really isn't one solution, is there?
No. And again, I think the responsibility needs to shift a little bit from the individual, away from the individual, and responsibility to the way how markets are structured. And markets, include pretty much everything that is on offer in markets, but also the way, financial institutions offer loans and so on and so forth. Just make it a bit more difficult for us to buy impulsively.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you so much for joining us, Barbara. We'll see you this afternoon. Barbara is back later talking about how to embed sustainability in business school curricula. She's doing that with our colleague Grace. Which leads us on to Thomas. Thomas just popped something in the chat box. We have a talk taking place on Friday afternoon about repackaging Christmas, rethinking gifts that are kinder to the planet and its people. So do tune into that. That's 3:25 on Friday afternoon. We're going to go for lunch now. After lunch, I'm going to bring up my screen so I can show you what's taking place after lunch. Let's go for that one. Bear with me. There you go. So after lunch, we have 2 seconds. There you go. After lunch, we have our keynote address at 12:45 with Studio XAG, talking about sustainable retail installations. At 1:30, we have Grace and Barbara joining us to talk about embedding sustainability into business school courses. We'll then do a roundup of the day. We'll then break until 5 p.m. where we'll discuss the impact and influence of the fashion world on sustainability and the climate emergency. And we're joined by special guests Arja Barber, Maya Miko, and the sustainability angle. We'll then wrap up for the day. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 12:45. Thank you.
Hi, Daniel. It's Thomas.
Hello, you all right?
Yeah, not too bad. You?
Yes, good. Good. Having a very busy day. It's very stressful, but good apart from that. How are you?
Yeah, very good. So we are live, so everyone can see us having a chat. Are you going to be running the presentation?
Gem's going to run the presentation.
Oh, okay, perfect.
She's just jumping on now. I just spoke to her. She won't be very long.
Awesome. But yeah, really looking forward to it.
That'd be great.
Hi there, Daniel.
You'll be recording the session, won't you? Oh, hi, Neil. Nice to meet you.
How are you? Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's been recorded. It's been yeah, the whole thing's recorded this time. So last time it was split into sessions. This time we get it on YouTube quicker if we put it up as a whole day. And what we'll do is we'll timestamp each session, so that people, if there's one they want to flip to quickly, that'll be in the description. So
great! So it'll be like one mega video, and you can.
It'll be one mega video. Yeah, cool. and yeah. So last, I think, obviously, kind of like COVID, kind of like stopped people from coming into the office and having access to the equipment they'd normally do to do all this. So it made exporting videos and stuff so difficult. So this time it's all going on as one, for each one per day.
Yeah.
Cool.
So has this morning gone well?
It has. Yeah, great turnout. Lots of engagement from our fantastic audience. So yeah, it's been brilliant. Thanks, and really looking forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, great. I'm looking forward to it too.
Do you want me to stop sharing so that you can check everything's okay your end?
Yeah, well, Gem is going to be the one sharing the presentation.
No worries. Cool.
Yeah, she's jumping on soon.
Oh, no worries, no rush. We've got plenty of time. Good afternoon to our audience who are joining us. Please feel free to use the chat box as you've been doing this morning. We'll be using that to kind of share key messages, mythbusters, and practical takeaways that each of our speakers have provided. So do kind of like use the chat box for networking with each other, with us. We're really keen to break down that virtual wall. And in the absence of face-to-face events, it's important to us that you kind of get the most out of this experience. So we'll be starting in just a few moments. Just to take you through this afternoon session, first up, we're currently joined by Daniel, but we'll also be joined by Gemma from Studio XAG, and they'll be looking at how we can create retail installations that don't cost the earth. And they'll be talking about some of their projects and work that they're doing. At 1:30, we're joined by Barbara, who you met earlier, and my colleague Grace O'Rourke, and they're talking about is sustainability embedded to business school curricula, initial findings from a UK-wide study. At 2:15, we'll do a quick roundup of the day. I don't think it will take 15 minutes, and then we'll break until 5 p.m. Where we'll welcome Arsha Barber, Maya Miko, and the sustainable angle to talk about the impact and influence of the fashion world on sustainability and the climate emergency. And that will be a panel discussion hosted by my colleague Ronki Fashola, who's our course director for our fashion courses at LSBU. So today's theme is consumption. We've talked a lot about kind of like consumer habits and impulse buying and creativity around kind of like reducing consumption. Fantastic keynote by Dillie Keane this morning, author of eco blog Shit You Don't Need. It's been a fantastic day so far. Thanks for everyone for if you've stayed with us, then thanks for sticking with us. If you're just joining, huge welcome. We now have over 573 people registered for the next 3 days, which is fantastic. As well as people from across the UK, we have attendees from all over Europe dropping in, as well as far as kind of Africa, Australia, South America, North America. So it's a truly international audience, which is brilliant. Fantastic to welcome our keynote and external speakers, but also LSBU's own thought leading experts on these issues. Really real collaborative approach to kind of like getting the message out there around how all of us can be more sustainable and eco-friendly in our jobs and in our day-to-day lives. So we'll just give Gemma a few more moments. Any questions at all, please feel free to pop them in the inbox.
Well, I can see Gemma's on as a attendee, so
there you go. Just promoted her now.
There we go.
Cool, Thomas, I'll hand over to you for this one.
Brilliant, thank you. Hi, Gemma.
Hello, I am here.
No worries. So just obviously everyone's just coming back from their lunch. So just as the first couple of minutes to get started, I've known you since we started university together many moons ago, and we've both gone off on very different paths, and you now head up a large company, and you're about to talk about that do window installations. But just while people are logging on, can you tell us how you got into doing this in the first place?
Sure. Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry if I'm a little bit late. I was having some technical issues, but I hope everything else will go smoothly. Sure. So I started Studio XAG in 2009 with Xavier, my then boyfriend, who Tom also knows very well and is now my husband. We were both studying creative subjects. So I was studying fashion design and he studied product design at Central St. Martin's. And we were both freelancing in the industry when we were students. So I was doing a lot of illustration and prop making and kind of helping out as and where I could with projects that were in the retail sphere. So we knew a couple of people who worked in that sphere, luckily for us, and we were sort of asked to help out on various things. And as we spent more time doing that, we realized that our skill sets really complemented each other. And Zav was very much doing sort of construction, here's 100 chairs, turn it into something fabulous for a showroom. Whereas I was doing, illustration, styling, and the two of us just sort of gravitated to each other to build something bigger and better, because when we worked together, we could deliver a lot more. The first project, oh, go on. I just ran.
I think that's a brilliant introduction. So our attendees are really looking forward to hearing more about how retail's adapting to the climate emergency, and we're just really looking forward to your keynote. So with that, I'll hand over to you, and if anyone has any questions while we're going along, please pop them in the Q&A box at the bottom of the page. We'll ask those at the end. But yeah, if you're ready to go, cool. Gemma.
Yeah, I'm ready. Just bear with me while I share screen and I get into present mode.
Yeah, no worries.
Get to the beginning. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Fire away.
Fab. So, the retail sector is known for its constantly changing trends and high turnover of product. The spaces where the products are sold, i.e. the stores themselves, can also be ever changing to reflect this promotion of newness. This results in a large impact on the planet. So today I'm going to be looking at how we can create retail installations that don't cost the earth. It feels like it might be a little bit laggy. So bear with me if it's a bit slow to load the next pages. My name's Gemma. As you know, I founded Studio XAG in 2009, as I was just saying, with my now husband, Xavier. We really had an ambition to create the most exciting and creative retail experiences in the world. We worked day and night to make work that had the power to stop people in their tracks, to spark emotion, and to make people want to discover more. 11 years later, we are now an agency of over 25 people working on a global scale from our main studios and workshops in East London that you can see here, and our European base in Amsterdam, which should be loading imminently. Oh, it is being a little bit slow, so bear with me. That's our gorgeous little studio in Amsterdam anyway. We create wow moments. It's what gets us out of bed in the morning. Wow captures a whole range of emotions: surprise, disbelief, delight. For us, it's about impact and impression. It's about making the extraordinary to provoke a reaction. We tell stories through inspiring retail environments, from show-stopping bespoke installations and immersive events to pop-up stores and global window rollouts. Our work is really intended to create a buzz, to attract attention and ultimately promote a product or a brand or some sort of launch, communicating a unique story in a specific time and place, and that's usually in a physical store environment. So we design and build installations that have a short lifespan. Our work celebrates newness and exists to get consumers excited about purchasing new product. This is problematic. Our industry is wasteful, even throwaway by its very nature. We've become increasingly conscious of this over the past few years, and we've started to imagine that we could maybe do things better. In 2018, we launched a sustainability initiative to research and improve our processes, operations, and output so that we can offer a more sustainable approach to the brands that we work with. We've got an in-house cross-department green team which touches every aspect of our business. So that's from our design strategy right through to waste management. We're really approaching this topic from all angles to make a positive change, one step at a time. And we really believe that this is fundamental to the future of our industry. So that's our gorgeous green team that you can see there. And together we've developed a 4-point framework to guide us in the right direction. Work Smart is about evaluating each part of the business, measuring our material usage, flights, energy bills, carbon footprint, and then making improvements upon those things. Stronger Together is about seeking out and collaborating with like-minded clients, suppliers, and specialists to enrich our approach and sharing our newfound knowledge to make progress together. Drive Change means questioning our supply chain and switching to more sustainable materials and processes as standard. It's also about using our platform to encourage change and innovation. And Create for the Future is all about taking responsibility for the life cycle of the things that we create, giving them a life beyond the shop floor, reusing, repurposing, donating, saving them from the bin, essentially. So what have we achieved so far? Through assessing every stage of our process, we were able to make incremental changes to things like waste providers and energy sources. We switched to 100% LED lighting. We ensured that none of our waste went to landfill. And all of those small changes led to a reduction in our Scope 1 carbon footprint by 24.7% from 2018 to 2019, which we're really, really proud of. In addition to these operational changes, we feel it's also important to enrich our community and to give back. That's why we've planted over 600 trees since launching our initiative. 100 of those were in a local school here in London. We've also partnered with a local charity to repurpose used materials for adventure playgrounds. We've offset 100 tons of carbon through a deforestation reduction program in the Amazon, and offsetting, I feel, could be becoming a bit of a dirty word, and it's not necessarily a long-term solution, but right now we believe that it is a positive step and every contribution helps. Though these incremental changes are important and we have lots more planned, what we've achieved in-house is relatively small in the grand scheme of things. We think that where we can make the most impact is by partnering with pioneering brands with shared values who use their platform to spread the message, to reimagine consumption for the modern age, and to innovate in product development and purchase. We're on a mission to use our creativity to tell their stories in authentic, inspiring, and sustainable ways. Engagement in sustainability has deepened during the pandemic. It's become more important that consumers trust that brands are doing the right thing. McKinsey tells us that post-lockdown, post-first lockdown, how and where people shop has dramatically changed, but the why is changing too. The search for value is enormous, and that's not just price. People are more mindful of the purchases they're making. As we enter a recession and we have an increased awareness of the impact that shopping has on the planet, we're seeing a rise in a more considered form of conscious consumption. People are thinking more about who they shop with, where the products come from, how it's been made, and its impact on the planet and also the communities that make it. And that's good news for all of us long term, as it means that to stay relevant and future-proof themselves, businesses need to behave more responsibly and to communicate it in a highly visible way. 90% of Gen Z believe that companies must act to help social and environmental issues. And it is happening. Business of Fashion tells us that as companies adjust to a new way of working and move from panic mode to problem solving, the industry's leaders are also looking to the future with hope. Many see an opportunity to reset, modernize the sector, to shift to more environmentally and socially responsible modes of working. Now is a really powerful moment in time, a chance to reset and to do things better. We believe that creativity and innovation will play a huge part in shaping retail's shift towards a more sustainable future. So how can we reset retail for a more sustainable future? I'm going to be looking at specifically how we can create more sustainable physical retail installations, because that's what we do and what we know how to do. I'll take you through a few quick ideas by brands that are leading the way, and then I'll deep dive into a couple of our case studies that are informed by some of these ideas. Just a warning, you're about to hear a lot of R words. Recycled. Okay, so this one's really obvious, but it's important. Materiality is key in physical spaces and can speak volumes. The joyful interior of Amsterdam-based eyewear company Ace & Tate's shop in Antwerp is completely clad with terrazzo, made with chips of recycled plastic sourced locally by Dutch startup Plasticite. Repurposed. Here is a brand taking care of their own waste and recycling it and giving it another life, repurposing it as a new material in store. Stella McCartney collected all of the waste paper from their head offices in London and repurposed it into a texture papier-mâché style material for the walls of their Bond Street store. They're also one of the only luxury brands that are completely vegan in their product offering, which is fantastic. Removed. Adidas Original's new Carnaby Street store has got a variety of sustainable features, including this giant shoe sculpture, which is 3D printed from plastic that has been removed from the ocean. Adidas have got a long-standing partnership with Parley, a company that recovers plastic from the ocean and turns it into materials that Adidas then use to create new product. So they're actively removing materials that are damaging the environment and thus cleaning up the planet in the process of making new stuff. Reclaimed. Pentagon collaborated with American cannabis brand One Log to convert a roadside gift shop into a cannabis dispensary using only 2 plant-based materials for the entire renovation. So that's redwood and linoleum. Located inside a 2,000-year-old redwood tree, which was converted into a building by loggers in the 1940s, the feeling of being inside a tree was enhanced by using 8,000 hand-cut wood bricks, which were made from locally sourced reclaimed redwood. Here you can see that reclaimed doesn't need to look shabby chic. It's used in a really contemporary and beautiful way. Responsible. A simple and responsibly sourced material can be used to dramatic effect. When Aesop landed in Zurich, they built the interior of their first store from recycled hoarding. Their second, the space is constructed entirely from a single modest yet texturally rich material, cork. Cork is as natural, sustainable, renewable, and good for the environment as we can imagine a material to be. When cork is harvested, the trees aren't cut down. Instead, their bark is carefully stripped away by hand in a skilled trade that's passed down over generations. It takes between 9 and 12 years for the bark to grow back thick enough to be harvested again. After harvest, as the trees begin to grow back their bark, they suck up 5 times more carbon from the atmosphere. They do this to fuel the photosynthesis that the regrowth requires, which makes it an absolutely incredible material. Recyclable. So if you're using virgin materials, then low impact, widely recyclable materials are best. Using masses of the same material not only makes a strong visual impact, but it also makes the process of sourcing and recycling simple and easy. Here, papermaker GF Smith opened its first showroom in London, which included a gallery filled with an installation of colourful paper rolls, all sourced and produced in the UK. So we've looked at some ideas around materials, and now we're going to look at process. Rethink. This is especially important for temporary installations. Here we're looking at how we can disrupt the linear process of design, make, remove, dispose, and looking at renting and borrowing as an alternative. So for Dutch Design Week, Overtraders W created a pavilion made from 100% borrowed materials, which were then returned to their original owners once the event had finished, resulting in almost no ecological footprint. To do this, they had to construct the installation using no screws, glue, drills, or saws. So it requires a bit of creative thinking and a new approach to the design process, but it can be done with spectacular results and almost no waste. Regional. This one's pushing it a little bit, but really it's about thinking local. Avoiding transporting materials and props across continents keeps the carbon footprint low, especially in a situation like this, where the designers of K11 Musea in Hong Kong visited a local recycling facility to collect and repurpose materials, which were on their way to landfill, transforming waste into otherworldly, spectacular installations for a high-end mall. Reduce. Retailers invest a lot in 3D window creative to bring their brand stories to life in their windows. New installations are designed and built regularly to tell different stories that coincide with new product launches or marketing campaigns. The evolving window display is a really smart solution to tell a series of stories with one display or a kit of parts while keeping costs and environmental impact low. So here's a really simple example that we created for Y3 with a little trick up its sleeve. A freestanding metal structure holds the product and the brand messaging, and the white backdrop secretly conceals an oversized 3D logo. So when the panels are removed, and the logo is extruded and suspended within the frame for the second drop. This can happen on a much bigger scale over longer time periods. We're now working with clients to create windows that sit in situ for 1 to 2 years and evolve over that time to tell lots of different stories with less physical production, less shipping, and less waste. Repeat. Many retailers use light boxes as a flexible way to tell multiple stories over time, as the staff can easily switch from one campaign graphic to the next. This year, we launched a return to base scheme with Napa Piri, so that anytime we deliver a new lightbox graphics to a Napa Piri store, it comes with the return label. The store staff simply return the used graphic to our supplier, who recycles it and turns it into new lightbox graphics. Refresh. Digitally led stores are on the rise as digital shopping and in-person shopping becomes more closely connected. Nike's new House of Innovation in Paris aims to blur the physical and the digital. And here the use of digital touchpoints allows the look of the store to be easily updated and refreshed without physically fabricating any new graphics or props. So the customer gets a different experience each time they visit. The whole store is completely fueled by clean energy through a partnership with the world's leading wind power company in Spain, and over 85,000 kilos of sustainable material were used in the store design and the display fixtures. Reveal. Bring the process to life in store. H&M's innovative new loop system allows the customer to recycle a garment in real time in front of their eyes. The garment that the customer brings in is cleaned, shredded into fibres and spun into new yarn, which is knitted into a completely new item. The system uses no water and no chemicals, thus having a significantly lower environmental impact than when producing garments from scratch. This bit of retail theatre brings a unique product and experience to the consumer, bringing them into the process and bringing their sustainability message to life in a very tangible way. Reimagine. Brands can use their platform to inspire change on a bigger level. Pioneering department store Selfridges recently launched Project Earth, an initiative designed to explore different, more sustainable sales models. As part of the campaign, the department stores are offering repair services, a wardrobe hiring system, and the opportunity to sell old garments and buy pre-owned items as part of a larger effort to offer sustainable retail solutions to their clientele. As part of the initiative, Selfridges have released an aspirational set of commitments designed to transition the way they operate to a more sustainable model by 2025. This includes a programme to pioneer new retail models and experiences and to drive down carbon across their operations in an effort to become net zero in the future. Selfridges are really at the forefront of innovation in retail, and they bring it to people in such an inspiring way, showing that there is another way forward. At Studio XAG, we're on a mission to use our creativity to work with brands like Selfridges that are striving for progress towards a sustainable future, to help them tell their stories in authentic, inspiring, and sustainable ways. We think it's about innovation, creativity, and visibility to inspire change on a bigger level, to reimagine consumption for the modern age so that it's no longer damaging to the planet, but could actually maybe be a force for good. I'm going to take you through 2 case studies of projects we've delivered for our clients, which put some of these ideas into practice and deliver exciting retail installations that launch innovative, sustainable products with a minimal impact on the planet. If a product, initiative, or brand can make a real difference, it needs to be communicated with maximum impact. We see retail spaces as a platform for a brand to tell their stories in a highly visible way. A strong sustainability message cuts through the noise when told in a bold, authentic, and inspiring way. When you throw something away, there is no away. On hearing this quote, Anya Hindmarsh felt inspired to launch a product which raised awareness around our excessive use of plastics and began to incorporate an innovative circular approach. The product of this thinking is I Am a Plastic Bag, a range of accessories manufactured from recycled plastic bottles. It took over 2 years to develop the I Am a Plastic Bag collection, but the journey started over 10 years ago when Anya Hindmarsh launched the collection's predecessor, I Am Not a Plastic Bag. The I'm Not a Plastic Bag tote was designed by Anya in 2007 as part of a collaborative project with Antidote and global social change movement Shift. After thousands of people queued to purchase the tote, 80,000 on launch day, the project garnered huge press coverage globally, ignited the debate around the use of plastic bags, and contributed to the eventual decision to charge for plastic bags in the UK. The British Retail Consortium estimated that in 2006, before the I'm Not a Plastic Bag project, the UK used 10.6 billion plastic bags. In 2010, after the project, this figure dropped to 6.1 billion. The problem is far from solved in 2020. The conversation has moved on from awareness to circularity, minimizing the production of virgin plastics by finding a way of using the plastic we already have. That's where I'm a Plastic Bag comes in. And here's a clip of Anya talking about the process.
To make the bag, we had to recover the bottles, clean them, smash them, break them down into pellets, and then we melt them, pick them into fibres, and then we weave them into fabric. We then coat the fabric with a recycled PVB and make it into a really beautiful bag in our factory in Florence.
So hopefully you guys could hear that, but if not, she was just calling out what was basically written on the tags. Instead of doing a big launch event for London Fashion Week, the brand closed their London stores for 3 days and filled them with used plastic bottles as a showcase to connect people to the enormity of the problem of single-use plastic going to landfill. Here, Anya uses her space to raise awareness of a global problem and also presents us with a product which, although it's not a silver bullet solution to the global problem, at least takes a positive step in the right direction. Closing the stores was an incredibly bold statement and a powerful way to use the space and for Anya to tell her story authentically, a move that was designed to get attention from the press to amplify the message. The project was featured in The Guardian, The Evening Standard, The Independent, and The Financial Times. Studio XAG helped bring Anya's message to life, filling all 3 stores with over 90,000 plastic bottles, which have been collected by the company employees and their local communities and also recycling depots. This may sound like an astronomical number, but this is how many plastic bottles go into landfill every 8.5 minutes. Visualizing the statistics in this way created an alarming spectacle and really landed the brand message with impact. In keeping with the sustainability message, we minimize the environmental impact of production, choosing to hire rather than produce any new materials for the project. There's a secret structure hidden inside. The window graphics were produced with eco-friendly inks, printed onto a completely PVC-free material, and all elements were sourced within a 40-mile radius, and we offset the carbon generated during the transportation and installation of this project. It was incredibly important that this message be communicated with an absolute minimum impact on the planet. Retail spaces can be used to communicate sustainability stories with high visibility for a wider reach, to inspire change on a bigger level. A strong message cuts through the noise when told in a bold, authentic, and surprising way. It can raise awareness of the problems we're facing and offer more sustainable alternatives to the normal linear model of consumption, heading towards a circular approach. The future is circular. Brands have recognized the need to drive change in order to reflect consumer mindsets and do less harm to the earth. Circularity should be the end goal for all businesses. Now is the time to get on board or risk consumer disillusionment further down the line. We want to bring our clients and collaborators with us on a circular journey, working towards an approach where displays aren't designed to be thrown away and are given a life beyond the shop floor. Napapiri are pioneering a circular approach with the launch of their Skidoo Infinity Jacket. It's the world's first 100% recycled and recyclable jacket, the world's first fully circular jacket. This is the launch product of the brand's circular series, and I'm going to show you a short animation from them that explains it. So not only is it made from a pioneering recycled nylon fabric, Econil, that is created from plastic waste removed from the ocean, the brand are also reimagining their approach to consumption by offering a take-back program to close the loop. Once the jacket has reached the end of its life, it can be returned in-store for credit towards a new piece, and the brand take care of returning it to the manufacturers and recycling it into new product. Studio XAG created an exclusive one-day pop-up event to launch the Infinity Jacket at 18 Montrose, a concept store in London. We designed and fabricated the experience with a minimal waste approach, delivering interactive storytelling, encouraging the visitor to uncover the story behind this groundbreaking product. The consumer journey began with a tactile installation made from Econil, the fabric used to make the jacket. The fabric strips told the stories of its past life as fishing nets and carpet tiles. Visitors were invited to remove those strips of fabric and place them into an Infinity Jacket-shaped box, echoing the fabric's circular journey so that the visitor intuitively understands the product life cycle. Over the course of the event, the words recycled, reimagined, reborn were revealed, further reinforcing the message. And after the event, the fabric strips were then returned to be recycled into new product. This truly feels like a future of temporary retail, creating installations that can transform into the very thing you are selling. Sustainability needs to be woven into the customer journey and retail touchpoints to build and retain trust and loyalty. Brands need to make sure the social and environmental impact of their products is clear. If their sustainability policy isn't visible, brands risk alienating their customers who are becoming more conscious about their retail footprint. Within the pop-up, guests could get a deeper understanding into the collaboration between Napapiri and Econil through this intimate learning booth that housed a thought-provoking film and animation by Gibbon London. The Infinity Jacket itself took centre stage, encased in a two-way mirrored glass tank, dramatically hidden and revealed with sequential integrated lighting, a really compelling reveal moment at the launch event where visitors took an exclusive first look at the product before the general public. Another booth housed an infinite spectrum of colour, light and reflection, encouraging visitors to interact and take infinite selfies to spread the word. In fact, the 4-hour event earned over 100 social media posts with an audience reach of over 120,000, further amplifying the message. The last stage of the experience allows the visitors to get a deeper understanding of the journey of circular innovation that led to the creation of this groundbreaking product, as well as an opportunity for visitors to get closer and touch and feel the product itself. Communication and storytelling was largely on the digital screens or printed onto paper banners or the cardboard plinth that you can see here, which is all relatively low impact. Sustainability was considered in every aspect of the launch event, with bespoke zero waste canapes and cocktails by sustainable catering innovator Mr. Lion. The Infinity launch is a great example of a sustainable product launch with integrity. Visitors here experienced the storytelling through interaction with moments of surprise and intrigue that touched all the senses and created a buzz, but with a minimal waste approach. Beyond incorporating circular production methods, our favourite brands are innovating and spotlighting groundbreaking new products that manifest their sustainability strategies. It's essential that the way this type of product is marketed and the environment that it sits in reflects the ethos behind its creation, and that message is communicated loud and clear, leading the way for the industry and showing consumers that more sustainable alternatives exist. We believe that a sustainable approach is fundamental to the future of retail. We have to do things differently. From individuals to businesses, we all have our roles to play. Students and people starting out there in their careers, the future is yours to experiment, innovate, and disrupt the way that things are done. For businesses, it's our job to drive change and create for the future, to make sure our legacy is not one of destruction, but of rebuilding. And for us, it's about using creativity to contribute to the reinvention of our broken retail model, to build a more sustainable future for all of us. If you want to know more, I'll be taking questions in a second, but also please follow us on Instagram and LinkedIn and check out our website to explore our sustainability story so far. And that is me. I'm going to stop sharing now.
Gemma, thanks so much for an amazing presentation, just such high quality visuals. And what I really enjoyed is it was about a celebration of change that's going on. I myself am very much, I know I can be very much a doomsday, the end is nigh, and it's so encouraging when you see what these big corporate organisations are doing about change, and even more encouraging to see new younger businesses like yourself. I know you've just celebrated your 10th anniversary, but how adaptable you can be as a young organisation and making that change. There's some questions that are coming in and everyone's invited to add some more. My first question was, you said you just this year launched your new green strategy. What does success look like to you? What are the goals that you're aiming for over the next couple of years?
Thanks, Tom. That's always lovely to hear. So I'm going to introduce Danny actually as well, who's joining me on the call. Danny is our strategy and development manager and has been instrumental in crafting our green strategy. We actually kicked it off in 2018, towards the end of 2018, but we've been doing a lot of work on it over the past 6 months to kind of resolve it. And I might hand over to Danny to talk about our future goals and where we're trying to go with it.
Yeah, so we looked at the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and tried to align ourselves as much as possible with those. So we felt that there was a kind of guiding light and a set of guiding principles as to what we were going to do in the next few years. And kind of in the immediate future, we're thinking about our packaging and how that can become completely recycled and recyclable. So that's obviously a huge impact, because everything that we ship needs to be really well packed. And so although it seems like a very small thing, it's actually really integral to us. We're also looking more long-term at becoming a B Corporation, which, if no one knows what that is, it's basically a sort of accreditation a business can get. And it's kind of extends beyond sustainability, looking at business ethics and looking at the way you operate on a much larger scale. So that's something that, fingers crossed, it's a lot of work, but something that hopefully we'll get next year. And then we're also thinking about much bigger concepts about how we could potentially re-engineer the way that we design and produce things, so that we could start to integrate more circular models in how we work. And we'd also like to become carbon neutral as well by 2025. Which is a big one.
Yeah.
We've definitely bitten off quite a bit, but it's exciting.
Yeah,
but I think it's important to be ambitious. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it sounds like you've got some really strong ambition. So obviously anyone who's listened in on this, they can follow you on social media and follow Studio XAG on that journey. I've got a couple of questions that have come in. One from Carl says, "Hi Gemma, thanks for the great talk. Amazing fact about cork trees and where the bark removed and the CO2 absorbent. Oh dear, absorb that word.
Yeah, got it.
It's absorbing the CO2. And has just asked, cork can be used for floors, walls, and ceilings. How about in building construction? I don't know if you know that, but
I am not a cork expert, but I was amazed when I heard that information about cork, and I thought, we should be using cork a lot more, because that is incredible. It's almost like using it is better for the planet than not using it. I have seen cork used in construction, but I don't know if it would be like be able to be used as a mono material, as it were. It might be more of a cladding that would need to go onto some sort of substrate. But yeah, I'm not that up on my cork over and above environmental properties. If I could just add to Danny's information in terms of where we're wanting to go as well, just to put this out into the world in the hope that it comes back. We really want to work with more sustainable brands and clients, and we're really on a mission to seek out and champion other brands that are pioneering in sustainability, because then we think we can have the room to develop really exciting solutions that we can all be on board with and take forward together.
Yeah, fantastic. I always say water finds its own level. So once you start networking with people that are also trying to do sustainability and shift in that direction, yeah, your pool will grow. I've got another message here from Manola, and it says it's very scary around retail management, and it can be difficult to convince the existing businesses to shift and think differently. I think it's also the responsibility of innovative companies like Studio XAG to guide, train, and be part of the transition of businesses that are scared to innovate. Do you already promote training sessions with your clients?
Ooh, we do not, but that is a very good idea. Be taking that one. I think what is encouraging is we are seeing a lot of change within the industry. And of course, there are a lot of people who are not moving with the times, but I think there are a lot of massive global corporations where sustainability is really high on their agenda now. And that's in a massive change to the past sort of 5 years. So if you look at like the Fashion Pact, that's been signed by, I think, 1/3 of the fashion industry, and the most sort of fundamental key players, the Gucci group, Kering, even LVMH, like everyone who's anyone is within that, and they are working collaboratively towards 3 major objectives. Danny, maybe you can tell me what they are, because I can't remember off the top of my head. If you have that information to hand, no pressure. If not,
lowering carbon, promoting biodiversity, and I think cleaning the oceans as well. Yeah. The 3 main goals.
But I think what's really exciting now versus the way things have been done is there's so much collaboration happening, where people who would have previously been competition to each other are now saying, do you know what, the fight against climate change is more important than our competition against each other. So you're seeing a lot of progress happening much more rapidly. For example, like Adidas and Allbirds collaborating to produce a shoe. Hopefully they'll get there to produce a shoe with the carbon footprint is something like a tenth of what it would normally be on a shoe. And because you've got the power of Adidas and then the innovation of Allbirds, they're able to move much more quickly to a solution. And we do sort of need speed at the moment.
Brilliant. I've got another question here from Dominique. It says, hi Gemma, really enjoyed your presentation. When you started out changing your business concept and switching to the sustainable way of working, how did your clients react? Do you cooperate with clients who are not interested in sustainability and just want fast results? Yeah. So
yeah, it's not like you can just close down one way of working and open up another way of working, unfortunately, or we haven't found that. So what we're aiming for is progress, and we're sort of on a journey to get there. Obviously this year has been pretty devastating for retail and many, many industries because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're not in a position currently to say, no, we cannot work with certain people because we need to still evolve and create work. And it is a dichotomy at work there. So I believe that if people work with us, we will offer the best, most sustainable solution that we can within the constraints of time frame and budget, which are always our most pressing constraints. But we haven't got to a stage yet where we're able to say, no, we will only work on super sustainable projects, because it would probably just be very difficult to continue as a business in that spirit right now. But that is where we want to get to, but it's a journey to get there.
And I think the reference points of looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, they're a 15-year plan to achieve by 2030. And I think we kind of, the world can't just stop and reset.
Yeah.
COVID, by all means, is giving us many opportunities to stop and reset and think about things slightly differently. But yeah, I agree. It's a process, and we've, as a planet, we've given ourselves that 15-year time frame to see what we can change and achieve within that time frame. I'm conscious of the time. We've got 2 minutes, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to do a final sort of takeaway plug. There is one question here that says, just from an anonymous attendee, they've said they found the Napa Puri jacket, and it doesn't mention that it's from recycled material, but I think not all of their jackets are recycled. Is that correct?
So no, I would say not all of their jackets are recycled. That should be made from 100% recycled and recyclable material. So the fabric that is used and the wadding and the zip and everything, it's all made of nylon, but it's different forms of nylon, and it's all by this company Aquafil, who own Econil. It should be. It's the Infinity jacket. That's the one you're looking for. Yeah. And their whole name is, around the fact that it goes on forever. So yes, it should be 100% recycled.
Gemma, do you have a parting sort of take, a thought? Sorry, that's to put you on.
No, that's fine. I think it's just about, as I said at the end of my presentation, really, using creativity and innovating and not being afraid to disrupt and try new things, because the way that things are currently, or the way that things have been, we can't go on like that. And so it's really about using everyone's creativity to build a more sustainable future for all of us.
Fantastic. Couldn't have said it better myself. Gemma, we've reached our time, so I'd like to thank both yourself and Daniel for coming along and letting us know what Studio XAG are up to. Again, anyone listening, please do follow these guys on social media, because all of the different projects and successes that they're having within this green strategy, I'm sure that you're going to be sharing in the future partnerships. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Neil, who will introduce our next speaker. And yeah, thank you again so much, Gemma.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thank you so much to Gemma and Daniel. I've just realised I've started my camera. I'm not sure why it's not working, but never mind. So I'd now like to hand over to my colleagues, Barbara and Grace. Barbara and Grace are going to be talking about, is sustainability embedded into business school curricula? Barbara and Grace are both from our School of Business, and at LSBU we're really looking to kind of build sustainability into a lot of our courses, certainly our engineering, built environment and architecture courses, and a lot of like kind of the work that's done on the physical environment. But over at the School of Business, and with this event as part of the series, it's looking at the kind of like the human element of that behavior change, and that's something that Grace and Barbara are going to be talking about. So over to you both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. Super introduction. Give me one moment. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Okay, hopefully that's visible, and everyone can see my screen at this stage. Yes, thank you, Neil, for that lovely introduction. Indeed, I think even though today's theme specifically circumnavigates consumption, as you've already introduced, we will more predominantly be talking about education in this particular presentation. But I think it's given, you know, we're all working, most of us at least, are working, if not involved with the university in some way, a nice kind of pause in the midst of our many, you know, business and consumption orientated discussions to see where our students sit amongst this wider consumption production debate and what experiences they get with us. Indeed at LSBU, and indeed we'll disclose some of the findings of our research study. Barbara, as Neil said, is on the line as well. This is a joint research study between both myself and Barbara. As Neil said, we're both within the marketing field, or the marketing discipline, in the School of Business, which I like to say is somewhat of a funny irony, given that my predominant research area, as is Barbara's, certainly lies within the field of sustainability. For me specifically, sustainable consumption, but Barbara twisted my arm to get involved in this very different research area for me as such, on education and looking at curricula in university, specifically business school programs and modules across the UK. So I suppose just to give a brief introduction to where we are as regards this study, it's still a work in progress. So indeed today we will thankfully be able to present some initial findings to you. I'll actually be handing over to Barbara later on in this presentation to talk you through those. But we are still at the data analysis phase, actually data collection and data analysis phase of this study. So we don't have anything definitive as of yet, but we do have some initial findings, emphasis on the word initial, that we'll be able to discuss with you. But really, I suppose today we wanted to give I suppose a little bit of a story as regards how this research has evolved over time, where our ideas have come from, influences in terms of how this study is going to be constructed, and I guess, yes, a summary as well, of course, of the methodology we'll be using to carry out this study, which presents itself actually as a really interesting one. For those of you who know about a content analysis, you'll know the significant challenges and indeed possibilities that come from a methodology of that nature, so, or a form or a mode of analysis of that nature. So yes, this is very much a working title. Is sustainability embedded to business school curricula? Initial findings from a UK-wide study. So the first slide here, I suppose, and I guess you'll say, okay, Barbara, Grace, you're both working within a business school, surely it's an obvious setting in which you can conduct this study. And yes, while we have, let's call it easy access to our study sample, more than that, business schools in particular, I think, should hold a significant level of responsibility as homes of production and consumption and pushing that, shall we say. Why do students come to study at business schools? They come because they want successful businesses. What do businesses do? I mean, the example we had before this showcases exactly what we would love for a business to do, which is to consider its ethical stance with respect to much of what they do, or our speakers this morning with similar perspectives. But is our business school essentially doing that? Not just our business school, of course, we'll be looking at business schools in general, but are they in general going to, I suppose, present students with a profit at all costs ideology? Are they going to say to students that this is how you make money? This is how you encourage production? You know, I'm a lecturer of marketing. Am I there simply to tell students, you know, this is how you market as much as you can, sell as much as you can? These are the pointers and tips that I can give to you. And understanding whether or not sustainability becomes part of that learning at any point. Is it embedded in it? Is it an afterthought? And where are we in 2020 right now with respect to students' exposure in a business school to sustainability on any level? And it's a big question. Of course, there have been studies carried out related to this before. I'm going to give you some examples of those in a moment. But as such, that is why we have, as an added, I suppose, aspect to us having that easy access to the study sample, decided that business schools in particular present themselves as a rather ironic place in which to study that age-old question of capitalism versus sustainability and how they fit, and business schools being a training ground for that. Do they fit? Maybe they don't. So, you know, we present these questions, at least we should present these questions to students. So yeah, that is one of the major reasons why I guess business schools in particular present themselves as a suitable space in which to conduct this study. So we're going to be looking at, as an offset to that, or as a direct, I suppose, funnel, if you will, how exactly environmental sustainability sits in business schools, if it does at all. As I say, Barbara has some potentially not so good findings to share with you all later, as regards the extent to which, or evidence we have found for such. So this study, I think, and Barbara, you might even argue with me or add to this, but this study will serve as a fantastic benchmark for progression in terms of how and if sustainability is taught in business schools nowadays. It will present us with a nice comprehensive, and emphasis on the term comprehensive, because we are looking at all universities in the UK actually. We're going to be looking at 100, actually I believe it's 110 or more even, universities that have specifically got either business schools or some sort of business discipline. So we'll really get a kind of all-encompassing set of data from this particular study. And I guess both myself and Barbara, you know, even in the early stages of this piece of research, we were throwing around ideas. We were discussing, you know, what is it that might impact a business school in terms of making that move where sustainability is to the fore, questioned at all, included at all. And, you know, the age-old question of student experience comes to mind because, of course, universities, business schools included, put a massive emphasis on student experience. Where does sustainability sit within that? And if it's not desirable from or as part of the student experience, is it going to be appealing from a business school's perspective to incorporate it at all? What if it's not something they want to learn about? What if it doesn't satisfy them, for want of a better, inverted commas, term? So I suppose we started thinking about that. Equally, and I guess we may have, many people here actually may have heard of the PRME before, but if you haven't, don't worry. They're essentially just a subsidiary, if you will, of the United Nations that are there specifically to support business schools with this transition. So, you know, it's not even that business schools don't have support mechanisms and I suppose spaces in which they can get advice and feedback to make this transition. It's whether or not they actually use it. And I guess speaking from personal experience, I can say that they don't necessarily always use these support systems, which is unfortunate because there is a massive amount of resources there. And then I mentioned this particular news article with Barbara. Many of you will have probably read it. It was with reference to second level teaching actually in the UK. But indeed, political stances in general feed into this. Everything can be political, as they say, but specifically when it comes to the debate on sustainability and how it's taught, why it's taught, it can feed into third level thinking as well. And even if this is something which becomes predominant across second level education, what do we have as a second level graduate arriving into first year at university in terms of their exposure to kind of more radical thinking? Are we starting with a complete blank sheet of paper in terms of their exposure to this? So yeah, each of these were circumnavigating, if you like, in our minds. And I suppose we allowed them to feed into our design of this research study. And specifically, as you'll see in a while when we outline the methodology, it formed a really key part of the keywords that we'll actually be using to conduct the content analysis, which is the methods, as I say, that we're using. Part of it, at least anyway. What do we know so far? There's lots of research already out there on, I suppose, what sustainability looks like within educational settings and how it's come about over time to appear in various ways. So for instance, I might direct your attention to the second bullet point here, specifically this study by Sterling, who, for example, has and proposed 3 levels, inverted commas, of response by business schools specifically to teaching sustainability. So if I were to explain this in layman's terms, you know, you might have a course or a program, indeed a module, that might reference sustainability. You know, perhaps the module leader will say, is aware that they should be showing students something, anything. So I'll include, you know, an example of how British Petroleum have a ridiculously green logo, irrespective of the fact that they are probably one of the most environmentally destructive companies out there. Yeah, there we go. That's an example of greenwashing, box ticked, done and dusted. Or a module might have a more reformative response. So it might be the case, for instance, that they include some element of sustainability in an assignment that they give to students. So perhaps it means they're thinking about this a little bit more because suddenly this is worth marks. It's a little more reformative in its nature when we kind of, I suppose, put that on the students' radar because they're being examined on it. Or is a module, a course, specifically designed with a transformative response at its core? And of course, there are programs out there like this. Indeed, we have some at LSBU. But I suppose before I elaborate on that, specifically, you're looking in this case at examples of how students are given the tools with which they can, yes, during their university experience, but more importantly, upon graduation, question things, come up with ideas, be aware of what the sustainability debate actually is, what's good, what's bad, and so on and so forth. And just as a final, the third bullet point, or final bullet point here, another study here shows that there's various internal and external forces behind business school curricula change. So for instance, and again, I'm probably speaking from personal experience here more so because we don't have definitive findings yet, does it take one proactive staff member or student to really try and get a foothold as to where the sustainability conversation is in a specific department or school in order for it to become more central, if you will? And does that happen internally, or are there external forces like the PRME for business schools that might be able to kind of push that a little bit? There's certainly nothing structural coming from them as of yet in terms of implementation. Perhaps it's not forceful enough. Room for debate, especially I'm thinking as regards a second stage to this study that myself and Barbara are conducting. And another interesting point here, I suppose, again, this is from another research study, and I apologize, the writing there is probably not entirely clear. But I guess this was actually conducted partially using PRME data to identify specific keywords within certain module descriptors or course descriptors from a subset of 100, I believe, business schools across, sorry, not business schools specifically, but university programs across the UK. So that is another limitation, but indeed you're going to see some examples here of the different terms you'll typically come across. Business schools in particular are absolutely incredible at coming up with these combo business sustainability terms that I suppose lay grounds for questioning at the very least. Okay, and there's some examples here, but indeed myself and Barbara have come across some other interesting examples which we can discuss in just a little while. How is this study being conducted? Well, I suppose this method actually is quite alien for me. I'm traditionally and very much a qualitative researcher. And this is a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of, searching for specific things that I'm certainly not used to with my exploratory qual research hat on. But indeed, yes, it is going to be, as I've mentioned a couple of times already, a content analysis specifically of program descriptors or module outlines of different management and general business management undergraduate and indeed some postgraduate degrees across the UK. We're going to be using and looking for specific keywords. And again, Barbara might be able to provide some examples, but we have around 10 to 12 keywords that we're going to be looking at. And then we're going to be visiting each and every one of these descriptors to identify evidence for this. And we don't know yet, and this is and one of the reasons why I'm really excited for potential ideas and discussions following the conclusion of this talk, because we will more than likely have a second stage to the study in terms of what else we might look at other than a benchmark for where we are now. So I'd love to hear some potential ideas or suggestions from those of you watching going forward, and indeed on what we've done so far. But yeah, Barbara, I might hand over to you at this stage. Is there something you might like to elaborate potentially on the method specifically?
So thank you so much, Grace, for covering the topic so far, and it's pretty much, I think, one comment that I would have is that the question, why are we doing it? Because there are studies that already looked at the content of course descriptors in the UK, but if you look at some of the references, it happened in 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Of course, things have changed. We are now more aware of sustainability, environmental issues. It's 2020. We had Extinction Rebellion. So we are thinking, it's 2020. What have business schools done? And if we look at the program descriptors, module descriptors available on their websites, what do they say? Do they make these issues of sustainability and environmental awareness important to prospective students? So our assumption is that if issues of sustainability, very broadly defined, green marketing, green consumption, responsible consumption, corporate social responsibility, if they are important to business schools, they will signal that in the descriptions that they present to prospective students on their website. So we are looking at websites. We are using a wide range of keywords. We are looking at business degrees, undergrads and postgrads. We are going to also look at how possibly could those very traditional universities, for example, Russell Group universities versus post-1992 universities, do they differ in the way they describe business programs, or maybe sustainability and environmental awareness is important to both groups of universities. We are also going to look at the gender of business school deans. how, is there any relationship between the gender of the business school dean and what they offer in terms of the content. So that's pretty much our approach to content analysis, and we are focusing on what's available on the websites, because this is where prospective students go to find out information about courses, and I think that's so far that's it from me. Okay. So that's me again. So we've done some research. We've done a bit of content analysis so far. We are a little bit delayed because of the pandemic. So our plans are a little bit flexible now. But what we looked at so far is we decided to look at a leading university, Russell Group University, University of Oxford, and then we looked at LSBU because we thought, is there a difference? How do these universities frame issues of environmental sustainability when they describe business courses? I was really surprised because when I looked at the University of Oxford, of course, the type of degrees that Oxford offers and the business school, are different. They are very focused, very narrow offering, as opposed to LSBU. That offers, so many courses. And when you look at the numbers, we use the search word business, looking for in the course finder. And what's really interesting is, Oxford doesn't really offer a course that has the word business in the title of the course at undergraduate level. We found BA in Economics and Management. And that was the course that we looked at, and essentially they had nothing about sustainability, nothing about green marketing, nothing about corporate social responsibility. There was zero keywords that we found in the course introduction description, or there were no modules that contain our keywords. And there was nothing in the description for the MBA that is offered by Oxford. So that was very surprising. We thought, these are institutions that produce experts, that produce leaders. And of course, just because those issues don't feature on the websites and in the descriptions of those courses, it doesn't mean they are not taught within the course, but we assume that because they are not mentioned there, they are just not important for the educators, for the university, and they are also not seen as important for prospective students. And then we looked at London South Bank University, many courses that are within the business studies, business management field, and we just look at BA Business Management. In the course introduction description, because we divided our analysis. First, we looked at the main description of the course. When you click on the course link, what do you get? This is the course introduction description. And then we go into the course structure, and we look at the individual modules to find out whether there are any modules that contain our keywords in the names of the modules, and whether they are optional or core. So business management, we looked at that because this was the first ones of the kind of full 3-year degree that LSBU offers. And we found one module with our keywords, which is optional, okay? Environmental, economics, and sustainability. And when you look at LSBU, you will find business-related degrees that do have at least optional sustainability modules. It's a little bit sort of more pessimistic when it comes to marketing degrees, because marketers who kind of push this overconsumption and are taught how to increase consumption of products and services are not really taught about sustainability. It's not on the slide, but we also looked at London Business School. And we found exactly what you see for University of Oxford. Zero keywords, zero mentions about sustainability, zero mentions about environmental sustainability, corporate social responsibility. And we found that surprising. Again, these are schools that produce leaders who then go on and lead very serious companies and make decisions that are important. And we also looked at the University of Cambridge. Also found nothing so far. We also briefly looked at those post-1992 universities, other, our competitors, for example, Middlesex University, quite sort of good results where there are modules about sustainability, environmental responsibility. Some are optional, some are core, but what we have found so far is that those post-1992 universities are doing more. Okay, even if these modules are often optional, these universities at least put the kind of the agenda of sustainability on the agenda, on the descriptions of courses. You would also think, looking at the number of courses offered by business courses offered by post-1992 universities, that these are the schools that should produce the majority of business leaders. But of course, it's not the case. It's the traditional universities that are the kind of sources, and I say produce, I use a marketing word, produce business leaders more than post-1992 universities. So the picture so far is optimistic or positive for post-1992, not so positive for traditional universities. But this is just our first initial analysis. We have looked at very few universities so far. And we are hoping we should complete our analysis by sort of mid-December, hopefully, now that things are a little bit more predictable. And the question, of course, is when universities do mention sustainability, environmental awareness, is this a contradiction when I'm teaching marketing? Grace mentioned this already. And I said this before. I thought, the best sustainability is just to, stop buying and buy less and produce less. And when we are in this context of a free market economy, does teaching about sustainability work? Does it make a difference? Or should we just be teaching? Should we just close down business schools and not teach business, not to teach people to increase consumption? It's a radical question, but I think it's a very good question. How much do business schools contribute to creating this market of constant consumption? Okay. So thank you very much for now, and it's over to Grace now.
Yeah, I think both myself and Barbara have had ideas as to where we might share these results post once we've finished the research project itself. And I think, the obvious, we have, I suppose, obligations to fulfill, and we will be publishing this hopefully in academic journals. But I think, and you might agree with me here, Barbara, one of the biggest spaces for conversation with respect to any of this actually is in casual conversations spaces like Twitter, where we kind of figure and understand what other module leaders at other business schools are actually doing. We can share and disseminate our results from the study there. And it kind of can get interesting conversations going, as can, conferences just like this one, which again open and provide for nice spaces for debate. As I think I've mentioned already, our data will serve, our findings will serve as a nice benchmark for progression for every business school, and highlight then a point at which they can move forward if they have absolutely nothing within their remit, if you will, within any of their descriptors, within any of their program outlines, then they need to start somewhere. Personally, I think the journey starts at revalidation at the very least. If it's a case we're not agreeing with Barbara and shutting the entire business school down, that is. If we're staying open, I personally think it starts at revalidation, when you're really reviewing specific modules and the kind of overall goal of what that course is. If you can capture CDs, course directors, attention at that point in time, I think that is a really ideal point at which these questions can be asked, and sustainability in turn can be embedded to curricula. As Barbara has pointed out, in terms of prestigious business schools producing responsible, environmentally aware business leaders, I guess we shall see. There may be, as I've mentioned already, a phase 2 to this project where we'll interview perhaps deans, course directors and module leaders. Again, probably my qualitative hat coming back on a little bit, where we can explore these questions a little bit more in terms of the impact that any of this then can have on society at large. I like to think that as educators, we really have a massive role to play here, because we're essentially training these students, if you like, to go and fulfill their entire careers, no matter what path or direction that might take, and especially if it's in a business setting. So yeah, and I guess the final point here in terms of opening and continuing the conversation on business school curricula, we're not the first, as both myself and Barbara have mentioned, but we certainly want to continue that conversation with this research, and as we've said already, provide a really comprehensive review and benchmark in terms of where we are at, which requires critique, absolutely, as we morph business graduates to build their careers, which at the very least positions profit alongside environmental sustainability, which would be, again, probably me speaking here, and hopefully Barbara too, as opposed to, as I say, that being a definitive finding of the study as such. But yes, hopefully we can have profit and sustainability somehow intertwined for the time being, before we go and ask super radical questions, because I don't think many business school deans will be happy if we close them down. But yeah,
no, I was just checking the list of participants now.
I won't be fired, hopefully. Okay, yeah, and I think that's pretty much us, Barbara, unless you have anything else to add before we open the floor to questions.
No, I think we've covered what we have done so far. And we look forward to finishing this project. As Grace mentioned, we are not the first ones to do that type of a study. But I think keeping the knowledge current and looking at what's happening right now, 2020, after so many years of discussion in the media about sustainability and environmental awareness, do business schools care? Does it matter to them? And I think, Neil, before you mentioned that engineering schools try to embed sustainability in their curricula, and that's not probably not as difficult, because I think for business schools it's the question of profit versus sustainability, and really I will again be very radical. Sustainability means in a lot of cases shutting down a lot of those companies that exploit the environment, and so it's difficult. It's, I think, a difficult question for business schools. How do you teach business? How should we essentially teach how to run businesses in a free market economy? Okay, in an economy that is based on consumption that is constantly growing and increasing. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think you've actually worked your way through the questions. They seem to have disappeared from the inbox, and I think a lot of them were answered. It's interesting because obviously, yes, it's very different for engineering and the built environment architecture. It has a direct impact on the physical climate issue. This is looking at business. You're right; it's completely different, and you've seen that kind of like in the way the economy has been put first before the pandemic, with like the help out to eat out scheme and everything like that. You know, the economy comes first, above people, above the planet. What's it going to take to address that balance, so that business and other subjects have put the same emphasis on sustainability and the future of the planet?
It's a big question, Neil, and this is the thing. Business school students come to business schools to learn about business, and I suppose they want to assume, like any student learning in any discipline, that it's really important and they need to be able to perform to the best of their capability in spite of whatever it is that they do. But I guess it's just a case of trying to find that balancing point between having and identifying where, and I don't think we've figured this out yet, the sustainability agenda fits in a business school. Actually, it's a really big question, and to each of these business disciplines like accounting, indeed economics, marketing, management, and any other general business subject that a student might take. To be honest, I think it's a question it's still evolving. I'm not sure we have the answer yet. And I think that's the purpose of events like this, where, you know, as a university, we know we're not 100% there on sustainability, but opening up the conversation, holding events like this might get us that bit closer. It's about having the conversation and seeing kind of what collaborations and partnerships and thought sharing and knowledge sharing and all those things come about from it. I think that's normal. Barbara, what are your thoughts?
So I agree with Grace. I think she has answered the question really well. It's a big question. I think it would require us as individuals, and that goes back to our previous discussion, to perhaps work sort of from the bottom of the economy and for example, just reduce the consumption of products and services. But I think that's very, very difficult to do in a consumer culture where consumption defines us so much. You know, the brands we wear, the neighborhoods we live in, especially in those, you know, countries like the UK or US, you know, the neighborhood, the school you go to, these are signs of status where you shop. You know, you go to Waitrose versus you go to Lidl. You know, you don't go to the other one because you belong to a certain social group. So I think cultural change is also part of it. I also think we perhaps, you know, we talk about sustainability, and I remember a project that was taking place somewhere else about how restaurants can buy and install and maintain and pay for another tool to help them be sustainable. And I thought, how does it help? You know, do we need another tool? Do we need another service to be sustainable? Why can't we just have very simple solutions? We talk about circular economy, how difficult it could be to introduce. You know, I grew up in Poland. There was nothing else apart from circular economy. Why can't we go back? Again, I don't have the answers for it. I think again, it's multi-channel, multifaceted action that is needed. And again, at individual level, but I think also action at a governmental and international level.
And so, which brings us on to the question, we touched on this earlier in your session, Barbara, around consumption. Is university too late? And Grace, you spoke a little bit about this as well, about how, you know, have students come here to learn about sustainability? No, they haven't. They've come here to learn to do a business course. Is it too late at that point? Are they engaged enough? I mean, you know, there was a YouGov survey recently that said, you know, for 18 to 24-year-olds, the environment is a top concern. It's one of the things they're most worried about. But when they get to that university level and they are switching off because they're not there to study that, does that show that it's too late at university level? Does it need to be much longer, much earlier as a priority of learning?
Arguably, yes. I think these conversations surrounding sustainability a lot of the time come from their family backgrounds, personal, cultural context, their upbringings, and indeed first, primary or second level education as well. And it would be a shame if they had not been exposed to anything up until, you know, the age of 18, roughly, when they walk in to their first year at university. I think for me, and I am fortunate in a sense, I do teach first years this year, and quite a big first year group in the business school. I throw the ideas out them from the get-go. I start to, I show them a theory, an idea, or a concept that perhaps a previous marketer has done. And I'll say, okay, what's wrong with this? And I'll start to figure out if they're able to identify the problematics surrounding the sustainability question here. So for me, of course, this is my area of interest. I do try to identify whether or not they've been at least exposed to these ideas, even if they don't know how to command these ideas. And it's mixed, to say the least. There's certain students who will absolutely, agree with me. There's students who disagree with me, and so on. I mentioned that BP or British Petroleum example during the talk just now, and it is something that I use as an example with first years. And yeah, some of them agree that perhaps BP should take ownership of the environmental destruction they've caused, and there's other students that think, well, actually they're really profit making. Isn't that a definition for success in business? And they're not wrong, so I think it's just, again, coming back to that question, Neil. Yeah, it's not an easy one to answer.
It's a big one. Barbara?
Yeah.
Did you want to respond?
I just wanted to also add or answer a chat question that I see here in the webinar chat from Sarah, who's asking about responsibility. Is it the responsibility of companies or individuals? And I do think it should be. I'm a strong supporter of government action and government regulation, and gradually perhaps in a way, I will say, encouraging businesses to be sustainable, changing supply chain, changing the way we produce products, because I agree, putting the responsibility fully on individuals who, need to learn about sustainability, recognize which products are sustainable or not, it's too much. So I think that there should be a lot of work coming from governments, encouraging companies to be sustainable, and then in the end forcing them, just like with plastic straws now. It's fantastic. We introduced small payments for plastic bag use. It did help a little bit, but it didn't help a lot, and it had to then come to introducing a legislation. And I think that's what will happen slowly with sustainability. Just like it happened with smoking, it took 30 years to achieve, ban on smoking in public places. But it started with raising awareness, and I think the same will happen with sustainability.
And I guess the follow on from that is, why is it so slow? What other countries have kind of are getting there in terms of and how they do things? Why is the UK so slow? What reason?
Because UK and US are all about consumption and
profit.
And it's consumer culture. We express ourselves through consumption, and I think I'll let Grace now answer this question, because I think she's the expert now in consumer culture more than me.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, actually. I had a class this morning with my postgraduates, which discussed exactly that, how people express themselves. And, there is this real kind of freedom, libertarianism around consumption as well, that, it is a way people express themselves. In the US, the UK, it's particularly prominent. And in a sense, consumption for many years, I know we're starting to see this questioned now, materialism, I suppose, has been seen as a definer of success. The more things you own, the more products you acquire, the bigger your house, the faster your car. These were definitions, and still are definitions for many people, for success across developed economies. So I suppose that's what we're up against, the wider ideology of that which defines human fulfillment and success, if you will.
And unfortunately, it does seem to be at the expense of the planet.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a profit at all costs ideology. Again, it comes back to the question of sustainability. Does it have a place within capitalism?
Yeah, I think also, you know, we see this now, the elections in the US and the sort of vilification of socialism and presenting socialism as the evil. And I always go back again to my childhood, and it's an example again from Poland. And I look at property ownership in different countries, and it's really always surprises me when we hear support for capitalism, for free market, and in the UK, 63% of people own their property, or you know, different numbers depending on the source. But in Poland, 99% of people own their property, and I thought, you know, capitalism is probably great. I think people just, you know, grow up with it, and they cannot imagine a different system and different way of you know, society. And as Grace said, you know, consumption, the things we own, and you know, the phones we own, the brands we wear, this is what defines us. It's because we marketers have discovered that we can make people feel better, or we tell them that they will feel better if they buy a particular product. So why can we now use the same tools to make people feel better about paying attention to other ideas and maybe not owning it? Of course, the problem is, I think, budgets. Companies have, you know, lots of money to essentially throw their products into our faces, and it's not the case with, for example, social marketing campaigns, raising awareness of sustainability. Yes, so I think it's also, you know, ideology and thinking the only way of life is free marketing and capitalism, because it's easy, you know, it's a very short-term solution. You know, I will have that phone next year.
I think, like Thomas mentioned in the chat, there is this kind of Gen Z revolution coming slowly but surely. And I think universities, business schools inherently are businesses in and of themselves, much like universities generally. They'll respond to that demand. They will. It'll be slow, but I think it is coming, and it will come. And hopefully myself and Barbara will start to find more evidence of that as we continue with our study. Fingers crossed.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our session. What a great note to finish on. Really look forward to, as kind of things ease up and hopefully life, research, education goes back to normal. We look forward to sharing those results in the future. Thank you both so much for your time. What parting words would you like to leave our audience with today?
Yeah, I suppose I think actually what Thomas mentioned there in terms of hope, as we have a very forward-thinking generation growing up within a bizarre world, honestly, especially now. And I think the demand and the ground, if you like, the foundations will be laid for, even in business schools, questions and important questions to be asked, and hopefully business graduates in the very near future that will implement some really, really great ideas and thinkings.
Thank you, Barbara.
I would like to say, go and try to buy nothing for the next 6 months, apart from food. Okay, we don't want you to starve, but try to do that and see how hard it is. Not because you need those things, it's because you think you need those things, and it gives you something emotionally. So yes, I think it's a good experiment to run for a few months and see how long you can last without buying nothing.
I'd love to try it. I would find it such a challenge, as you know, Sarah in the audience have just said what a challenge that will be. It would be, especially as Christmas is approaching, and you know, it's sale time. It's really hard, but we have to be willing to try it. It's the only way things are going to change. Thank you both so much for your session. It was really insightful, really informative, and definitely look forward to hearing more soon.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of this morning's session. We are breaking from 2:30 until 5 p.m, where we'll be back at 5 p.m. to look at the impact and responsibility of the fashion world on the climate emergency and sustainability issues. Just touching on some of what some of what Grace and Barbara were saying. Tomorrow, we touched on circular economy. There's a session at 10 a.m. That's taking an alternative approach to, and view of the circular economy. And that's called Spirals, Spikes and Spinning Wheels, Temporal Models Challenging the Sustainability Agenda. And that is led by Dr. Helen Powell from our School of Arts and Creative Industries. At 11:15, we'll be looking at another study, embedding sustainability into accounting education. That's by my colleague Usha Mistry, who's looking at her study around accounting, which also ties into what our opening keynote tomorrow morning, Professor Jill Atkins from Sheffield University is going to be speaking about in terms of extinction governance and the role of governance and accounting in extinction species prevention. Thomas, was there anything that you'd like to share? I'll invite you on to round up this morning's session.
No, I mean, I think it's been such a varied discussion. Hearing those fashion examples from Studio XAG of what's being done, looking at what's being done within in education to teach the future generation to understand about it now. I think I hear what you're saying about primary school education, but yes, we have to be teaching them now, but fundamentally we have to be making the changes right now.
Right now.
You can't wait for a 4-year-old to go through an education system to make the changes that we need.
What will be left by then?
Exactly. So we as an educational institute have to keep doing events like this, building networks with other companies that are out there and having really good change so that we're a part of that. And I think tomorrow, anyone who's interested, we've got a talk about what our new corporate strategy is, which is coming out imminently. And a big part of that, the next 5 years for LSBU, is about looking at sustainability and understanding the Sustainable Development Goals and how we as an organisation that employs over 2,000 people and has something like 17,000 students, how we can be a part of that change and a part of that catalyst for change. So I think that, yeah, times are exciting in terms of sustainability. It's just a shame of what's going on politically and in terms of the pandemic around us.
Of course, and it does seem to be hampering the sustainability agenda as well. In terms of, politics is affecting everything at the moment, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it with the Black Lives Matter movement. We're seeing it with trans rights. We're seeing it with access to education and attainment. It's affecting everything. So it's definitely something that will be touched on in part 3 of our event series from the 13th and the 15th to Jan, where we look at equality and politics are 2 of the main themes of that one, so we'll very much cover them then. Do tune into our session tomorrow where we're joined by Times Higher Education, looking at our sustainable development goals and how we've embedded those and the work we've done with Times Higher Education. There's a fantastic lineup for tomorrow, starting from 9 a.m. We'll do a brief intro similar to the one you saw this morning if you were there, and then we'll hand over to our keynote, and we're running right from 9 till 6:30 tomorrow. So it's a long day, but there's something for everyone. So do sign in. If you have any questions in the meantime, my email is events@lsbu.ac.uk. I'll pop it in the chat box just now. Please feel free to email me any questions you have, anything I can support with. Also, really keen to hear your thoughts on social media. So I will also share. I'll share our Twitter handle as well as the hashtags we're using for this event. We'd love to hear your thoughts. I think that's it for this afternoon. Thomas, anything you'd like to leave us with?
Back here at 5.
Back here at 5 p.m. for the impact the impact and influence of the fashion industry on sustainability and climate issues. So yeah, thanks very much for joining us this morning, and we'll see you a bit later.
We'll see you all then.
Thanks all. Bye. My name is Neil Hudson-Basing, delighted to introduce this evening's panel to you. I'm the Corporate Events Manager at London South Bank University, working with colleagues like my colleague Ronki and other colleagues from across LSBU to deliver this event series. We've got nearly 600 people signed up from Africa, North America, South America, Asia, Australia, all across Europe, all across the UK. It's brilliant to see and fantastic that so many people have tuned in. Two principles of the conference are myth busting and practical takeaways. It is about action here. This is not an academic conference. We like to bridge the gap between academia and practice, and our range of speakers really reflect that. And I'm delighted to have such a fantastic selection of speakers here in our panel discussion, curated by my colleague Ronki, who's the course director for our fashion courses here at LSBU. Do enjoy the conference. In terms of Zoom functionality, please use the chat box. You'll see 3 functions below you. We really want to break down that virtual wall and encourage networking and collaboration and warmth and kindness. So please do use that. In the absence of face-to-face events, it's really important that you walk away from this having had a good experience, and that's kind of what we want from the event. Please reserve your questions for the Q&A box, just so that we don't lose them in the chat box. And during the Q&A session at the end, we'll work our way through those. The panel will be keeping an eye on those questions coming in. And then there's the raise your hand function. It doesn't matter where you're asking your question from, because we won't see you. So it doesn't matter if you're at your desk or you're curled up on the sofa, wherever you're asking that question from, please do use the raise your hand function. It's a nice one to use. And we can't see you, but we'll be able to hear you. And that's all from me. I'll be in the background. Any questions at all, please pop them in the chat box. And now I'll hand over to Ronki to introduce our panel. Thanks everyone, enjoy.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much. Hi guys, hi, and welcome to a lovely evening. We're going to keep it quite nice and relaxed and have a really lovely conversation with 3 fantastic people who I'm excited to welcome. So thank you all for joining myself and panel members. Before I start, just a few housekeeping things to please ensure you keep your mics off. And if your hand does tend to slip, please try to put your mic back onto silent as fast as possible, so that we don't get too many disturbances in the middle of our speaking event. And should we have any power cuts, I'm not responsible, but the internet does have a mind of its own sometimes. Please just log back onto the same link that you have originally, and I'm sure we will still be here for you. So today I'd like to welcome some of the most inspirational names within the sustainable fashion community. Paola Misipi, please excuse me if I haven't pronounced your surname correctly, and I'm sure you'll correct me as well. Aja Baba, and also Aja Baba.
Aja Barber.
Thank you for correcting me. I know the feeling too much with my name as well. And also Amanda Johnston. Thank you all for taking your time to come to our virtual platform of LSBU. Our conversation today centres around the impact and influence of the fashion world and sustainability in climate emergency. So I'd like to start by opening our platform up, and we're going to be talking to you individually to begin with, and then we're going to have a combined discussion together. So I'd like to start with an introduction starting with Paola. Hi Paola, we've had the pleasure of meeting each other previous to this event. You were very, very generous in your time last year and worked with our students, and our students produced a fantastic campaign for your brand. And for people who don't know much about who you are and what your brand represents, I'm just going to give a little short outline, but please, I want you to go for it and tell the audience a bit more about Miyameko. And again, please correct me if my pronunciation isn't correct. So Paola, your brand Miyamoko, I would say, is one of the leading UK sustainable brands that is out there at the moment. And founded in 2019, you've been recognised for a multitude of awards, including a leadership award, and you've also been recognised next to some of the leading fashion brands such as Stella McCartney, Outland Denim, to name just a few, and have been recognised within leading fashion magazines such as Vogue, alongside Vivienne Westwood, GQ, the list goes on. And not just that, you've also been recognised for your work of changing lives and brand to watch by industry awards, and shortlisted by Vogue Italia for Eco Talent Scouting and Vogue USA. Oof, that's a lot. That's a lot, and actually pretty damn impressive, if I may say so myself, because your brand is what I would class as still quite a young baby and still growing, but you've managed to be so successful and so fast, and that is such an inspiration. So a huge congratulations. But what I'd like to do is kind of start from the beginning and go back to talking to you about the kind of the foundations of how you started Miyamoko, and also why you started such a fantastic sustainable brand that is today, and wanting to really establish the roots in Africa as well. So handing over to you a little bit there.
Yeah, thank you, Ronki. So let me first say I'm a London South Bank University alumna, so it's always great to be back. I did my master's in international development there. So I am a failed international development person. So I tried very hard and didn't do very well at it, mostly because I have zero patience for large organizations, and I'm more of a kind of hands-on type person. And so I kind of ended up going and doing my own thing. But yeah, and let me sort of, you've done great with my name. No one gets Paola right. You did. So thank you for that. Somehow the two vowels seem to confuse people, but you did a great job. The brand is actually called Mayamiko, which is a Chichewa word from the main language spoken in Malawi, which is a country in Southern Africa, and it means praise in the local language. So just kind of to give you a little bit of background about that. So I'll try and keep it short. I can rant on for a long time, so stop me when when it's too much. But so like I say, I'm a failed international development person. I was working in a number of countries in Africa in the early 2000s, and ended up doing quite a lot of work in Malawi. Spending 4 or 5 years going backwards and forwards, working with a local organization in the Ministry of Education, and then the Ministry for Women and Child Development. And really, the origin of Mayamiko is there. We started off as a charity, working with essentially the local community to see how we could support local needs. So I started it working with a lady called Kate Kainja, that at the time was working at the Ministry for Women and Child Development, and had a real clear sense of what women were telling her that they needed. And what they felt they needed was vocational skills that allowed them to earn a living in a way that was flexible and compatible with their other commitments. So whether it was looking after children, looking after family, doing other things. And so really that's where we started. So I guess becoming a brand came later. So for a good amount of years, we essentially operated as a charity, providing vocational skills to help women empower themselves. The sort of brand came in when we did particularly well at training women in tailoring and sewing, which was a skill that they wanted and felt was valuable. And, they became really good. And for me, with my sort of international development background, I was terrified at the idea that we would get aid dependent, and that we would, in some ways be shackled by donations or international organizations kind of deciding what we could or could not do, and could not experiment with in terms of sort of responding to local needs. And so actually the idea of selling products that were made responsibly, creating employment, and creating a way of generating funds to sustain the activities of the charity made a lot of sense. So that's really how we then got from it being a charity to having now a brand that supports the charity, and then being kind of a brand in our own right, and then going on to that sort of fashion manufacturing production journey. So I think that's sort of a bit of a summary of how we got there.
It's amazing. It's really amazing how it basically is happened so organically, but so successfully. And the impact that you've obviously said when you talk about local needs, that you've had with a community that desperately needed something, and you've managed to achieve it. So that's amazing. I think congratulations, really congratulations. What I would love to also know is for those people out there who are, gosh, you know, I'd love to do something similar. I think that's one of the questions that a lot of people always ask, I'm sure with yourself. I'd love to be able to work with people. I'd love to be able to give back to people and do something similar. I know obviously now at this moment in time with COVID and everything, things are on a different kind of landscape, but what would you suggest to anybody out there who perhaps had that kind of notion of wanting to do something on a similar level as yourself?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think when we started, it was like 2005, 2006, really. So it's been a long journey and it hasn't happened overnight. So my sort of kind of first thing would be to say, if you want to work with communities, you are at their service, and it's a long haul journey. You're not going to go in, do something and leave, because that's the most destructive thing that you could do. And I think for me, where my amico came from was a place of listening. I come from Italy. I come from a family that has always been quite socially active and quite politically engaged. And one of the lessons that I got taught from very little was the value of not talking but listening. And so I think that's really where my amico came from, sort of like being in that position of listening to what others were saying and telling us that they felt they needed, and then thinking, okay, where can I be of service in that? So I think, although it's very hard if you've got one of that kind of nature where you genuinely want to help, to go in with your ideas and your thoughts and your solutioning, and actually that really isn't how it works, or it hasn't been how it's worked for us. It's been really about, okay, for an accident of life, I happen to be in this position here, and I am in a relationship with you as a community. And if I want to be of service to you, I really need to listen to what you as a community are telling me that you need. And actually sometimes accept that you can't do much because you might disrupt some balance or, have an unintended negative effect. So I think you kind of have always to question yourself and the role that you're playing in that community. I think that's probably one of the sort of foundational things to think about if you want to start something like that. I constantly check in with myself and really see where it's something that is it something that Paola feels she wants to do, or is it something that the community we're in is telling us that they actually need help with? So yeah.
No, that's really important, because I do hear a lot of people saying, oh, I really love to make leather bags in one particular country, without them actually thinking, well, is that something that they're actually skilled in? Is that something that they actually can produce? And what will that do for them on the long term? How will that actually benefit them? So no, that's really actually quite key for people to be able to understand. But it's not just on a sort of manufacturing level that you're helping local communities and their local needs of people. You've also funded 90 members of the Malawian natural resources community with wild honey beekeepers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, so that was an initiative that we did a few years ago. And again, it was another one of those examples where, as being part of the community, someone came to us and said, there is this area in the north of Malawi where there's conflict between the local population and actually wildlife. So there's a forest and people are cutting down the forest to use the timber because timber is valuable. That means that the forest has got less space for elephants to roam, and it's increasing the conflict between animals and the local communities. So they had already thought of the solution. The solution was, what if we made the forest more valuable so that, you wouldn't chop it down, but you would treasure it. And that way you would preserve the forest. The animals will be kept happily inside it. And you kind of, you wouldn't have a negative economic impact on the local community, but you'd sort of replace the deforestation and the sales of timber with another activity. So then actually the community and us together came up with this idea: what if we taught people to be beekeepers, which is already a skill that is available locally and honey is produced locally. So it's not like we're introducing something weird and wonderful that has never been heard of. This is already done. But what if we trained beekeepers to produce forest honey, which is actually very high quality and fetches a good price, on the edges of the forest? This means that then the forest becomes valuable, more valuable than if you were chopping the trees down. But also elephants don't like bees very much. So that means that the elephants stay a little bit more inside of the forest and are not kind of inclined to kind of push out and potentially encounter the communities around the forest and create conflict. So it was just one where actually all these pieces had to come together for a good outcome to happen. So we had to replace chopping down trees with another economic activity that would benefit the community. But also we had to consider the environmental impact upstream and downstream of doing that. And there's absolutely no chance in hell that we could have gone in and done it ourselves. I mean, it really came from the community and working together. And so what we brought were essentially a little bit of funds, a little bit of expertise, and a little bit of market access, and access to a couple of people who knew a bit more what they were doing in terms of this particular initiative. And that's sort of how it all developed. And as a charity, we sort of did this and we helped set it all up, and then the community owns it. If it's entirely up to them what they do with it. So yeah, that was a fun one.
It's so clever. I mean, it's such a clever idea. It's like, and you think you wouldn't think of it, but then when you've actually explained it, you just think, wow, that's such a natural law of order almost idea of being able to keep animals in their own kind of natural habitats. It's so clever, and everybody wins. Everyone wins. It's a fantastic way of being able to help the community, and I hope that some of the students who might be listening take that on board with their work, because that's a great almost a great case study actually.
Yeah, well, actually, it was a little bit better even, because what we managed to do was, so honey is a difficult product to export because it's classified as an animal product. So the idea we had was, how about if we then could open up the international market for this delicious honey that is produced by the forest? But actually turns out that it's really difficult, because it's like the rules are as strict as they are with animal products, as if you were importing beef. So that was difficult and couldn't be done. But actually it turns out that what we could export and work with was the beeswax as a byproduct. So then, working with the local refugee camp, we managed to produce a batch of lip balms that were based on the beeswax. Yeah. So then we were able to create a little bit more employment through a byproduct, if you like. So it was kind of quite a nice sort of circular experience there. Yeah, but like I say, there's absolutely no chance we could have got to it without and it coming from the community.
So clever. And the lip balms, that's just genius. It was absolutely fantastic. So genius. But there's so much talk now about circular economy. It really is so important to be able to understand how that can evolve, and you're doing that on so many different levels. So you've given us this great example of the wildlife with the bees and the honey, but you've also just signed up to an app called Rotation. So I naively only just found out about Rotation myself. I wasn't aware of what Rotation was. And I guess this year has been perhaps the uprising of the hiring service of the products. So tell me why you decided to do that. What was the importance of that for your brand?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big conversation. I really don't want to monopolize it, but I think, so basically there's just so much that we still need to do in fashion, and really what we need to all do is produce and buy and consume less, and which is I suppose it's a weird thing to say from a brand that needs to sell products to survive, but really what we need to think are ways that we can produce less and consume less and make our products last longer. And so obviously renting dresses and clothing for occasions makes so much sense, you know, for instead of buying things that you maybe wear once and then, you know, potentially end up, you know, the best case in a charity shop that we know has got a lot of downstream effects that, you know, can be negative, you know, without getting into that bigger conversation. So you know, for us, that partnership was like a real no-brainer. And I mean, COVID has disrupted us like everyone else a little bit, in that we had plans of pushing further our made-to-order model, which means that obviously there's less waste and products are created for the customer when they order them. So we're already pretty lean in the way that we produce, but this means that we can control it even more. Obviously, COVID disrupted that a little bit. The borders have been closed for a long time, so we couldn't really get that kind of transit happening as we would have liked. We had plans to create a repair hub here in the UK. And again, COVID sort of like, you know, went and sort of destroyed all of that. But yeah, so I think that was one of the things that we knew we could do in the circumstances, and yeah, was really, you know, really no-brainer to partner with.
The rental kind of strategy, then that combined with an after effect of the repair and mend, when things do go back to normal, that's kind of the whole process that you're looking at. And in terms of repair and mend, would that just be your products that you'd be looking at, or would you be looking at, I'm just intrigued, I think, from a business level, because I always see that there's, for me, I feel like that model is exciting on paper, but when it comes to it on a practical level, there's so many issues that perhaps that can arise.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a physical model, so you kind of need to be in the proximity of where that service happens. So for example, in Malawi, we essentially repair anything. It doesn't have to be ours. Here, we would need to make sure that we've got the right machines to repair certain materials. We have the right skills to repair certain materials. So I think, you know, it's a series of logistical steps that need to happen. So I think the idea, I mean, to be honest, because of COVID, we haven't really kind of got that far down the line. So I don't want to lie and make it sound like we've figured it all out, because we haven't. But it's definitely about starting with our own products to make sure that we can extend their life, whether it's changing them up or just fixing them or repairing, you know, a tear or whatever that may be. And then certainly, you know, if logistically we can handle it, it'd be great to open this up to others as well. But I mean, I don't know that you could, you know, tailoring shops have existed for like thousands of years, and they make good business sense. So there's definitely ways to make them work if you can remove enough friction and enough barriers for people to find it simpler. But also the other thing is that people need to value their clothes and want to keep them and want to repair them. Because if you want to, then, you know, like you've got a want on the one side and you've got a service on the other, and it's kind of like a much easier link. So, you know, it sort of kind of goes back to, can we create clothes that are valued, that people love and care and want to keep and want to transform and want to change with them and grow with them, and then that service is kind of like, you know, it's just a really good match. But we have to create that desire first for people to stop consuming, like, you know, and wanting new things all the time, and actually value what they have already.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Paola. That has been a fantastic conversation, and thank you for answering those questions so deeply. I'm going to move on to our next panelist member now, who is Aja. So, but please, Aja, sorry, I'm so sorry. It's Aja. Please tell me how to pronounce it before I hang myself.
It's a soft J, so like Aja. Like, I think English people tend to go for the hard J, but and it was funny because at my wedding, a few of my friends were like, I think we've been saying your name kind of wrong, because they hadn't met my family before. And I was like, it's fine.
Yeah, I get that as well. I'm going to try my best. I'm so sorry, but yes, it's a soft J. I'm going to keep reminding myself. But welcome. Very excited to have you here. So just a quick introduction to everyone who is listening and watching. We have, for me, a very inspirational lady and a writer, a stylist, an author, an activist in all things sustainability, ethics, feminism, racism, and consumerism. So all the isms. Thank you so much for taking your time to join myself and the other panel members. So I'd like to start off by actually linking in the last thing that Paola spoke about, and she was talking about how people need to be much more aware of how they look after their clothes and how they can consume and what they buy on a sort of fast fashion platform, how we're constantly wanting more. And I feel like COVID has probably changed this kind of consistent need for more as well. I feel people have kind of reassessed perhaps how they're purchasing and what they're purchasing.
And why they're purchasing.
Absolutely. But what I found quite interesting, one of the articles I was reading that you'd recently written, and it's still very poignant today, even though you spoke about it in the first lockdown, was, you know, why are fast fashion chains still really persisting and open today, even though we know the landscape is fundamentally changing? Can you tell me more about what the importance you feel about fast fashion as someone who is strongly an advocate of sustainability?
Yeah. So when I wrote that article, that was going into the first lockdown. And I felt like the government and the billionaires were in a bit of a chicken fight. So the billionaires who own the fast fashion companies, which is something that everyone should really think about. We're in an era where we are beginning to look at, you know, outrageous extreme wealth and be more critical of that. And I think that that's an important thing to do. But a lot of times when people are extremely critical of people that tend to amass money in ways that, you know, comes off the backs of other people, they are thinking of Jeff Bezos. They are not thinking of Philip Green. They are not thinking of Stefan Pearson. They are not thinking of, just off the top of my head, what is his name? The owner of Inditex, which is Zara and that entire umbrella. And so I think we really have to shift the narrative to talk about, you know, how much money is going into these brands. And like, I'm sorry, but if you are a if you are a billionaire, you are in a position where you can entirely take care of your own business for a little bit. Now, one thing we know is fast fashion is an essential item. And so a lot of these stores didn't want to shut down because they need to keep the cycle going, which depends on people buying things that frankly they don't need in the beginning of a pandemic. But I would argue that that was ultimately super selfish and probably aided in the spreading of COVID-19. We have non-essential, you know, stores that are open. We have retail workers who, let's face it, are not making good wages, but they're taking public transport where they don't have to be there. People are coming to work sick because we're in a pandemic and they're afraid to not. And so I'm sorry, but I think in a lot of chain stores owned by very, very wealthy people, their decision to not close sooner was ultimately extremely selfish. And I find that in our society, we have a very hard time because of the distance and the ways in which these systems of colonization are set up. People have a hard time, I think, identifying with the people that make their products 3,000 miles away. Yes. However, people can identify with the girl next door who works in Topshop, who's being forced to go to work in a pandemic or risk losing her employment. And so I wrote that out of a place of frustration because when the stores actually did decide to close, it was only after the government offered a package for the retail workers. So once again, you're pretty much just endangering the entire country for profit, which is gross. because I don't need a maxi dress when we are going into lockdown. If you're anything like me, you've probably looked at your wardrobe during this entire time period and thought, I still have too much clothing. And I'm someone who has really, you know, kind of gotten it down to a place where I feel a bit more manageable. But currently I pretty much alternate between two outfits. And so the desire and the push that we feel constantly in whatever our previous normal life was has kind of disappeared, which has left people thinking about consumption in a way that we probably should have thought about when this entire system of fast fashion was kicking off. And I say better late than never, but it's never too late to look at these systems and to look at who is pushing and why. But at the end of the day, I tell people any system that makes someone at the top a billionaire and can't guarantee someone else a living wage is in the system that we should feel that we should uphold. You know, a lot of people will say, oh, well, you know, it's about the jobs, but very few big businesses manufacture overseas to be altruistic. If they did, then we wouldn't continue to hear about factory fires, factory collapses every year. And so, you know, we have to get away from this idea that all jobs are good jobs, because they're not. And we have to get away from the idea that these companies that we've, you know, grown quite accustomed to because they've surrounded us throughout our life are without fault, because the entire system is faulty. And I think during the pandemic, it really pointed out to people that this is not a system that actually cares about people. It cares about profit.
Absolutely. Wow. I love how you kept it 100% real. Just laid it out there. It's fantastic. Thank you. You just laid it out there. And also, I guess, you know, going back to slightly what you were talking about is people hopefully also finding new brands that they can invest into that are more authentic, that do have a real understanding of what sustainability is, and they're not just using the word for this COVID-19 for 2020, and it is actually embedded in their actual system.
I mean, I kind of felt like summer got canceled in this weird way. I mean, I still went out and did things, but, you know, there were no festivals. There was no, you know, my partner and I were very lucky to get to a beach one day. But it did feel like summer kind of got a little bit canceled. But in some ways, you know, in the UK, people spend a large amount of money on barbecue clothing, like clothing to wear to summer parties. And so, and not really having that same sort of environment, I think a lot of people were like, I didn't buy 5 dresses this summer. Maybe I'll buy one from this small brand that I've always said was out of my budget.
Exactly. That's how I like to think of it from a non-biased perspective, obviously. And I'm sure Paola does as well. That's how I like to think of it. You touched on there when you were talking about those who work within the factories, the colonization. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the decolonization within the fashion industry, on an internal and external level within sort of fashion brands. It's a big vast platform, I know, but I do see change. I do see some change happening, but there is still a lot to do in terms of the fashion industry making a big difference. Do you yourself feel that this is something that can actually ultimately be changed in the long run?
Well, you know, it will ultimately change if consumers stop buying. You know, the thing is, people will often say to me like, oh, you know, well, you know, what about the garment workers? But one thing we know about a lot of big brands is that the minute they decide to, you know, restructure, people lose their jobs and their livelihood. So like, whether or not I participate in a system that I know is harming people is inconsequential, because that system will continue to harm people. And so I think I could see it changing, but it's a lot of moving parts. There's, of course, the consumer. There is, of course, the brand. There's the end of the life cycle. I mean, at the, you know, bare minimum, we recycle, what, 1% of current textile waste. You know, we need systems for people to recycle their clothing and whatnot, you know, like, so there's so many moving parts and it sort of takes all hands on deck. But I think once we sort of realize where we fit in the puzzle, we can kind of start to think about how we, you know, utilize our power and the new knowledge that we have. So I am cautiously optimistic, but at the end of the day, if people just go off of fast fashion, which I kind of see the beginnings of that happening, then there's, you know, that's going to change things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely one of the steps that people can do if they're listening out there and they're kind of sucked into this whole. And I think obviously with Christmas coming up, it's also about resetting the mindset of how people perhaps purchase their Christmas presents for people and what they do choose to purchase for them. Does it have to necessarily be from Amazon? You know, there are so many other great sustainable small businesses out there who do great gifts for which could be purchased instead.
And I tend to do that on my platform on Patreon. I normally do a gift guide of like small businesses that you can support. And I do that on Instagram as well. But yeah, I think the problem is in our society, I think we've never had very honest conversations about wealth and power and money. And so a lot of people are sort of coming at it from this position of, I buy fast fashion because I'm poor. But like, one thing we know is that if you make over a certain income in the UK, you actually qualify as like one of the top 10% of the global wealth earners, because this is a country that is very economically privileged. And so I think people really have to reroute their minds around thinking about the systems that they are buying into. Are you buying fast fashion because you are quote unquote poor, or are you buying fast fashion because you've been trained to think that you need 5 dresses and that you can't wear the same dress to a wedding, and that, you know, consumption is such a part of our society? Like, you watch a movie and if anybody's having a makeover, you better believe it's going to include a scene where a woman is swinging a bunch of shopping bags and it's like, new clothes, new me, you know? So I think we have a society where people don't really talk about wealth and power. But I know, as someone who was a former consumer of fast fashion, that I've never been poor before in my life. I was just buying into the system because I felt like that's what I was supposed to do, you know? And so, yeah, I just feel like questioning consumption is a really, really great place to start if you're, you know, just an ordinary person, questioning where you fall in the lines of privilege and power and whether or not you do have, you know, the privilege and power. Not lecturing people that don't have the same privilege and power as you do, because I always say, like, it's not cool to be like, to like a single parent, like, oh, why are you shopping at, you know, Primark for your kids' clothing? That's what they can afford. But, you know, people in your circles at similar socioeconomic status to you, those are the people you should be talking to, you know, because fast fashion isn't a system that's actually run on poor people. It's actually a system that's run on middle class and wealthy people, because if it were just people around or below the poverty line that were buying into the system, there would be no billionaires.
Absolutely.
So it's on all of us.
No, totally. You're so right. You're so right on so many levels. And it really is about that whole kind of re-educating yourself and really understanding that kind of the need versus the want in your wardrobe on a daily basis. I'm going to kind of just wrap things up a little bit now and just ask you to kind of talk about a question that you discussed most recently on your Instagram page, actually, which I found really fascinating. And it was actually a recent post that you'd written about students had asked you about career advice.
Yeah.
And you have a number of students asking you career advice. And
yes.
We have students who are in an extremely interesting position this year and about to leave next year. What advice would you give to students leaving university who want to obviously go into the fashion industry or want to invest more time in sustainability itself?
Realize that the moment of time that we're in is a moment of great transition for our entire society and the entire planet. And so the job that might actually make you the happiest might not even exist yet. So keep an open mind. You know, don't set your sights on one company and be like, oh, if I work there, that's the be all and end all. Because I can tell you, as someone who formerly came from entertainment, I got that dream job at 23 and it was horrific. And so it was great to cross it off the bucket list, but I was like, wow, I hate working here. So
what company was that for, just out of interest?
I'll keep that to myself, but realize that so much of the fashion industry needs to transform, and it's going to happen slowly, and you probably won't end up with your dream job right off the bat, because that doesn't really happen for anyone except for people that were already rich from the get-go, you know? So realize that, you know, you might have to take a path that doesn't look traditional. I sure didn't. I mean, I worked in the television industry only because I couldn't afford to work in fashion. Like, fashion for a long time has been a very privileged place to be. You know, I did the whole internship thing and looked around and realized, one, I was the oldest intern, and two, everyone else's parents were paying their rent. How is that fair? You know, so these are systems that we need to fix within the fashion industry. And if you feel like there isn't a spot for you, don't worry. I felt that too. I'm 38 now and finding my dream job, you know? And so go easy on yourself. Recognize that the job that might be perfect for you won't be the thing that you'll get for a while. And also, if you have to work for a company that you know isn't great, don't beat yourself up. We've all had to do those jobs as well. But be open-minded, read as much as you possibly can about sustainability in all sorts of different places. If you manage to work for a corporation, get them to buy you a subscription to things like Eco Textile News and like, you know, Vogue Business, and like it's business for them, but use that to your advantage. Read everything, be curious, you know, be open to new things. Don't set your mind on one company, because you might get that dream job and it might not be awesome. But I never thought, if someone had told me you would be working in the fashion industry at this capacity, I never would have, I wouldn't have been able to wrap my mind around it, because what I do didn't actually exist when I was 20.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what an amazing transition you have had, and so successfully as well. Honestly, it's such a pleasure to see how fantastic you're doing.
Yeah. Can I also say though, like, it wasn't a fast thing. Like, I was writing about fashion on the internet often for free and working multiple jobs at the same time. And this is why we have to question capitalism, because it shouldn't actually be that hard to get a doorway. And you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be that you have to work 72 hours a week and then do like the writing thing on the side until the world actually decides what you were saying has value. And so we need to question all of these systems, because it's not fair that only rich kids get to have the fun jobs right out of school. That's not fair, you know? And as soon as we start to actually talk about this, we can make a more equitable fashion landscape for everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And that is exactly why, you know, I've invited you guys onto this panel, because the conversations right now I'm so excited by. Thank you so much for that. Really amazing. And coming to our last panelist, Amanda. Last but not least. Amanda and I, we've known each other for some time. I was very lucky to have the pleasure of working with Amanda while I was at LCF a few years ago. So thank you so much, Amanda, for taking your time to be with us.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Really.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Incredible program.
So Amanda, just to tell people a little bit about your platform, Amanda. You started the Sustainable Angle in 2010. A platform which I would say was way ahead of its time.
I'm going to correct you there. It was Nina Morenzi, our director, who started the organisation, and I joined her pretty much from the get-go.
So yes, I'll let you carry on. Go on.
I was coming to that, but that's fine. I just worded it in a different way. For those of you who are not familiar, I would say I'd describe it as the quiet soldier, and bear with me, slowly revolutionizing the fashion industry. That's how I've described it, because I was thinking, how would I describe it? And within that, you also have the Fashion Textile Expo that initiates and supports projects which focus on sustainability in fashion, textiles, and related industries such as food and agriculture as well. So amazing platform that you have built and created and supported. So I want to just talk to you a little bit more for people who've never experienced the Expo before. Let's start with that, because obviously we're in this COVID-19 situation. But for me, what is so fundamentally important about what you're doing with the Future Fabrics Expo is quite literally changing the landscape of how people manufacture different types of fabrics. Can you tell us a little bit about the platform in a bit more detail, so when we all are back to normal, we can all come and experience it ourselves?
Absolutely, sure. So yes, so we were founded 10 years ago now, and we've been beavering away for 10 years, basically by trying to communicate our research and education through materials. So that's why we begin with materials, because that's how you're going to capture the attention of anybody who's involved in fashion, because let's face it, materials hold the sort of promise of the birth of new products. So we've amassed now, we have around over 5,000 materials in our collection across all different fiber categories, which are the best practice that we can find in the world right now. We have a set of criteria, we develop tools, we are immersed in research around sustainability, both in materials and throughout the whole fashion supply chain. So basically we created this resource. So we have a virtual resource on our website as well. That's the sustainableangle.org. And we also have an annual expo, which you just touched on earlier, Ronki. So that's called the Future Fabrics Expo. And the one that we just held in January, which seems like forever ago now, like time has just become like this weird sort of concept. Anyway, it was, Nina and I were always saying, when is the fashion industry going to wake up to its impacts, a lot of which are rooted in textiles and their production, biggest kind of impacts. When are they going to wake up and we're going to feel the tipping point for change? So for about 4 years, we've gone, the tipping point's coming, tipping point's coming. Well, it really did come in January. We had over 3,000 visitors to the expo. We had queues around the block. It was like people queuing up for a nightclub. We had to do a one in, one out at one point in time. We have an incredible array of materials, as I said, but we also do a 2-day seminar program as well, where we have sort of major thought leaders within the industry, also supporting people's understanding, awareness, and pushing our educational messages. So we do all kinds of installations in trying to help people engage with how fashion can be a positive force for good. So, you know, we've talked a lot about, you know, consumer interaction and stuff like that, and that's super important part of the whole puzzle. But it's just to get anybody who's involved in creating product to wake up to the fact that their choices have knock-on effects back throughout the supply chain. Obviously, environmentally and socially, we know all of that. So it was, you know, all the installations that we do and the educational material that we put out there is focused on getting people to change what they do by understanding what the impacts are. So I'll give you one example of that, which is we'd had a regenerative agriculture installation. And quite a lot of people were going, why are you telling me about farming and soil? When actually, of course, you mentioned in the introduction that all of these industries are related and interconnected. So how your materials are grown and produced is absolutely critical in relation to their CO2 outputs and pollution outputs as well. So it's really about trying to engage people the best way we know how with those ideas and getting them to change their habits. So through education, you can get people to realize an awful lot, through hopefully engaging education, and through those materials when they can actually touch them, feel them, and understand relative material impacts. So yes, that's what we're focused on doing really through the expo.
Amazing, thank you, Amanda. You've also answered quite a few of my other questions, which is great.
We can drill in.
Not a problem, no, not a problem at all. But what I would like to understand a little bit more about the different types of fabrics that are on show at the expo, because I feel that people don't quite grasp the levels of science, quite frankly, involved with what actually can be created today. Can you give us a few examples of perhaps some of the amazing designers or perhaps fabric manufacturers, these brand new, I'd say quite up and coming brands as well coming through?
Yes, so obviously we focus on materials first, but we also showcase product as well in our design journeys to give people an exemplar. And, you know, Paola spoke really persuasively about it being like a whole kind of philosophy with what she's doing. So we pick out a few designers and we shine a spotlight on them, particularly if they might have sourced materials with us, to showcase how it's possible to be thinking about sustainable thinking, you know, holistically, not just changing one material, but also right the way throughout operations. So we do have that in design journeys. So you can take a look on our website as well. There's some examples of brands that, you know, we particularly like, and little write-ups on our blog, etc. But when it comes to sort of material categories, we showcase innovations in every different type. So whether that be a cellulose type material like cotton, that's farmed. It has massive impacts. If it's grown conventionally, it's terribly thirsty, fertilizer and pesticide dependent. So unless it's certified organic, it's absolutely devastating for the environment and communities as well. So we're obviously going to only show those outputs that can guarantee that they're involved in that regenerative farming that will allow the soil to become a carbon sink, you know, so hence linking back to that. So it might not sound like an innovation, because in a way it's referring back to traditional farming methods, but it is a relatively new thing in people understanding how important it is to understand the interrelationship between the natural world that we depend upon for our materials. And I think Paola's example there was, you know, an amazing exemplar of really understanding that systems thinking. So she's talking about bees in relationship to the elephants, in relationship to the forest, in thinking in a systems thinking way. And that's what we're trying to promote. So for example, when she's talking about forests, straight away, that statistic came up in my mind from Canopy Planet. We cut down 120 million trees every year just to produce the feedstock for viscose fabric alone. You know, that's not counting all the other industries. So we're very aware with that and work with organizations that can guarantee they're not clearing ancient and endangered forests. So other material, if you're talking about innovations, we also spotlight really cool new material innovations that show a way to a much more sustainable future through lots of different material categories. So that could be grown materials, but it could also be recycling technologies. I think reference was made to, I think Aja was saying, the amount of clothing that we waste, according to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, it is around $500 billion worth of textile waste is landfilled or burnt every year. I mean, just think of the business opportunity there, you know, I mean, how insane it is that we just keep doing this cycle, this sort of very linear take, make, waste, dump, and we're not really thinking very intelligently about the systems and the actual money that is held within our materials, you know. So, yep, we'll also spotlight recycling technologies, intelligent use of waste, and also shining a spotlight as well on the new emerging biofabricated group of materials, which are just about to become commercially available. You've probably heard about spider silk, probably heard about mycelium leather, you know, all of these agricultural waste innovations, such as Pinatex, for example. So they're starting to become commercially available now. We're going to see them making a difference into what we're actually going to be wearing within the next sort of 5 to 10 years. for sure, to take the sort of, we're too reliant on petrochemical-based materials. Pretty much everything. If you look in your wardrobe, there's a lot of it that's polyester, and that's basically petrochemical. It's plastic. All your polyester stuff is plastic. So
I read recently that 60% of the fabrics on Earth are polyester.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So, and all of the synthetics make up 2/3 of global fiber demand. So, and a quarter of that is conventionally farmed cotton. So we put all our eggs into two really toxic baskets when it comes to textile materials. So we really have to, a big message through the expo is we need to diversify our materials. We need to think much more intelligently about reuse and recycling, as I said before. So to break that, we are so dependent on the petrochemical industry. It's insane. Unless we decouple from that, both as a source of energy and as a feedstock for our materials, then we're never going to keep a lid on the 1.5 degree warming that the IPCC says that we need to. So the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change has stated that unless, we've got 10 years to keep a lid on that warming, or we set off a climate catastrophe that we won't be able to put a lid on. So it's a very urgent kind of need to think away from plastic. Okay, we've got a big cleanup job. I think we all know, because of David Attenborough, what a hero he is, shining a spotlight on single-use plastic. And that is connected to our textiles as well. So it's kind of like we've got a huge cleanup job to do with that, but we shouldn't be using any more virgin petrochemical materials. Not at all, because we're just keeping that cycle going, and we won't be able to keep a lid on our CO2 emissions if we continue. So that's kind of the big message we're trying to push. Sorry, I blathered on a bit there.
No. Amanda, my God, I could listen to you all day. It's just, the stats are staggering, and your knowledge and your passion for it as well is so inspirational. No, fantastic. I could listen to it every day, and anyone who doesn't hear what you're talking about and doesn't finish our panel session without a conscious thought tomorrow about what they're wearing, about how they're going to purchase things going forward, is pretty much insane. Because just hearing the stats, they're phenomenal. In terms of polyester, I mean, I'm not a huge fan anyway, because it's non-breathable, and I mean, who wants to be sweaty all day? But so, but it's pretty amazing. Thank you so much. And that kind of leads me to my last question to you. So when is the next expo dated for? Will this be on a virtual platform, do you think, so that we can
I know we've seen so many, well, we all know we're doing everything online, and as one by one, all the main conferences in the world obviously have turned over to digital. However, as I said, we would normally hold an expo in January. Clearly it's not possible to have any kind of physical showcase there. So of course we're exploring digital, but we're going to push back till probably May or June. We haven't decided an exact date, with the hope that it will be a partial physical event. So we're going to hope that by then some element of that will be possible, because of course it drives people crazy. We're doing a lot of workshops with brands. I mean, we're busier than we have ever been. But of course, the one thing they can't do really is come to the studio, which is where we do workshops and advisories, and actually feel the materials, which is critical. So we're doing our best with good high resolution cameras and zooming in and doing virtual sourcing sessions. But it's very, very difficult. Having the face-to-face is so important. And also what we find at the expo is it's a real hub for like-minded individuals to connect. And that's very hard to get that working digitally. You can say, oh, we'll do a little dating thing, but it's so hard, because usually at the expo it's by people mingling and seeing something and asking and being curious and going, what is that? How do you do that? Oh, I do this with this material. Maybe we should get together. There's so much of that goes on, which is really exciting to see. So with a bit of luck, a bit of physical come kind of May, June, but it will obviously have a digital element as well. We have to start, we're obviously deep in planning for that at the same time. So keep a lookout. Do sign up. Everybody who's listening, sign up to our newsletter. So just go on to thesustainableangle.org and we'll just keep you updated when we know when anything is happening.
I think we'll all be waiting, and everyone should hopefully have been signed up already. I mean, I've been to a number of your events and I absolutely think they're fantastic. And I always kick myself for not giving myself enough time, because I forget how much there is on offer to look at and talk to people and sit in the workshops and sit in the speaker section as well and talk to the designers. So I kick myself for, you need to give yourself, so anyone who's really thinking of going, you need to give yourself a minimum of, say, 2 hours, I'd say, to really experience it and enjoy yourself. Thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you. That's fantastic. And thank you to all of our panel members. We are bang on time, 6 o'clock, 6:05 exactly. And so I'd like to open up the platform to see if we have any questions. So I've just got a question here from Thomas, and this is for all of you. The question is, what are your thoughts on consumption shifting to online shopping? The dominance of one retailer, the expense of accessible, cheap, disposable goods sold. The impact of transport. These are all lots of questions in one. So let's just start with that one. So what are your thoughts on consumption shifting to online shopping, and the dominance of perhaps one retailer?
I think what Thomas is talking about is Amazon without naming them. So because I've been answering some of the questions just in case I get some, like, everyone, it's the election, as you know, and I'm so super stressed. So like, if I have to leave because I'm sobbing, I was just like, let me just answer these questions so that if I'm like, I gotta go. For me, I think Amazon is it's a part of like the monopoly system that we have to do away with. Like these monopolies in all of our businesses, Walmart, okay? Like I could do you a class about how Walmart is actually one of the biggest like tax leeches on the American government. Amazon is the same. And I think we have to be careful in how we critique these companies, because in some ways, for people that have disability, for people that are elderly, for people that live in the middle of nowhere, Amazon is a godsend. And that's great. That makes me happy that we have this sort of technology. The problem is when all of us decide to start using Amazon for all of our every needs, that is when it turns into Jeff Bezos being headed in the direction of becoming a trillionaire. You know, so I generally stay away from that company because I have the privilege to be able to walk to the store and get what I need when we're not in a pandemic, you know? And I think for me, it's a question of, if you have the privilege to not be dependent on something like Amazon, then question why you are, you know? Like I used to be the person that would go into a bookshop, and this was like when I was working 3 jobs, you know, and I'd see a book I want, and then I would go and find it online because it's cheaper there, because I didn't have money like that. I'm now that person that can actually just afford to buy the book in the bookstore. And when all of us are buying all of our books from Amazon, Amazon becomes a monopoly, and the small bookstore on the corner shuts down. People go in to browse and go, oh yeah, really lovely place. And then they go and buy all their stuff online. So like, it is a system where we have to look at, you know, why have we become so dependent on getting all of our stuff from one place? Yes, we all like a bit of ease, but that ease actually isn't good for a healthy economy where everybody has good, healthy jobs.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's I couldn't have answered that any better, but I totally agree with you.
Totally agree.
Let me just see. So the other questions you said you've already answered. Thank you.
Sorry, I just gave my answer, but everyone else could answer.
No. I thought I'll just open them up to the others.
Totally agree.
Yeah, no, I was doing the same in the background. Questions there. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you've all, what do you think the most effective way of encouraging consumers to buy less? Have you seen that one? Oh yeah, about Paula and Aja, you've both answered that one. And then Carolina has asked, really great and interesting discussion, and it fits in so well with my dissertation. My question for you all is whether education towards consumers is enough to drive the social change. What else can be done in terms of changing consumers' behaviour for the better? You both answered that.
Yeah. I think there was, reading that question reminded me of something ages ago. I mean, that's maybe 10, 15 years ago. Jamie Oliver did that school about that program about going into schools and educating kids about the food that we eat. And I remember him interviewing this kid who had never seen a potato or a carrot. And for me, it's kind of the same thing. We as a society, and you know, me included, everyone, we've lost the connection with the things that we consume, food, what we wear, you know, what we put on our skin. Somehow people feel more connected with food and cosmetics, because I think there is that kind of immediate, you know, I'm putting this inside my body, I'm putting it on my skin, but actually your skin is the biggest organ in your body. And I think I talk to a lot of women who often switch their perspective when they become mothers, because suddenly they realize that there's something, you know, you kind of, you know, your body as a whole is a temple, and you want to create something really healthy for your body, but also you want to leave a good world for your family. But I think the earlier we start with that reconnection and education, the better. We really have lost it. And it's, you know, I think it goes back to the things that Aja was saying around the society that we live in and capitalism, and, you know, the powerful people that push certain messages and in a way have built obsolescence into products so that you throw them away faster and feel like you need something else. So I mean, education is just so fundamental on so many levels, and not just traditional school education, you know, awareness. And yeah, completely agree with that point.
Yeah, I'm going to second that. And it goes back to this whole thing that, you know, visitors to the expo was like, why are you talking to me about farming and soil? When actually it's fundamental. It's fundamental to the resources that we all take for granted. But it's just you know, our societies have become disconnected from those supply chains. Like you say, kids not even knowing that food grows in the soil, you know, that kind of thing. And it's very important, because when you understand that, you make better choices, you know. You don't have to be told, oh, what's sustainable? And you go, I don't even know what that means, you know. You know, this is why we get a lot of greenwashing, because I think the sort of fundamentals aren't understood. So I totally agree with you, Paula. Yeah.
I also think that if we, you know, really teach people about soil and food and all of these things, people will start to make the connection that if your cotton crops are being sprayed with all sorts of, you know, chemicals, somehow that's going to get into your food supply. Like, this is not a system that is not just impacting in this corner and corner A and corner B. All of these systems are intrinsically linked to human survival.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing, absolutely amazing. On that note, I think that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you all for joining us. Neil, are you there? Just making sure I don't want to turn anything off in case.
I am. I am here. Thank you all so much. It's been lovely to kind of hear from you all, and so inspirational. A lot of the themes that you've touched on, kind of like we talked about today, you know, particularly around kind of like consumer behavior, and it's kind of like, you know, is it the responsibility of the consumer? Is it the responsibility of the businesses? Is it the responsibility of the government? I mean, what you know. One of our speakers earlier, Barbara, from a lecturer in marketing from the School of Business, very much said, you know, the onus is kind of put on the consumer, but actually what are the government doing to kind of like to kind of address the situation? And how do you all feel about kind of like where the responsibility sits? Amanda, what's your thoughts?
Not enough. You're probably aware of the Fixing Fashion report that was published in February 2019. And, you know, it was fantastic. It went interrogating lots of British brands. There were a couple that didn't answer the questions, but basically it was really that opened up that whole awareness onto the public eye line as well around, you know, the bad practices, you know, in our fashion supply chain going on in our country. We often think it's stuff we don't see over the other side of the world. And the MPs voted to do nothing about the recommendations, and everybody was going, ugh. It was one of those moments where you just go, you've got to be joking. you asked for this report to be conducted, and then you're just going to go, oh no, the fashion industry can police itself. Well, very clearly it won't, you know. So anyway, there is another audit committee being undertaken right now, and they're calling for evidence to be put in before the 11th of November. So with a bit of luck, this time, we will get some sort of engagement with it, and some legislation will follow that stops, you know, companies like Boohoo doing what they just did in Leicester. It's shocking. It's the 21st century. It's almost unbelievable that that could happen. You know, when you're seeing it on the news, it's like watching some surreal film. It's like, no way. And they knew about this in February 2019 and voted to do nothing about it.
But I also think that,
just, you know, it's...
I think that there's a bit of miseducation, and there's a lot of, you know, greenwashing is being very, very accepted in like our media. I mean, I don't know if you watched that show about In the Style last year, but it was just, they had an entire episode that was one massive greenwash. It was like, we're sustainable because we didn't throw away these bikinis that are wrong. We're going to do something with them. And it's just like, we really have to educate the general public about spotting absolute nonsense, because there's a lot of it going out. It's being put on TV, you know, the show about, there was one about Misguided recently that wasn't as bad, but there's a lot of like using sustainability as a buzzword in nefarious ways to sell more product. And until we squash that, I thought it was very irresponsible of BBC Three to make that program about In the Style and to allow that episode to be shown to the general public. I thought it was incredibly misleading, incredibly dishonest, because right now I think people, you know, everybody's hearing what's going on with sustainability, but if we allow a lot of these brands to mislead the public, we don't get anywhere, because people like my 13-year-old niece will go, oh, well, this brand's sustainable. Look, there was an entire TV episode about a bunch of absolute bullshit.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that we need to remember that fashion is political, like, you know, everything else. And so I think obviously today we're all here sitting, some more than others. For Raj, I really feel sorry for you in trepidation for this results, but actually everyone is. And, you know, and it's a big conversation, but we all have that power of voting. I mean, not all, many of us do, but, you know, and it is a political gesture to have the kind of government and politicians that will take those reports and make something of it, that will not always look out for the interest of some and not of others. So, you know, there is power in that, and it's something that we all have available once we, you know, research, educate ourselves, connect with people that can help us understand this a little bit more, to use that as well.
Thank you. One of the key principles of the conference is myth busting, and you've kind of hit the nail on the head with that. The other key principle that I think we'll finish on, if that's okay, is practical takeaways. So if you could all kind of like, what's your kind of like top 1 or 2 practical takeaways for people? So kind of like, I know that I am such a I'm a consumer. Like, you know, I have a ridiculous wardrobe. I love my fancy shirts. You know, I'm trying to get better, but it's just something that I'm trying to break the habit of. And it is a habit. It's just, you know, it's the culture. It's just entrenched in life as kind of like, particularly as a young gay man. So I say young, I'm not that young, but what's your kind of, what in terms of kind of like trying to encourage people to think differently and take on the responsibility? Because obviously, as you said, Amanda, people are not, government, some brands are not moving fast enough. What can we do as a practical takeaway to make a difference? And we'll do the same order.
Aja, do you want to go ahead? Because
you're a baby face, first of all, so you're a young man. The first thing I would say is really question why you like to buy so much. Like, we have to look inside of ourselves and really sort of break down the narrative of consumption and how it's been fed to us. And then when you're really ready to like start to sort of move away from it, unsubscribe from all those emails. I used to get them. They're very stressful. You know, any sort of push notification that is on your phone that encourages conspicuous consumption for things that you don't need, take that off your phone, unsubscribe on your email. Look at your social media. look at who you're following. What are the people on social media encouraging you to do? Are they encouraging you to make a world that you want to live in? Or are they encouraging you to buy more stuff you don't need? You know, so question all of those things in your life, because I can tell you, as someone who used to buy fast fashion, unsubscribing from all those emails freed up so much brain space for me. I didn't realize how exhausting it all was. And getting out of the cycle of fast fashion also freed up brain space for me. I felt like there was this constant insatiable urge that was really taking up a big portion of my life. And once I kind of started to step away from that, I began to really be like, wow. I always make the analogy that fast fashion is like eating sugar. I'm from the States. We put sugar in everything. It's like our national pastime. So when you're in America, you love eating that sugar because it's in everything. When you move to the UK, you begin to immediately notice that there isn't as much sugar in a lot of the foods, and you actually crave it. Like, you're just like, give me all the sugar. But after like a few weeks, it sort of tapers. And then now when I go back to the States, I can actually taste the sugar, and I'll buy something that I used to really enjoy eating or get a dessert at a restaurant, and I'm just like, whoa. It's the same with fast fashion. When you're in the cycle, the clothing looks so fancy and so cool, and oh, I just need to buy that. And now that I'm not in that cycle, that clothing actually doesn't have the same allure. And when I go into the stores, I feel sometimes really grossed out by it. So I would say unsubscribe, take a break, and look at your social media and what you're being encouraged to do and the things that are your pastimes.
Thank you. Those are all great. Those are all great tangible tips that people can actually physically do. So that's really helpful.
The analogies we're still making between food and fashion. That's great. You know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would say actually one good thing is we talk a lot in sustainability about the need for transparency and traceability, and really understanding where does our stuff come, like right from the grown material that was generated. And I think there's actually, if you connect with Fashion Revolution's campaigns, they did obviously Who Made My Clothes is the one they're known for, which was obviously started after the Rana Plaza disaster. Now they've launched a new one, is What's in My Clothes. So that sort of aligns quite strongly with our sort of focus on materials, and that we don't have, when you look in the label of your clothes, you have no clue what it's made of. I mean, if you smell it, you might have a guess as to whether it's oil-based polyester or whether it's a natural fiber. But generally, there's so little information in our clothing, both from an environmental and social perspective. So I would be like, go and say to your retailer, go and say, I don't understand, what is this material and who made that and where did it come from? And then if they can't answer you, just put it back and just say, oh, well, maybe I'll think about buying it when I actually know what it is. You know, because I think there's great power in that, great consumer power to go, oh, you know, you wouldn't do that with food. You would not do that with food if you did not know what the ingredients were, you know, or, you know, country of origin really clearly. And we just don't have that in fashion. So consumer can have a lot of power in just challenging brands and saying, you know, kind of like what you do, but I've really no clue what it's made of. So no, thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you both have said the things that I was going to suggest, but I'm a very practical person. So I'm going to give you 2 tips, practical ones that I use for myself. One is I made a rule for myself. I check the label, and if it says 100% polyester, it's a no. And I mean, I think life is difficult and we all have to make very, very complicated choices, and it's stressful. So you kind of need to have a couple of simple decisions that is either a yes or a no. So for me, you know, you each can find their own, but for me, it's that one. If it says polyester, sorry, it doesn't matter how great it looks, it's a no. And so that's a simple one. And then the other one is, I mean, it might sound strange as a brand, but we've always been saying to people, only buy what you love. Don't rush it. Email us 20 questions about a piece of clothing that you want to find out before you buy, because actually shipping stuff out and returning it is expensive, is detrimental to the environment. There's a whole stack of things, you know, that are not good about it. So I'd say, if you see something that you really like, I know it's hard, but sleep on it one night, ideally 2. If you still love it, then consider it again. But it's like that kind of, as Aja was saying, is that sort of impulse, you know, like you see it, you kind of feel like you need it. It's like that sugar rush. But actually, if you can just have that one day break and you still love it as much, then you can make that decision a bit better.
Thank you. We touched on the dopamine effect in a session earlier today, actually, around kind of like that consumerism and how if you tap into your creativity and come up with ideas instead of consuming or instead of purchasing, it can actually have the same impact on you. So it sounds very similar to that. And Ronki, you obviously kind of like, you know, you work with a lot of students kind of thing. Do you find that do you find getting them on board with the message? Obviously, they're coming to study fashion and fashion promotion as opposed to sustainability. How do you get them kind of on board, you know, using some of these tips, or how do you get them to sign up to the concept of sustainability?
Well, actually, with sustainability, we embed it from day one, and we take it through all the way through until their final year. Regardless of whatever we say to the students, if you end up wanting to do anything in media, in business or marketing or buying, they all have a responsibility to understand how they're going to be impacting the fashion industry on a sustainable level. So we like to implement that from the get-go, and I like to implement it in a very real and very realistic way. So there's no sugarcoating of anything. We like to have very open discussions, and I tell them exactly what the real world is like and what they're getting themselves into and what the fashion industry is about. So we have very open conversations, and I show them very, censored images. If they want to watch, they can. If they don't want to, they can leave the room, but we keep it very real. And so it's embedded from the very beginning so that they're aware, they actually start to make conscious decisions themselves as consumers, so that it's, it's not just about them writing and reading, but they also start to understand how their own purchasing habits are affected, because they arrive and they've got their student loans, and hey guys, you know what, I've been down that road. I'm not going to say I wasn't, when I was a student, and you see the bright lights of Oxford Street, and you want to go and you're drawn in, and then suddenly we start to understand the costings of the fabric of the garment and how much people are being paid and where things are made in the manufacturing process, because I'm quite lucky in that respect from my background to understand how things are made and where things are made and the impact of particular areas of the world. So I do kind of pass that on to the students as well. But going back to the question that the others answered, I'd like to just throw into that for anyone, and probably close on this, but that question of why would you want to look the same as everyone else? And I think that, for me, is the only way that you can really achieve your own individuality is by really exploring what is out there on a charity shop level, what's out there on a vintage level, and what's out there on a small business level. And that, for me, is how you craft your own individual style if you're wanting to do it, to explore how to become sustainable from an easier level for students especially to understand. Because when you start to buy into what we say the high street offers, you become a clone, and unless you want to look like a Kardashian and everyone else, then that's your prerogative. But if you really want to understand how to and why you shouldn't have to look like everyone else and have your own individual style, then that perhaps is the biggest way of being able to understand why sustainability is so important for young people today to really start to explore. So
I agree with you there. I've always thought that there are certain stores, Urban Outfitters, that just lay out the clothing in a way where they're creating a personality for you instead of allowing you to do that yourself. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be friends with someone who has to buy their cool. You know what? Like, you either like have it, or like you're going and buying the entire outfit off the mannequin, and that's fake. Like, work for it.
So boring, so boring. It's about going into Oxfam and finding a man's shirt and figuring out how it works for yourself, and wearing men's jeans. Why not? Why do they have to be women's jeans? It's just exploring and having fun with it.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for bringing your individuality, your creativity, professionalism, insight, everything to this panel discussion. It's been absolutely brilliant. Aja, would you?
Do you all want a poll update?
Yes, please.
It's a good one.
Yes.
So we've got Biden lead in Michigan by a very tight margin of 45,000 votes. Georgia apparently is swaying possibly in his direction. We will get that tonight. So I wouldn't tell you if it wasn't a positive update.
No,
I'm
good. That's
cautiously optimistic.
Leave on a high. Leave
Yeah.
on a little bit of a
Leave on a high.
There's still hope. There's still hope. But thank you for your time and your support, and for sharing your stories and your practical tips as well. They make a massive difference. They'll make a massive difference to our audience. This has been recorded. We'll be sharing it on our YouTube channel afterwards, so it will be shared with kind of like beyond this event, and hopefully it'll make a difference to the future. I'm sure it will. I hope to see you again at one of our events, hopefully in person at some point in the future.
Let's hope. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much,
really
ladies.
amazing. So great to meet you. Thanks, Ronki.
Thank you.
A huge thanks to our audience. We'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Check out the program, plan your session, plan what you're coming to. I'll leave the chat box open for a few minutes for anyone that wants to make any comments, but I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you again to our panelists. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye.
Bye.